The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World, Zodiac, Planets, and Cosmos. The Collected Works of Rudolf Steiner. Chapter 1. The Renewal of Primeval Wisdom, April 12, 1909, Morning. This cycle of lectures will lead us into exalted regions of spiritual life, will lead us, as it were, not only from our earthly dwelling place into the vastness of physical space, but even into the spiritual worlds from which the physical aspect of space originates. At the same time, however, precisely a lecture cycle of this kind will show us that all knowledge and all wisdom aim to solve the greatest riddle of all, the riddle of the human being. For to understand the human being, what illumines the riddle must be drawn from far distant spheres. This is to say that anyone wishing to understand these lectures must be acquainted with the concept of theosophy or anthroposophy, which happens to be the case with those present. Therefore, always taking care to make the matters gathered from distant spheres as understandable as possible, we shall set course of our spiritual flight at an especially high level in these lectures. When we speak of what are called the spiritual hierarchies, the eyes of our soul should turn upward to those beings who exist above earthly humanity. With our physical eyes, which perceive what is visible, we can rise, as it were, only through beings representing 4 degrees of one hierarchy: the mineral, plant, animal, and human worlds. Beyond that, above humanity, begins a realm of invisible beings which, if we have developed the ability to do so, we can investigate with supersensible cognition. Then we rise towards beings and powers in the invisible, supersensible world, who form a continuation of the 4 stages found on Earth. You're all familiar with the fact that knowledge and investigation of these realms arose not only in our own historical period of human development, and that research into them is not limited to the present. In truth, there exists what we might call a primeval world wisdom, in which everything that we, as human beings, can fathom, know, and discern, all the concepts and ideas we can acquire, and all we can attain through clairvoyant imagination, inspiration, and intuition, has been prefigured in deed and in knowledge by the beings who stand above us. To use a trivial comparison, we might invoke the metaphor of the watchmaker who first conceives the idea for a watch and then sets out to make it. The watchmaker constructs the watch according to ideas that have been envisioned prior to its construction. Later, we can take that watch apart, analyze it, study it, and thus reconstruct the watchmaker's thoughts from which the watch arose. In this way, we can think through again, the watchmaker's thoughts. In fact, in our present stage of evolution, this relationship, that of thinking through again, is the only one we can have as human beings to the primeval universal wisdom, that is, to the spiritual beings who stand above us. Spiritual beings originally had the imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions, the ideas and thoughts according to which the world surrounding us was created. Human beings can recover these thoughts and ideas in the world, and if they rise to clairvoyant perception, they can also discover the imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions through which one can gain access once more to the realm of spiritual beings. We may therefore say that even before our world came into existence, the wisdom of which we are going to speak already existed. This wisdom is the plan of the world. How far, then, must we go back and still remain within the limits of reality if we want to find this primeval universal wisdom? Must we go back to some historical period when this or that great teacher was teaching? Indeed, we could learn much if we could go back here or there within historical epochs and become students of the great teachers. But to gain access to the higher manifestations of primeval wisdom, we must go back to a time when there was not yet any outwardly visible earth, when there was no world perceptible to the senses. For the world originated out of wisdom itself, and this wisdom, according to which the divine spiritual beings formed our world, was later bestowed upon humankind. Human beings in their thinking could then perceive the thoughts according to which the gods shaped the world. And after this primeval wisdom, this wisdom of cosmic creation, had evolved through several forms, it came, as you know, following the great Atlantean epochs, to the ancient holy rishis of our first post-Atlantean culture, the great teachers of India. The form in which the primeval wisdom appeared through the holy rishis is hardly conceivable to human beings today. For human capacities of thinking and perception have changed considerably since the great teachers of India first taught post-Atlantean humanity. If we were to repeat today what the holy rishis said, most souls, anywhere on earth, would merely hear so many words. To understand the wisdom that was imparted to post-Atlantean humanity, quite other powers of comprehension are necessary than those we have in our time. All that has been recorded of this wisdom, all that is to be found in the best books regarding this original cosmic wisdom, represents only a faint echo of it. In many respects, it's obscured and darkened wisdom. No matter how sublime the Vedas appear to us today, or how beautifully the songs or gathas of Zarathustra sound to us, or how gloriously the ancient wisdom of Egypt speaks to us, indeed we can never sufficiently express our admiration for such documents. They provide only a dull reflection of the original wisdom of Hermes, the great teaching of Zarathustra, or the sublime knowledge proclaimed by the ancient rishis. Yet, this sublime wisdom was preserved and could always be found in certain small circles regarding the mysteries, which is the term by which this knowledge is known. This primeval wisdom of humanity was preserved in the mysteries of India, Persia, Chaldea, and Egypt, as well as in the Christian mysteries, as these have existed up to our own time. Indeed, until recently, one could reach an understanding of living wisdom, not just of wisdom as it is found in books, only in these narrow circles. In the course of these lectures, however, it will become clear that what was kept alive in small circles must today penetrate into the masses of humanity to a greater extent than before. The stream of ancient wisdom, that of the rishis, for example, never dried up. It continued to flow, as if through a renewing fountain, up to the time that we recognize as the beginning of our own era. This primeval divine wisdom, which streamed over humanity in ancient times, was transmitted by Zarathustra and his pupils, the Chaldean and Egyptian teachers. It streamed into the Mosaic revelation and came forth again with a new impulse, as if renewed in a rejuvenating fountain in the earthly appearance of Christ. But following Christ's appearance, that is, since the time of the outward proclamation of Christianity, indeed as a result of it, the stream of primeval world wisdom became so deep, so inward in character, that it could flow into humanity again only gradually. In other words, we can see that since the time of the outward promulgation of Christianity in the world, the primeval wisdom flowed slowly and gradually into all humankind in a most elementary beginning. Its message may be found in the Gospels and in other Christian writings that contain the wisdom of the holy rishis in a form that has been renewed in a rejuvenating fountain. But how was this message understood at the beginning of the Christian epoch, the time period created for its purification, its reformation? The least part of it was understood through proclamation of the Gospels, and only gradually did the Gospels work through to a broader understanding. Indeed, in many ways, the Gospels worked more towards a darkening of understanding. Today, for most people, the Gospels are the most completely sealed of books. In the future, however, those who allow themselves to be renewed by the ancient cosmic wisdom will understand them. Because of this, the treasures lying in the shafts of Christian revelation, which are none other than the treasures of Eastern wisdom, except that they were born from the restored powers, were preserved in narrow circles and subsequently prolonged in various mystery societies, such as the Brotherhood of the Holy Grail and the Brotherhood of the Rosicrucians. These treasures of holy truth have been closely guarded. They were accessible only to those who, having passed through stringent trials, had prepared themselves to receive this living wisdom. Thus, for centuries following the beginning of our era, the treasures of Eastern and Western wisdom were almost inaccessible to most human beings. Some small amount of this wisdom trickled here and there into the outer world, but for the most part, it remained a secret of the new mysteries. Thus, the time has now come when the contents of the primeval cosmic wisdom may be brought in an appropriate form to many more people. Since the last third of the 19th century, one may speak of the primeval wisdom in a more or less unveiled form. Because of certain events in the spiritual world, the guardians of the mysteries have been permitted to allow some of the ancient wisdom to flow out into the world at large. You're all familiar with the evolution of the Theosophical Society, and must realize that the impetus for its development accompanied the proclamation of certain truths. In a form I need not describe here, known as the stanzas of Dhyan, which are included in the secret doctrine. These stanzas do, in fact, contain some of the deepest and most significant fragments of wisdom. Much of this wisdom originated in the teachings of the holy Rishis that flowed into the sacred lore of the East. There's also much in them that streamed into Western Europe after the rejuvenating impulse of Christianity had occurred. The stanzas of Dhyan contain not only wisdom preserved in the East, but also much that shines like a bright light through the centuries of our era into the Middle Ages and the mystery schools of the West. Much of what is to be found in the stanzas will only gradually be understood in all its depths. It must be made clear that they contain a wisdom that cannot yet be understood in the widest theosophical circles, nor fathomed with the exoteric capacities of present day. It's a hopeless task indeed to attempt to interpret this important realm exoterically. After the ice had been broken by the development of theosophy, one could speak more freely out of the wellsprings of Western esotericism, itself a continuation of Eastern esotericism that had been transplanted to meet the different spiritual and physical conditions of life in the West. Today, however, the time has come to speak out of the sources of the living esotericism faithfully guarded in the Rosicrucian mysteries. There's no wisdom of the East that's not been streamed into Western esotericism. In the teachings and investigations of the Rosicrucians, indeed, you will find everything that's been preserved by the great sages of the East. Nothing, absolutely nothing, known through Eastern wisdom is missing in the wisdom of the West. There's only this difference. The wisdom of the West had to illuminate this whole body of Eastern teaching with the light kindled in humanity by the Christ impulse, but without losing any of it. It should not be said that a single iota of Eastern esotericism is missing from Western esotericism, which is derived from the hidden rishis of the West who are invisible to human eyes. Nothing is missing. It's simply that everything had to be renewed out of the rejuvenating fountain of the Christ impulse. The great wisdom of the supersensible worlds, as it is first uttered by the holy rishis, must resound again in what is now proclaimed about the spiritual hierarchies and their reflection into the physical world. Just as Euclid's geometry has not become other than it once was, though one teaches and learns it today with new human capacities, so the wisdom of the holy rishis has not become something other than what it once was, even though we teach and learn it with the capacities kindled by the Christ impulse. Much of what we have to say about the spiritual worlds may thus be called Eastern wisdom. There should be no misunderstandings in these matters. Unfortunately, however, misunderstandings occur all too easily. Those who don't want to raise themselves from misinterpretation to genuine understanding may easily misunderstand what was said yesterday in the Easter lecture. I mention this so that we can penetrate to a fuller understanding. Those, however, who don't wish to do so may say the following. Yesterday you spoke of the great so-called divine truths of the Buddha. You said that Buddha taught and revealed the divine truths about suffering in one's life. that birth is suffering, illness is suffering, old age is suffering, death is suffering, that to be separated from loved ones and what one loves is suffering, that to be united with what one does not love is suffering, that to be denied what one desires is suffering. But you also said that if we were to consider post-Christian times and those who truly understood the Christ impulse, then we would become aware that through the understanding and penetration of this Christ impulse, the ancient holy truths of Buddha concerning suffering in human life would no longer be entirely valid. For with the Christ impulse comes healing for suffering in life. You've said, Buddha teaches that birth is suffering, but one who understands Christ answers, through birth we enter a life which we share with Christ, and through Christ's participation, the suffering of life is extinguished. Even so, the healing power of the Christ impulse eradicates illness. For one who truly understands the Christ, illness, death, and so forth are no longer suffering. Further objections to what you've said might also be made, but I can show you that the same words may be found in the holy writings of the Buddha and in the Gospels. There too it is said that life, illness, and so on are suffering. Therefore it might be assumed superficially that, although we possess these modern religious documents, their contents were already present in Buddhism. And from this, one might conclude that there's no progress or development in the various religions, since they all embody the same truths. But you've spoken of progress and have told us that the ancient holy truths of Buddhism are no longer true because of Christianity. For someone to come to this conclusion from what I've said would be a most grievous misconception, because this was not even implied. Certainly all of the above was said, with the exception of the last sentence. In matters as subtle as these, it's important to develop a precise understanding. But this can be understood only by one who's developed a capacity for objectivity, certainly not by a fanatic. One who speaks from the source of Rosicrucian wisdom and research will never attack the contents of the writings of the great Buddha, nor claim that anything in them is untrue. Such a person, speaking from the Rosicrucian source, supports Buddha's insights and the whole of Eastern wisdom, and denies none of it. What the Buddha beheld of the great truths of the suffering in life, through illumination in his inner being, is correct in every detail. Nothing, absolutely nothing, may be taken away from these truths, and precisely because everything that Buddha said, that birth, illness, old age, death, and so on are suffering, is true, the Christ impulse is for us such a powerful and important means of healing. For Christ puts an end to this suffering. This is true because, even though the sufferings in life exist, an even greater impulse above the world can lift them out of the world. Christ could be effective precisely because Buddha proclaimed truth. Humanity had to be led down from spiritual heights where primeval world wisdom was active in its purest form. Humankind had to be guided to independence on the physical plane. As a result, life and illness became suffering. But a powerful remedy for these irrefutable facts had to appear in the course of evolution. Does a person deny the reality of the situation by claiming that, though the facts are true, at the same time a remedy has been given gradually to heal the situation produced by the facts? There's no question of Buddhism opposing Christianity or vice versa in the lofty heights of the spheres of the spiritual hierarchies. There, the Buddha stretches out his hand to Christ, and Christ reaches out to the Buddha. But if we fail to recognize an ascending development in human evolution, we also fail to recognize the most spiritual deed that has occurred in earthly evolution, namely the deed of Christ. Thus, the wisdom of the East that brought us the wisdom of the holy rishis, along with the primeval cosmic wisdom, is not to be denied. But, over long periods of time during which this wisdom streamed into humankind, it became increasingly difficult for the masses of people who had no access to the sources of the mysteries to understand this wisdom. Precisely, the understanding itself became difficult. In ancient Atlantean times, before the Great Catastrophe, the mass of humanity was still endowed with ancient, albeit dulled, powers of clairvoyance. When human beings turned their gaze to the heavenly expanses, to the spiritual hierarchies, they saw differently from humanity in later post-Atlantean times. For by then, the old clairvoyance had disappeared for the great mass of humanity, who now gazed into the physical expanses of the heavens with only physical eyes. Before the Atlantean catastrophe, there was no point in speaking as we do today of heavenly bodies spread out in space. The clairvoyant human eye, which gazed into the expanses of space at that time, saw spiritual worlds. It would have been meaningless then to speak of Mercury, Neptune, Saturn, and so on, as astronomy speaks of them today. When astronomy today speaks of the cosmos and its contents, it can report only what the sense-perceiving physical eye sees when it looks into the heavens. This was by no means the case for ancient clairvoyant humanity in Atlantean times. Human beings did not see physical, finite, shining stars then. What we see today with the physical eye is merely an outward expression of the spiritual reality that human beings beheld in former times. Today, when we look with our physical eye through a telescope to where Jupiter stands in the heavens, it sees, so to speak, a physical globe surrounded by moons. But what did the ancient Atlanteans see when they looked clairvoyantly at the same spot? During Atlantean times, the physical eye saw as much as we do today when we try to see something through a thick autumn mist. The light is surrounded by a kind of misty aura and disappears in the colored rings that form around it. The eye of an Atlantean would not have seen the physical planet of Jupiter. It would have seen something that is still today united with Jupiter, but which humanity can no longer see, namely the aura of Jupiter. That is, the spiritual beings whose outward expression is the physical planet. Before the Atlantean catastrophe, the human spiritual eye swept the expanses of the universe and beheld spiritual beings everywhere. At that time, one could speak only in terms of a spiritual component. It would have been meaningless to talk about physical stars at an evolutionary stage when the physical eye was not yet open as it is today. Gazing into the vast, wide spaces of the universe, human beings then actually beheld spiritual beings, spiritual hierarchies. They saw beings. The following comparison may help us to understand the course of evolution. Let us imagine ourselves in a thick fog where we cannot see each separate light, because everything is shrouded in a misty aura. Then the fog lifts suddenly, and the individual lights become plainly visible. But as a result, the auras are no longer seen. In earlier epochs, the human eye beheld the aura of Jupiter. It saw in it the spiritual beings belonging to Jupiter at that particular stage of the planet's evolution. But, as humanity developed, the capacity of physical sight also developed. The aura remained, of course, even though human beings could no longer see it. At the same time, the physical center gradually became more clearly visible. Thus, the spiritual counterpart was lost as the physical aspect became manifest. But the knowledge of spiritual beings who surround the stars was preserved in the mysteries and spoken of by the holy rishis. When humanity was capable only of physical sight, the holy rishis still spoke of the spiritual atmosphere, of the spiritual populations in the cosmic bodies that are distributed throughout space. Consider the situation that then arose. Within the sanctuaries of knowledge, one could speak of the spiritual beings surrounding the cosmic bodies. Outside of them, however, as sense perceptions became increasingly sharper, people came to speak more and more in terms of physical matter. Yet, when the holy rishis spoke the word Mercury, of course they never actually used this word, but let us use it to make ourselves clear. Did they mean the physical orb in the cosmos? No, not even the ancient Greeks, when speaking of Mercury, referred to the physical planet. When the Greeks spoke of Mercury in their sanctuaries of knowledge, they spoke of spiritual worlds, spiritual beings. When the disciples of the teachers in the sanctuaries of knowledge spoke the words moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in their various languages, these words represented a graduation of spiritual beings. Anyone who refers to a physical planet with such a word today omits the most important aspect and characterizes only the coarsest aspect of what originally was encompassed in the terms moon, Mercury, Venus, and so on. Spiritual teachers in ancient times sought to evoke the idea of a powerful spiritual realm. When they pointed to the place in the heavens where the moon was, they were aware that the lowest rank of spiritual hierarchies dwelt there. But when human beings, who'd been cut off from spiritual vision by their increasingly sensory perception, looked up, they saw only the physical moon, which they called moon. One word for two things that, although connected, called forth quite different representations in human minds. When teachers in the stream of spiritual wisdom referred to Mercury, Sun, and Mars, they meant something quite different by these words than teachers do in the materialistic stream. The two streams, the spiritual and the materialistic, drifted further and further apart. In the mysteries, the words that later came to denote the external heavenly bodies had always referred to supersensible worlds, to a sequence of spiritual realms. The outer world always understands the words to mean the material aspect, and this is true even of the contemporary mythology. I use the word deliberately, we call astronomy. Spiritual science recognizes the full value of all mythologies. Thus, it also appreciates the worth of the mythology called modern astronomy, which sees only space filled with physical cosmic bodies. This modern mythology is, for one who truly knows, merely a particular phase of all mythologies. A single thread runs through these mythologies from ancient European sagas of the gods, to the myths of the Greeks and Romans, to the obscure myths of the Middle Ages, and the fully justified and admirable ones founded by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galilei. A time will come when people will say of modern mythology, in the past, there were human beings who thought it correct to place the material sun in the center of an ellipse to rotate the planets in ellipses around it. They constructed a cosmic universal system even as earlier people had done before them. But today, we know that it's merely a saga and legend. Indeed, a time will come when, no matter how much the old mythologies are now despised by the modern world, it will be considered absurd to speak of a Copernican mythology. To realize this will help us to understand how words have been interpreted so differently over the course of time. Nevertheless, the primeval cosmic wisdom flowed on exoterically. Because it was increasingly interpreted in a materialistic way, it was understood less and less. True spiritual insight ebbed away. Yet when ancient wisdom was restored at the beginning of our era, human beings were again directed to the starry realms so that humanity might not completely lose its connection with primeval spiritual wisdom. They were told in clear, direct words that when they looked up to the heavens with their physical eyes, they would find there not only a material universe, but also realms filled with spirit. The most intimate pupil of St. Paul, Dionysius the Areopagite, clearly proclaimed in Athens that out in space there was not only matter, but that when the soul arose with inner awareness into the expanses of the universe, it would find spiritual beings who are above humanity in evolutionary development. Dionysius coined different terms from those used previously, for otherwise people would have thought that he referred only to material entities. When the Rishis spoke of spiritual hierarchies, their words expressed what Greek and Roman wisdom expressed in their ascending universe of moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. Dionysius, the pupil of St. Paul, had in mind the same worlds the Rishis spoke of. Dionysius clearly wished to emphasize that he was referring to spiritual matters. So he deliberately chose words he knew would be taken spiritually. That is, he spoke of angels, archangels, archai, powers, mights, dominions, thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. But people had completely forgotten what they once knew. If the connection between the terminology of Dionysius, the Areopagite, and the Rishis had been understood, one would have known that the moon the Rishis referred to and the angelic realm in other mysteries are one and the very same thing. One might have heard the word Mercury on one hand and the word archangel on the other, and would have known that they are one and the same. Archai and Venus refer to the same realm, as do sun and powers. On hearing the word Mars, one would have had the feeling of rising to the mights. The word dominions in the school of Dionysius corresponds to Jupiter, and the term Saturn to the thrones. In wider circles, this knowledge had disappeared and was no longer known. As science became more and more materialistic, the old names, which had once denoted spiritual realities, remained. But now increasingly they applied only to matter. In contrast to this materialistic stream, there did exist a spiritual stream that referred to archangels, angels, and so on. But the stream had lost the connection with the physical expression of these spiritual beings. Thus, we see how primeval cosmic wisdom penetrated into the school founded by St. Paul through Dionysius, and how it's a question now of permeating newfound knowledge with the spiritual impulse of the past. Indeed, it's the task of spiritual science or anthroposophy to renew the bond between the physical and the spiritual, between the world of earth and spiritual hierarchies. For the spiritual aspect of knowledge must always remain incomprehensible to those who do not know the true origin of ideas about the outer material world. This becomes particularly noticeable in writings that, although they contain only a faint echo of primeval cosmic wisdom, can be understood only by means of this wisdom. To exemplify the difficulties involved, take a passage from the celestial song, the Bhagavad Gita, which sheds considerable light on humanity's relation to the hierarchies. Chapter 8, beginning with verse 23. I will explain to you, seeker of truth, parentheses, that is the usual translation, under what circumstances the exalted spirits of gods depart through the gate of death in order to be reborn or not. I say to you, behold the fire, the day and the time of the waxing moon, and the months of the increasing light of the sun. Those who die at that time pass through the gate of death into Brahma. But those who die under the sign of smoke in the night, at the time of the waning moon, during the portion of the year when the sun rests low in the sky, they pass through the gate of death in the lunar light and return again to this world. Dear friends, here is a passage from the Bhagavad Gita telling us that our progress, our successive incarnations, depends on whether we die in the sign of light by day, by waxing moon during the 6 months that the sun is high in the heavens, or whether we die in the sign of the smoke by night, when the moon is waning and the sun is low. That is the literal meaning of the passage. It says that those who pass through the gate of death in the sign of fire by day, by waxing moon, or when the sun is high in the heavens, need no longer return. But of those others, those who die in the sign of smoke by night, by waning moon and during the 6 months when the sun is low, it says that they cannot rise to the level of Brahma, but only to the height of the moon, and must therefore return again. This passage in the celestial song of the East presents untold difficulties to those who seek an exoteric explanation. This passage in the celestial song of the East presents untold difficulties to those who seek an exoteric interpretation. It can only be explained when light is shed upon it from spiritual knowledge. Indeed, the same light from which the passage was written continues to shine in the mystery schools. Rejuvenated through Christianity, it's a light that illumines the bond between moon and angels, Mercury and archangels, Venus and Archai, and so on. Through the light provided by spiritual knowledge, we shall find the key to this passage we have chosen as an example. It will be the starting point of our lecture this evening. Once we've discovered this key, we shall be able to rise to an understanding of the spiritual hierarchies. Lecture 2. The Four Elements, Fire, and Elemental Beings, the Lowest Realm of the Hierarchies. April 12, 1909, Evening. The knowledge that formed the basis of the teachings proclaimed by the holy rishis during the First Atlantean period was founded entirely upon the spiritual sources of existence. From the beginning of the post-Atlantean epoch, the most important aspect of this teaching or mode of investigation was that it penetrated deeply into the natural processes and discovered the active, spiritual principles underlying them. Fundamentally speaking, we are continually surrounded by spiritual happenings and beings. Physical phenomena are merely the expression of spiritual facts. Things that appear to us in material form are but the outward sheaths of spiritual beings. Thus, when the primeval divine teaching spoke of perceptible phenomena in our surroundings, particular emphasis was laid on what was, to human beings at that time, the most important natural phenomena surrounding humanity on earth. That is, fire. Ancient spiritual science regarded this phenomenon of fire as the most important expression in nature. Spiritual research into fire comprised the central focus of all explanations of what occurred on earth. To understand these teachings concerning fire, so important in ancient times for all knowledge in life, we must first consider how other natural phenomena were regarded in the past by a teaching still valid in spiritual science today. In those ancient times, all that surrounded human beings in the physical world was referred back to the four elements. Modern materialistic science no longer acknowledges the four elements of earth, water, air, and fire. But the spiritual science of that time did not understand these as we do today. Earth denoted a condition of matter, the solid state. Everything we refer to as solid was called earth in ancient spiritual science. It did not matter whether it was a solid lump of arable soil, a crystal, a piece of lead, or a piece of gold. Everything of a solid nature was termed earth. Everything fluid, not only water as we know it, was referred to as watery or water. Iron, for example, when melted by fire so that it became fluid, would be termed water by spiritual science. All metals in the fluid state were called water, while what we call gaseous was termed air, regardless of the particular gas to which it was applied, whether oxygen, hydrogen, or some other gas. Fire was considered the fourth element. Those of you familiar with elementary physics will recall that modern science does not regard fire as comparable with earth, water, or air. According to modern physics, fire is regarded merely as a condition of movement. For spiritual science, however, warmth, or fire, has an even finer substantiality than air. Just as earth, or solidity, can be transformed into the liquid state, so according to spiritual science, all airy or gaseous forms gradually change into the condition of fire. Fire is so rarefied that it permeates all other elements. It permeates air, thereby warming it, and the same applies to water and earth. Whereas the three other elements are separate, the fire element possesses an all-pervading quality. Now, both ancient and modern spiritual science agree that there's still more important difference between what we term earth, water, and air, and what we call fire or warmth. How do we get to know the earth element or solidity? We might try touching it and experiencing its resistance. The same applies to water, though it offers less resistance. Nevertheless, we are aware of water as something external to ourselves, as a resistance. The same is true of air. We get to know it in relation to ourselves only externally, but this is not the case with warmth. Here we must emphasize an aspect that's regarded as unimportant by modern way of looking at things, but we shall have to consider it if we wish to fathom the riddles of existence. The fact is, we become aware of warmth without touching it externally. This is the important point. Of course, we can become aware of warmth by touching an object that's been heated, in which case we become aware of it in the same way as we do other elements, but we also feel the warmth within our own organism. That's why ancient knowledge, even in ancient India, stressed that we become aware of earth, water, and air only in the outer world, while warmth is the first element that can be apprehended both inwardly and outwardly. Warmth, or fire, therefore, has a twofold nature, an external aspect, which we get to know outwardly, and an inner aspect, which we feel in our own condition of warmth. It has an inner and outer manifestation. Actually, we feel our own inner warmth. We are hot or cold, but we are little inclined to concern ourselves with what is gaseous, watery, or solid in our organism, that is, with what is air, water, and earth in us. We begin to be aware of ourselves only in the element of warmth. Therefore, both ancient and modern spiritual science proclaim fire or warmth to be the first stage at which matter becomes soul. In other words, we can rightfully speak of an outer fire, which we perceive as we do other elements, and of an inner soul fire within us. For spiritual science, fire has always built a bridge between the outer material world and the inner soul world that can be perceived only inwardly. It was central to all observation of nature. The gateway through which we can penetrate from the outer to the inner, fire or warmth, is truly like a door. Standing before it, we can observe it from the outside. We can open it. We can behold it from within. This is how fire is to be understood in the context of natural phenomena. Outwardly, we touch a physical object and encounter fire in the same way as the other three elements stream towards us, but we perceive and experience warmth as something that also belongs to us. With fire, we stand in the doorway and enter into the soul element. This is what spiritual science proclaims about fire. In fire, we see something that plays between the elements of soul and matter. Let us consider an elementary lesson from the first human wisdom. In ancient times, a teacher of this wisdom would ask that one observe an object being consumed by fire. Then, the teacher points out that two things could be seen. In those days, one was called smoke, which still applies today, and the other was called light. Both of these natural phenomena, on the one hand light and on the other smoke, occur when an object is consumed by fire. A spiritual scientist saw fire as placed between light and smoke, and the teacher would say that out of the flames were born both light and smoke. Here we should keep in mind a simple yet very important characteristic of light that is born of fire. Most people, asked if they see light, reply that they do, of course, see light. This is absolutely false, because in fact, the physical eye cannot perceive light. Because of light, we see objects, be they solid, fluid, or gaseous, but light itself we cannot see. Imagine all of universal space illumined by a light, the source of which is behind you where you cannot see it. Then imagine you were to look into the world's spaces illuminated through and through by that light. Would you see the light? You would see absolutely nothing. You would perceive something only when an object was placed within the illuminated space. We cannot see light, but only the solid, fluid, and gaseous elements that we see through the effects of light. In truth, physical light absolutely is not seen with the physical eye. This is something that presents itself with great clarity to the spiritual eye. Spiritual science therefore says that light makes everything visible, but cannot itself be seen. This is an important statement. Light is imperceptible. It cannot be perceived by means of our outer senses. We can perceive what is solid, fluid, and gaseous, and we can also perceive warmth or fire outwardly, but at this point an inner perception begins. Light as such can no longer be perceived externally. If you think that you see light when you look at the sun, you're quite mistaken. You see a burning body, a burning substance emanating light. If you were to test this out, you would find that you can experience what is gaseous, fluid, or solid, and that you do not see the light but only the burning object. So according to spiritual science, we rise upward from earth to water, from air to fire, and then to light. That's to say, we pass from the outwardly perceptible and visible to the invisible, the spiritual etheric realm. Putting it another way, we could say that fire is on the boundary between what is outwardly perceptible and material, and what is etheric spiritual and therefore no longer perceptible. Let us consider what happens to an object consumed by fire, that is, what occurs when something burns. On the one hand, light is produced. At first, warmth is generated by an externally imperceptible aspect that's active in the spiritual realm and no longer merely material. This warmth, if it's sufficiently intense, becomes a source of light. A part of this light is then given over to the invisible world, but it must be paid for in the form of smoke. That is, out of the part that was first transparent and translucent, an opaque, smoky portion is separated off. Here we see how fire or warmth is divided into two components. It portions a part of itself into light and thus opens a way into the supersensible. But, as a result, it also has to send something down into the opaque, perceptible material world. Nothing arises in the world having only one aspect. Everything created has two forms. Therefore, on the one hand, warmth produces light, and on the other, it also creates opaque, dark matter. That's an ancient, basic teaching of spiritual science. That's only the outer physical aspect of the process. At the foundation of the physical material process lies something essentially different. In the case of warmth that does not yet produce light, one perceives warmth as outwardly physical, but this warmth also contains a spiritual element. When the heat becomes so intense that light arises and smoke is produced, a part of the spiritual component that was in the heat goes over into smoke. The spiritual component of warmth that was in the fire and then transferred to the gaseous element, that is, into a form beneath that of warmth, it's transformed in the clouded smoke. Spiritual beings connected with warmth have to allow themselves to be made opaque, so to speak, to be enchanted in the smoke. Thus, everything of a clouding nature, of solidification connected with warmth, is associated with the enchantment of spiritual beings. We can put it even more simply. Let us imagine that air is made liquid, a process that can be achieved today. Now, air is mere solidified warmth, densified warmth, as a result of the smoke that's been formed. The spiritual part, which should ordinarily be in the fire, has been enchanted into smoke. Spiritual beings, which we may also call elemental beings, are enchanted in the air. And when air is transformed into the liquid state, they are even more deeply enchanted in yet a lower form of existence. That's why spiritual science sees in all physically perceptible things an element that has proceeded out of the original condition of fire or warmth. As the warmth densified into gas, it became air, smoky or gaseous. The gas became liquid, and the liquid densified into the solid state. Look backward, says the spiritual scientist. Look at any solid substance. Once it was fluid. It has only become solid in the course of development. What is liquid was once gaseous, and the gaseous state arose from the smoke that proceeded from the fire. But an enchantment of spiritual beings is connected with each stage of densification. Let us now look at the world that surrounds us. The solid stones, streams, evaporating water that rises as mist and fog, the air, everything solid, liquid, gaseous, and fiery. These are all, in fact, nothing but fire. Everything is fire, that is, densified fire. Gold, silver, and copper are densified fire. In the far distant past, everything was fire. Everything was born of fire. But in all forms of densification, spiritual beings lie enchanted. How are the spiritual divine beings that surround us able to produce solid matter as it exists on our planet? How do they produce liquid and airy substances? They send down elemental beings that dwell in fire and imprison them in the air, water, and earth. They are emissaries, elemental messengers of the spiritual, creative, formative beings. At first, elemental beings live in the fire, and to put it pictorially, they feel comfortable there. Then they are condemned to an existence of enchantment. We can say as we look around us, the beings we have to thank for everything surrounding us had to descend from the fire element and are enchanted within the things of this world. But can human beings help these elemental beings in one way or another? That is the great question asked by the holy rishis. Can we release them? Yes, we can. For human actions on earth are nothing but the external expression of spiritual processes. Everything we do here is also important for the spiritual world. Consider the following. Someone stands before a crystal, a lump of gold or the like. He or she looks at it. What happens if this person simply stares, simply looks at some object by means of the physical senses? A continual interplay arises between that person and the enchanted elemental being. What are enchanted both in matter and the human being are in some way related to another. Let us assume, however, that our person merely stares at the object so that he or she takes in only what is impressed upon the eye. The fact is, something is continually passing into human beings from these elemental beings, and this goes on from morning to night. As we look out into the world, hosts of elementals who were or are continually being enchanted in the processes of densification continually enter into us from our surroundings. Let us assume that, as we stare at objects, we have not the slightest inclination to reflect about what we see or to let the spirit of things live in our souls. We take the easy road. We go through the world, but do not digest our experiences spiritually by means of thoughts and feelings. We remain mere spectators of the physical, material world. In that case, elemental beings enter into us and remain there. They've gained nothing in the world process and have merely transferred their seat from the outer world into us. But now let's suppose that we digest our impressions spiritually by thinking about them and by forming concepts about the underlying spiritual foundation of the world. That is, we do not merely stare at the object, but ponder its nature. We feel the beauty of things and ennoble our impressions. If we do this, what are we doing? As a result of our spiritual activity, we redeem the elemental beings that stream towards us from the outer world, thus raising it to its previous state. We release the elemental beings from its enchantment. Thus, through our spiritual activity, we can release beings who are enchanted in air, water, and earth, and lead them back to their former condition. Or we can imprison them again in our inner being, with no transformation having taken place in them. Throughout earthly life, elemental beings stream into human beings. To the extent that a person merely stares at the things that hold elemental beings, these beings simply enter the human untransformed. To the extent that a person tries to work on things in the outer world through ideas, concepts, and feelings of beauty, that person redeems and frees these spiritual elemental beings. What happens to the elemental beings who've entered human beings? To begin with, they inhabit us. Even those who've been released dwell in us until we die. When we go through the gate of death, a distinction is made between those elemental beings who merely entered into us but have not been led back to higher elements, and those who've been guided through our activity back to their earlier condition. Those who've not been transformed have gained nothing by wandering from the outer world into the human world. But the others, who were transformed through human activity, are able to return to their original sphere after the human being's death. During early life, human beings build a crossroad for elementals. After having passed through life in the spiritual worlds and returning through the gate of birth into a subsequent incarnation, a person is accompanied into physical existence by all the elemental beings who were not released. Those who've been released no longer accompany the person, but return to their original element. Thus, we can see how human beings have the capacity in the course of their development, and in the way they establish a relationship to external nature, to free the elemental beings necessary for the creation of our earth, or to bind them even more to earth than they were previously. What happens when someone looks at a material object and fathoms its true nature so that the elemental being is released? Spiritually, the course taken is the reverse of what occurred before. Whereas smoke originally arose from fire, the person now spiritually creates fire from smoke. At death, the fire is released. Now, in the light of this primeval, divine spiritual science, we can understand the profound spiritual meaning of ancient rituals of sacrifice. Imagine a priest at the sacrificial altar in those ancient times when religion was based on true knowledge of spiritual laws. Imagine a priest kindling the flame, the smoke rising and actually becoming a sacrifice in that it's borne upward with prayers. What really happened in such sacrifices? The priest stood at the altar where the smoke was produced. There, where the solid emerged from the warmth, a spirit was enchanted. And because a human being accompanied the process with prayers, the spirit was taken into the person and was released again when the human being died and entered into the higher world. What did the disciples of the ancient wisdom say to those who were to understand such a ritual? They explained that if you look at the external world so that your spiritual activity does not remain attached to the smoke, but rises spiritually to the fire element, then after death, you free the enchanted spirit that dwells in the smoke. Those who'd gained an understanding of the process would reply, if the spirit that dwells in the smoke remains unchanged, it will have to accompany me in the next incarnation. After death, it cannot return to the spiritual world. But if I've released it, if I've led it back to the fire, after my death it will rise into worlds of spirit and no longer need to return to earth at my birth. Here we've explained a part of the profound passage from the Bhagavad Gita spoken of in my last lecture. There's no mention of the human I. The text refers rather to nature spirits, to elemental beings that enter us from the outer world. Therefore it says, behold the fire, behold the smoke. What we turn into fire through our spiritual activity are spirits that we liberate at our death. What we leave untransformed in the smoke remains connected with us after death and must be born when we are reborn. Here the destiny of elemental spirits is described. Through wisdom, which we develop within ourselves, we continually liberate elemental beings when we die. But through lack of wisdom, through materialistic attachment to the world of senses, we bind elemental spirits to us and force them into this world to be reborn with us over and over again. These elemental beings are not connected only with fire. They are emissaries of higher divine spiritual beings and are involved in everything occurring in the external perceptible world. The interplay of forces that brings about day and night, for example, could not have arisen unless hosts of elemental beings had been active in rotating the planets in the universe in the appropriate manner. Everything that happens is affected by hosts of lower and higher beings of the spiritual hierarchies. We've been speaking of the lowest order, of the messengers. Such elemental beings live in the processes that transform night into day, and day into night. Again, we are closely connected with the beings of the elemental world, whose function is to bring about day and night. When one is apathetic and lazy, and lets oneself go, the human being affects those elemental beings quite differently than one does when one is creative, active, diligent, and productive. When a person is lazy, he or she becomes united with certain kinds of elemental beings, and this also happens when he or she is active, but in a most peculiar way. Elemental beings of the second class, whose lives unfold during the day and who, so to speak, tumble through the day, are in their higher element. But just as fire elementals of the first class are bound to air, water, and earth, so are certain elementals bound to darkness. Day could not be separated from night unless elementals were imprisoned in night. Human beings can enjoy daylight thanks to divine spiritual beings who've driven forth elementals and chained them to the night. These elementals continually flow into a person who is lazy, but they are left as they are. Through one's idleness, one leaves unchanged those elemental beings who are chained to darkness of night. Elemental beings who enter into us when we're active and industrious are led back into the day. We thus continually release elementals of the second class. Throughout the whole of our lives, we carry elemental beings in us who've entered us during periods of idleness and periods of industry. As we go through the gates of death, those beings whom we've led back to the day can enter the spiritual world. Beings whom we've left in the night as a result of our apathy remain chained to us and return with us at our next incarnation. What we allow to flow into us through the mere illusion of the senses by means of outward elemental beings. What we, through laziness and apathy, allow to flow into us from the night beings. All of this will be reborn with us in our next incarnation. This brings us to the second point in the passage of the Bhagavad Gita. Again, it's not the human I that is referred to in the following words, but a type of elemental being. Quote, "Behold day and night. What you redeem, what you transform from a being of night into a being of day, enters into higher worlds when you die. What you take with you as a being of night, you condemn to accompany you in a succeeding incarnation." End quote. The implications of all this must now be clear. That is, the same holds true of more encompassing natural phenomena, such as the 28-day rhythm that brings about the waxing and waning moon. Hosts of elemental beings had to be active to bring the moon into movement so that the moon rhythm and everything connected with it might arise visibly for us on earth. This again meant that certain of those elementals had to be enchanted, condemned, and imprisoned by higher beings. Supersensible cognition always notices that during the time of a waxing moon, spiritual beings of a lower realm rise into a higher. But then, for order to prevail, other spiritual elemental beings must then be enchanted into lower realms. These elementals of the third kind are also connected with humanity. Human beings who are bright and cheerful, who are satisfied with life and of a cheerful disposition because of their understanding of the world, are continually liberating beings who are chained because of the waning moon. These beings enter into such people, but are continually released because of their serene soul disposition, inner contentment, and harmonious view of life. Beings who enter into us when we're sullen, peevish, completely discontented, depressed, and pessimistic remain in the condition of enchantment in which they were at the time of the waning moon. There are human beings who, through the fact that they've achieved a harmonious feeling about the world and a cheerful disposition, work in a wonderfully liberating way on large numbers of elementals who come into being in the way described. The human being, through a harmonious perception of the world, through inner contentment with the world, frees spiritual elemental beings. Through moroseness, ill humor, and discontentment, a person imprisons elemental beings who could be freed through serenity. Thus, we see that one's mood is not only of significance for oneself, but a cheerful or a morose attitude can bring about forces of liberation or of imprisonment that stream out from one's being. The effects of a person's moods stream out in all directions into the spiritual world. Here we have the third point in the important teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. Quote, "Behold the one who, through mood of soul, releases during the time of the waxing moon, spirits, which, when the person passes through the gateway of death, then return to higher worlds." End quote. If, through ill humor and hypochondria, a person leaves the spirits that had been called into oneself for the order of the moon to be fulfilled, then these spirits remain bound to that person and must be born with him or her when the person enters a new existence. Thus we have a third kind of elemental spirit, which either are freed at the time of a person's death and return to their homeland, or which must enter this world again with the human being. There is, finally, a fourth kind of elemental being. These activate the course of the sun during the year and participate in bringing about the wakening, fruitful activity of the sun during the summer, so that the ripening that occurs from spring to autumn may happen. As a result, during the winter period, certain spirits must be chained, enchanted. Here too the human being works as we've described from the other degrees of spiritual beings of the elemental realm. Consider a person who says at the approach of winter, "The nights are growing longer, the days shorter." We are approaching a time of year when the sun withdraws its ripening forces from the earth. Outwardly, the earth is dying, but as this process takes place, I feel all the more the need to awaken spiritually. I must now, even more and more, receive the Spirit onto myself. Consider a person who, with the approach of Christmas, carries an ever greater feeling of devotion in his or her heart, one who understands the true meaning of this festival, namely that, when the outer perceptible world is most fully in death's grasp, the spirit must be all the more alive. Let us assume such a person lives through the winter season, and at Easter realizes that the time of sleep for the spirit is connected with the enlivening processes in nature. He or she then experiences the Easter festival with understanding. Such a person does not merely possess an external religiosity, but a religious understanding of the processes in nature, and of the spirit that dwells in nature. By means of this kind of devotion, such a person is able to liberate elementals of the fourth class that continually stream in and out of the human being and are connected with the course of the sun. A person not endowed with this kind of devotion, one who denies or does not perceive the spiritual and is caught up by materialistic chaos, is entered by elementals of the fourth class who stream into the person, remaining as they are. At one's death, these elementals are either released or chained so that they must reappear in the world at one's rebirth. Those who connect themselves to the winter spirits without transforming them into summer spirits, that is, without redeeming them through their spiritual activity, condemn them to be reborn with them. If the opposite is the case, the winter spirits will not have to return with them. Behold the fire and smoke. If you so connect yourself with the outer world that your soul's spiritual activity is akin to the process that brings about fire and smoke, if you spiritualize the things around you through your knowledge and your feeling, then you assist spiritual elemental beings to ascend again. If you connect yourself with smoke, you condemn them to rebirth. If you connect yourself with the day, you liberate the corresponding spirits of the day. Behold the light. Behold the day, the waxing moon, the summer season of the year. If you're active in such a way that elementals are led back to the light, the day, waxing moon, and the summer season of the year, you free those elemental beings whom you need so much. At your death, they rise into the spiritual world. If you connect yourself with the smoke staring at solid matter, or if you connect yourself to the night through apathy, to spirits of the waning moon because of your ill humor, and to spirits who are chained in winter through godlessness or lack of spirituality, then you condemn elemental beings to reincarnate with you. Now we begin to understand what is really meant by this passage of the Bhagavad Gita. Whoever thinks it refers to human beings does not understand it. But whoever knows that all human life is a continual interplay between human beings and spiritual beings that live around them, that these four groups of elemental beings are enchanted and need to be liberated, recognizes their ascension or their need to reincarnate. The mystery regarding the lowest rung of hierarchical beings has been observed for us in this passage of the Bhagavad Gita. When one has to draw forth from primeval wisdom what is proclaimed in ancient religious documents, one begins to realize their true greatness and how wrong it is to take them superficially and therefore avoid plumbing their depths. One gains a right relation to them only when one says that no wisdom is too exalted to fathom what is contained there. Then the ancient records become permeated by the magic of devoted feelings. Only then do they become what they truly are, ennobling and purifying means for human development. Still, they point to a fathomless abyss of human wisdom. Only when that which springs from occult schools and mysteries begins to stream from human beings outwardly to humanity at large, only then will the reflections of primeval wisdom, and they are but reflections, be seen in their true greatness and appear in their true light. By means of a comparatively difficult example, we have tonight tried to show primeval wisdom's understanding of the interplay that exists between human beings and beings that surround and stream in and out of them. We've also tried to show something of what primeval wisdom knew of the interplay that arises between the spiritual world and the inner world as a result of human deeds. The riddle of humanity becomes important for us when we begin to realize that we influence the whole cosmos in all that we do, even down to our moods. That our little world is of infinitely far-reaching importance for all that comes into being in the macrocosmos. A heightened feeling of responsibility is the finest and most important fruit that can be gained from spiritual science. It teaches us to grasp life in the truest sense, and to take it so earnestly that this life which we cast upon the stream of evolution may be meaningful. Lecture 3. Planetary Evolution. Saturn and Sun Stages of Evolution and Spirits of Personality. April 13, 1909, morning. At the end of the previous lecture, about the lowest realm of spiritual hierarchies, questions arose in your minds. This is quite natural. According to contemporary thinking, much of what was said must seem at first problematic and incomprehensible. Light will be shed on several points during the following lectures. To give you general guidelines to this way of thinking, however, one thing should be made clear at this point. A person today might ask, if I do, in fact, release an enchanted being from a stone through my thinking, what remains in the stone? Does the being remain in the stone? What's happened to the stone? Suppose a second person comes along and goes through the same process. What results? Such questions can easily arise. Some will be dealt with in the course of these lectures, but it should be borne in mind that earthly thinking cannot grasp such matters. Everything on earth is veiled and cloaked in Maya, and reality is other than it appears to our thinking. We need not blame things themselves that such questions remain unanswered. The questions are simply wrongly put. In time, we shall acquire a vantage point from which to put the questions correctly. That is, as we gain insight into situations not as deeply shrouded in illusion, matters will be seen to be radically different. On earth, things are jumbled together, and, as a result, our thinking is continually led astray. Purer concepts can be gained by looking back into ancient times. Just as a human being passes from one incarnation to another, from one metamorphosis to another, so all beings of the universe, small or great, go through re-embodiments. The Earth, a planetary being, also passes through incarnations. In the beginning of its existence, our Earth did not appear in its present form. Other states preceded it. Often, this subject has been dealt with in our circles. Just as a human being in his or her present existence is a reincarnation of a previous life, so too the Earth represents a re-embodiment of an ancient planet. We call that former planetary incarnation moon, but we do not mean our present moon, which is only a part, a residue of the ancient moon. By moon, we mean a former state of Earth that existed in the past, and then, just as a human being passes through a spiritual state after death, went through the spiritual state called pralaya. Just as a human being reincarnates, so this lunar planet reincarnated as Earth. Further, we have characterized as this lunar planetary state is, in fact, the reincarnation of a still earlier state, which we call sun. This sun is not the present sun, but quite a different planetary state. It's the first reincarnation of the primeval planet we call Saturn. This is what we look back to when speaking of the reincarnations of our Earth. Thus, we have 4 successive planetary incarnations: Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Each planetary state has a special task. What is the task of Earth? To make human existence possible. All affecting circumstances on Earth are such that, through them, human beings can become I beings. This was not the situation during previous planetary states. Humanity only became human, in the present sense of the word, on Earth. Earlier planetary states of Earth had similar objectives. Beings who are now above humanity reached their human state on earlier planets. From my book, Christianity as Mystical Fact, you may recall that an Egyptian sage once pointed out to Solon, the Greek, a remarkable intimation of an important truth that was known in the mysteries. The sage told Solon that the gods had once been human beings. In ancient times, a pupil of the mysteries had to accept the truth that gods who dwell in exalted regions had not always been gods, but had once been human beings, had risen from the human state to their present exalted heights. Of course, some students of the mysteries immediately inferred the perilous truth that at some time in the future human beings would also become gods. This quote-unquote truth was viewed as dangerous because it absolutely required that one add to the former truth the fact that human beings can become a god only when they are ripe for that condition. If human beings imagine that they can find God within, at any moment, before they've reached the necessary stage of maturity, they do not become gods, but merely fools. 2 paths are therefore open to humanity. Either a person can live patiently in anticipation of what Dionysius the Areopagite calls deification, theosis, or one can imagine oneself prematurely already a god. The first path leads to a true deification, the second to folly and madness. In our time, misunderstandings of the sayings of ancients abound because we no longer differentiate between various degrees of divine spiritual beings. The Egyptian sage who spoke of gods did not mean simply one degree of gods, but whole sequences of divine spiritual beings. Dionysius the Areopagite and the wise sages of the East always differentiated between various degrees of divine spiritual beings. It matters little whether we speak of angels or Dhyan-chohans. Those who grasp the unity of cosmic wisdom are well aware that they are merely different names for the same beings. But one must differentiate within this realm. In Christian esotericism, invisible beings immediately above humanity are called angels, angeloi, or messengers of the divine spiritual world. Beings one stage higher, that is, 2 ranks above humanity, are called archangels, archangeloi, or spirits of fire. Beings who, when they've accomplished their normal development, are at a still higher stage and are called spirits of personality, primeval beginnings, or archai. To begin with, then, we have 3 ranks of beings above humanity. All of these were once human and passed through a human stage. Beings who are angels today, when seen from the aspect of universal time, passed through their human stage relatively recently. They were human on Moon. Just as we, as human beings, can inhabit the earth because of conditions here, so angels could pass through their human stage on Moon. Archangels went through their human evolution on Sun. Spirits of personality, archai or primeval beginnings, went through their human evolution on ancient Saturn. Such beings rose beyond humanity by degrees. Today, they're higher beings at higher stages of the hierarchy than human beings. Thus, As we begin to enumerate the stages of cosmic realms from a spiritual aspect, we can simply say that first we have the visible earthly kingdoms, mineral, plant, animal, and human realms, and then, above these, invisible realms of angels, archangels, and archai. In the course of spiritual ascent of these beings, as they develop from human beings to gods, or more exactly, to messengers of gods, as they ascend in spiritual existence, conditions of the planets they lived on also change. If we look back to ancient Saturn when archai were at the human stage, we find that conditions were totally different from those of Earth. Yesterday, we said that on our Earth, we distinguish 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire or warmth. The first 3 elements were not present on ancient Saturn. Only fire or warmth existed on Saturn. A modern materialistic philosopher would say that we can become aware of heat only through outer objects, warm, solid bodies, warm water, and that heat cannot exist by itself. The materialistic philosopher believes that, but it's not true. If we could have observed ancient Saturn with our present senses, what would have been presented to us? Let us assume, hypothetically of course, that you could have flown through universal space at the time of old Saturn. You would have not been where ancient Saturn was. There was nothing to see. You would only have been aware of heat. Flying through ancient Saturn would have felt rather like flying through a heated oven. There would not have been the slightest breeze. You would not have been able to swim because air and water did not exist. You could have not stood up because there was no earth. Your hand could have not touched anything. There was only a huge ball of heat. Ancient Saturn came into existence from the element of warmth or fire. Our Earth's metamorphosis began with a planet of heat, and this shows how correct Heraclitus was when he said, "Everything is derived from fire." Yes, truly, Earth is only a transmutation of ancient Saturn. Everything on Earth arose from fire. Heraclitus knew this truth from ancient mysteries. This is indicated when it's said that his book, containing this truth, was dedicated to the goddess of Ephesus, and that he placed it on her altar there. In other words, Heraclitus acknowledged that he owed this truth to the mysteries of Ephesus, where the teaching of primeval fire of Saturn was proclaimed in all its purity. You will have deduced also that beings called primal beginnings, archai or spirits of personality, pass through their human stage under quite different conditions than we live under today. In bodily constitution, in their blood and bone system, human beings today can assimilate solids, liquids, and gases. The humanity of Saturn, spirits of personality, had to build their whole bodies from warmth and fire. That's exactly what they did. On Saturn, they had a body of fire consisting entirely of warmth. In my previous lecture, I told you that there are 2 sides to warmth. One we feel inwardly. We feel warm or cold without contacting solids in the outer world. We can also become aware of outer warmth when, for example, we take hold of a heated object. The distinctive aspect of Saturn's development lies in the fact that warmth, which, at the beginning of Saturn's state, was experienced only inwardly, gradually and then increasingly became outwardly perceptible. This continued until the end of the Saturn period. If you traveled through Saturn during the early phase, you would have not been aware of any outer warmth touching your skin, but you would have felt inwardly warm. You would have sensed a comfortable feeling of inner warmth. Something of what we call today an inner warmth of soul would have been your experience as you traveled through Saturn during its early phase of evolution. You can imagine the experience you would have had on Saturn if you consider the following. You know there's a difference between looking at a red surface and looking at a blue surface. Red, when looking at it, produces a feeling of warmth, and blue a feeling of coldness. Imagine the feelings released in the soul by the impressions of something red. At the beginning of the Saturn state, you would have felt somehow comfortably warm, as when today you look at something red. At the end of the Saturn period, you would have sensed not only this pleasant inner warmth, but also something resembling outer warmth coming toward you. Inner warmth would have transformed itself gradually into perception of outer warmth. The evolution of Saturn goes from an inner soul warmth to an outwardly perceptible warmth, or fire. One might say that, as the child grows to adulthood and experiences various stages, so spirits of personality also developed on ancient Saturn. Initially, they felt comfortably warm inwardly, and then they gradually became aware of how this warmth was being externalized. Indeed, one could even say embodied. But what happened then? You must imagine first the inner warming process of the globe of Saturn. This enabled spirits of personality, or archai, to embody. During their incarnation, outer warmth gradually formed. Had you journeyed through Saturn during the later phases of its development, you could have distinguished between warmer and colder outer areas. However, if you'd made a drawing of these self-contained bodies of warmth, you would have produced a picture in which, at the surface of Saturn, you would have found clusters of quote-unquote warmth eggs forming an outer crust. From outside, the surface resembled a blackberry or raspberry. So what are these eggs? They were bodies of archai, spirits of personality, and through their inner warmth, spirits of personality produced the outer warmth of these Saturn eggs. It could be said of this state that, as spirits brooded over warmth, they really brought forth the first bodies of fire. From cosmic space inward, the first bodies of fire coagulated. If we may use the expression, the external warmth eggs coagulated outwardly in space warmth. On ancient Saturn, spirits of personality, archai, who were also called asuras, were incarnated in these bodies of fire. The state of Saturn consisted only of this element of fire. Spirits of personality during the evolutionary phase of Saturn could transform outer warmth into inner warmth once again. The process was not fixed in any way. It was inwardly mobile. Indeed, spirits of personality, archai, were continually producing warmth eggs and letting them dissolve again. To picture this process more exactly, imagine that you traveled for some time through these regions. You would have noticed that there were times on Saturn when no outer warmth was perceptible, only a comfortable feeling of inner warmth. This would have been followed by periods when the warmth eggs appeared. You would have become aware of a kind of breathing on ancient Saturn, a breathing of fire. You would have thought, I am within ancient Saturn and feel as if all outer warmth has become inward, as if everything were only a feeling of inner well-being. Then you would have said, now Saturn has breathed in the warmth. On another occasion, you would have come across the many warmth eggs, and you would have said, now Saturn has breathed out its inner warmth and is all external fire. The holy rishis conveyed this image to their pupils who were transported back spiritually to the time of ancient Saturn, and caused to experience how the whole planet accomplished something similar to our outbreathing and inbreathing. The rishis showed their pupils that when the fire flowed out, it produced countless bodies of warmth, and that when fire was drawn in, it became the inner eye nature of spirits of personality. Therefore, the life of the planet was compared to a breathing out and breathing in. But in ancient Saturn's state, there was only a fire breathing. Air was not yet present. Let us now imagine that all spirits of personality on Saturn would have continued to breathe fire in and out. They would have then gone through their regular Saturn stage of development. The result would have been that, after a certain period, everything would have been gathered up again into inner warmth. The external fire planet would have disappeared, would have been taken up once more into the spiritual world. This could have occurred, but in that case, there would have been no sun, moon, and earth states, because everything breathed out would have been gathered up into inner warmth again and returned to the spiritual world. A trivial expression can easily characterize what actually happened. Certain spirits of personality preferred to take back only a portion of warmth breathed out. Something continually remained behind, so that when there was a breathing in, all Saturn eggs did not disappear. As a result, a duality arose on Saturn. Inner warmth and outer warmth were incorporated in the eggs. Not everything was taken back again. Spirits of personality left a part of the exhaled warmth to take care of itself, so to speak. They left it outside. Why did they do that? They had to, because otherwise they would have never reached their human stage on Saturn. What does it mean to become a human being? It means to attain I consciousness. But you cannot achieve this unless you can distinguish yourself from your surroundings. Only because of this are you an I. The bouquet of flowers is there. I am here. I differentiate myself as I from objects around me. Had spirits of personality not left something that offered outside resistance, they would have not allowed their I to stream out eternally. They came to I-ness or self-consciousness because something was outside of them. They differentiated themselves from the warmth element that had been made objective. They pushed a part of Saturn beings outside into a condition of external warmth and said to themselves, I must allow something to stream out of myself and leave it there so I can differentiate myself from it and kindle my I consciousness by means of this external part. Thus, they created a realm next to their own, and at the same time, they produced a reflection of their inner life in the external. Consequently, when the Saturn phase of existence came to an end, spirits of personality could not let the planet disappear. Had they breathed in all fire, it would have disappeared, but they were not in a position to breathe in what they had previously externalized. They could not intervene in the sphere that had offered them the possibility of self-consciousness. A condition of pralaya could have not risen for Saturn only through the spirits of personality. Higher beings had to intervene to dissolve Saturn again and cause a state of transition, of disappearance or sleep, or pralaya. Higher spirits, thrones, stepped in and dissolved everything that had existed. Thus, as life of Saturn drew to a close, spirits of personality had attained self-consciousness and absorbed a part of the warmth again. They developed a consciousness of self at their center and left behind a lower realm. Thrones now dissolved what spirits of personality had left behind. Saturn then entered into a kind of planetary night. This was followed by a planetary dawn, when everything was to awaken again by means of laws that we shall get to know later. Had ancient Saturn disappeared through a complete breathing in of warmth, the whole of Saturn existence would have been gathered up into the spiritual world. In that case, an awakening simply could not have occurred. Now, thrones could dissolve only temporarily what spirits of personality had externalized as eggs. These had to be given over to a lower stage of existence for further development. As a result, a planetary dawn ensued, and the second metamorphosis of Saturn, the sun state, arose. What came to life then? Spirits of personality who'd attained self-consciousness and no longer needed to go through what they'd previously experienced, came over from ancient Saturn after the planetary sleep. The warmth eggs, which they had exhaled, now differentiated themselves again from the general mass. Spirits of personality were now bound, so to speak, to what they'd previously left behind. Had they been able to gather everything into the spiritual world, they would not have been bound to the sun's existence. They would have not had to descend. But they had to do so because they'd left a part of their own being behind. They had to concern themselves with it. Indeed, it drew them down into a new planetary existence. This was the destiny of Saturn. It was world karma, cosmic karma. Because spirits of personality had not taken everything into themselves on ancient Saturn, they prepared the karma that obliged them to return. Down below, they found as a heritage of ancient Saturn what they themselves had brought about. What happened as spirits of personality took up the karma they'd created? I characterized these results yesterday in general terms when I explained that warmth divided itself into light and smoke. On the other hand, there arose out of warmth eggs on the reborn Saturn a new planet, composed of gas, air, or smoke. On the other hand, there arose light, which appeared because warmth returned to a higher condition. So, on transformed Saturn, inwardly we have smoke, gas, and air, and on the other hand, we have light. Had you now traveled through the universe and arrived at a place of old sun, you would have been aware, from afar, of the light that had formed there because there was smoke behind it. You would have not seen the light, but a shining globe, just as you would have perceived a globe of heat on Saturn. You would have encountered a shining ball. And, had you penetrated beneath the surface of this ball, you would have experienced not only warmth, but also winds, air, and gases blowing in every direction. The globe of heat had transformed itself into a globe of light. A sun had come into being. We are quite justified in calling it a sun. The orbs that are suns today are passing through the same process. Inwardly, they're steaming masses of gas, and on the other hand, they cause the gas to turn into light, and they ray forth light into the universe. In other words, light appeared for the first time during the course of our planet's transformation. In the warmth of ancient Saturn, spirits of personality, archai, were able to become human. In the light that streamed from the sun, beings of spiritual hierarchies called archangels or archangeloi could attain their humanhood. If you had looked at the sun, not as human beings do today, but with clairvoyant faculties, you would have beheld not only a shining radiance, but also the deeds of archangels streaming toward you in the light. In the process, however, archangels also had to take something. Old spirits of personality still found pure fire on Saturn. On the planet they now had to inhabit, archangels, who could become human only on sun, found a gas-like smoky state. What did they have to do to gain a firm foothold on sun and make their abode there? They formed their souls, the inward part of themselves, out of the light, and incorporated it into an outer body of gas. Just as today you have a body and a soul, so archangels, who attained their human condition on sun, consisted of an inner being who could ray out light and an outer body of gas or air. Just as today the human body is made up of earth, water, air, and fire, so archangels consisted of air and inwardly light. They had, of course, brought over the fire element with them, for it was precisely this that they developed into smoke and light. Thus, archangels also contained fire. Their total organization consisted of light, smoke, and fire. You would have encountered archangels in bodies woven of gas, fire, and light. The light enabled them to have an outer existence, and they streamed a shining force into the universe. Through fire, they had an inner life and experienced the well-being of warmth. Because they dwelt in a gaseous body, they were able to live on the sun planet as such. They could now differentiate their own gaseous body from the general substance of old sun. They collided with this general substance, and this kindled a kind of consciousness of self. But this consciousness could be developed into higher stages only because archangels preferred to remain connected, so to speak, to their gaseous, smoke-like bodies, or at least to remain in the sun's substance. For, in alternating conditions of old sun, archangels could have absorbed all smoke, all gas of their surroundings into themselves, We now have a real breathing process on Sun. You would have experienced the currents of gas on old Sun as a breathing process. You would have found conditions of absolute stillness, and you would have said, now archangels have inhaled all of the gas. But then archangels would begin to exhale again. Inner currents would begin to flow, and at the same time, light would appear. These were alternating conditions on the Sun. Archangels inhaled all gas. Stillness and darkness, the night of Sun, followed. Archangels exhaled, and the Sun became filled with streams of smoke and shone forth. The Sun's day had begun. The whole of the Sun's body went through a real breathing process. During exhalation, that is, the Sun's day, the surrounding world became illuminated. During inhalation, the Sun's night, everything became dark. Here you have the difference between old Sun and present Sun. Our present Sun is always shining, and darkness is produced only when an object is placed in front of the light. Such was not the case on old Sun. It had the power to produce alternating conditions of light and darkness that consisted of a breathing out and a breathing in. Let us imagine very vividly what happened outwardly. Take the condition of exhalation, that is, when light rays out, and at the same time the Sun fills itself with smoke. These forms of smoke, these currents of smoke, have a regular configuration. At each exhalation, a sum of regular forms is imprinted upon the Sun's substance. What had previously been mere egg-shaped warmth bodies were transformed into various regular forms. Quite remarkable smoke forms containing an inner life and regularity now arose. It was as if these eggs had hatched. This might be compared to a process of densification. Much as the chicken comes out of the egg, so had warmth eggs been split asunder. Regular smoke forms emerged, which were archangels' densest bodies. These inhabited Sun in bodies of smoke, gas, and air, and thus moved about as human beings. This gives us the spiritual idea of a fixed star, a universal Sun that produces alternation of day and night by virtue of its own inherent power. Light and darkness came about through breathing out and breathing in, because at that time old Sun was a kind of fixed star. Everything that of itself shines forth into our universal space sends life of spiritual messengers, archangels, out with the light. What did original archai, or primal beginnings, spirits of personality, accomplish through their own development? They made it possible for a Sun to appear. If it were not for them, there would have been only a Saturn stage in evolution. Because archai left external warmth eggs on Saturn, the metamorphosis into a Sun could be achieved. On Sun, archangels had the opportunity to pass through the human stage. They became heralds of the cosmos who proclaimed that primal beginnings, spirits of personality, had preceded them. Quote, "As messengers of the universe, we proclaim in radiating light the former existence of the warmth-permeated ancient Saturn. We are messengers, heralds of archai." End quote. Angeloi means messengers. Archai means beginnings. Archangels are, in fact, messengers of the accomplishments of primal beginnings, or archai, in ancient times. That's why they are called angels of beginnings, archai and angeloi, which gave rise to the English word archangels. These arch messengers achieved their humanhood on Sun. Lecture 4. The Work of the Spiritual Hierarchies and the Zodiac. April 13, 1909. Evening. When we consider, as we did this morning, the conditions on ancient Saturn that are more transparent and less shrouded in illusion or Maya, we can better understand the redemption or further imprisonment of those beings we encountered yesterday in relation to the profoundly significant passage in the Divine Gita. You will recall that Saturn's development would have come to an end and everything would have been reabsorbed into the spiritual world if the spirits of personality had completely drawn into themselves the egg-shaped heat bodies and left nothing behind on Saturn. Yet, as I pointed out, this did not happen. Spirits of personality compressed more intensively than they should have and left their seal on all of Saturn. They did not take everything back into themselves. Indeed, they left behind outwardly perceptible warmth bodies. What was the power working in spirits of personality on ancient Saturn? It was the force we know today as the human power of thinking. Spirits of personality did nothing on ancient Saturn but exercise their power of thought. The warmth eggs were formed because they were able to call forth the idea of these eggs. The power of conceptual thought in spirits of personality was thus far greater than in human beings today. What kind of power does the conceptual capacity of contemporary humanity have? If we have an idea or thought today, we create a form only in the astral world. It goes no further. That's why the form can't be verified in an outer physical way. But on ancient Saturn, spirits of personality were mighty magicians. They formed and left behind the warmth eggs of Saturn through the power of their thinking. It was the power of spirits of personality that caused the residue of ancient Saturn to be left behind. And this residue reappeared repeatedly, even during the solar phase of evolution, since what was formed into eggs was made out of surroundings of Saturn, parentheses, eggs that were then enchanted and chained to a further existence. We can now grasp the fact that an entity or being at the human stage creates forms from its surroundings. On this basis, the conditions not yet so complicated, we can now present comprehensively what was said yesterday. Thus we can say, consider the Saturn fire. Consider what was repeatedly spiritualized from ancient Saturn fire and repeatedly retracted as inner soul fire, warm comfortableness, and then ascended to higher realms. In other words, consider how what was perceptible external warmth, that is, what densified into external warmth, had to be reborn so that it could reappear on the sun. Let us now look at the rest of what was described this morning. Beings of spiritual hierarchies, whom we call archangels, archangeloi or fire spirits, achieved their human stage on the old sun. On one hand, the warmth element densified itself into smoke or gas so that the sun was a gaseous globe. On the other hand, it burned the gas so that light streamed out into universal space. Archangels or fire spirits, who lived in the streaming light, absorbed and then streamed out light, and lived in this process. I mentioned before that, if you could have journeyed through the universe, you would have beheld the old sun shining towards you from a great distance. In the inner part of the old sun, you would have perceived various currents of gas permeating the whole body of the planet like a breathing process. Let us now once more hold this ancient Saturn and ancient Sun before our souls. We've seen that life and activity ruled in both of these planetary bodies. On old Saturn, there was a forming and dissolving of egg-shaped structures. There were also residues left behind. Had one observed this internal activity on ancient Saturn, one would have said that Saturn was really a single living being. It really is as though it were a fully living being. It was alive and lived in and of itself, producing forms continuously out of its own life. This was even more so on old Sun. We meet this planet as a unit with conditions alternating between the sun's day and the sun's night, a breathing in and out of light. If one could have observed it, everything would have given the impression of a universal body permeated with life, not of something dead. Everything that lives, however, that is, permeated with activity and thus inwardly lively and constantly moving, owes its motion to the spiritual beings who direct and guide it. We mentioned that the spirits of personality produce the egg forms through their power of thought, thus implying that there must have been a substance available out of which these eggs could be shaped. But the spirits of personality, archai, were unable to create the substance. We should bear in mind that something must exist to furnish the substance, that is, the undifferentiated warmth, the fire itself. Spirits of personality could only shape the warmth. The substance had to be provided from elsewhere. We must ask, what conceived the whole realm of Saturn, especially the spirits of personality? And what was the source of the warmth substance or fire element? It came from much higher spiritual beings who had achieved their human stage so far back in the past that they were already well beyond the stage on ancient Saturn. To form a clear image of the exalted beings who were necessary for the warmth fire element on ancient Saturn, we must consider, by way of comparison, how the human being evolved, for human beings will also eventually become divine beings. We know, and have often mentioned, that human beings today consist of 4 members or bodies: physical, etheric, astral, and I. This is the key to all spiritual science. We also know about humanity's future evolution. We know how the I, working from within, gradually transforms the astral body so that the I finally gains complete mastery over it. We know too that when the astral body has been thus transformed, we say that it contains spirit self or manas. An astral body ruled by the I is spirit self or manas. The same applies to the ether body. When the I works even more powerfully still, it can overcome the opposing forces of the ether body. The transformed ether body then becomes the life spirit or buddhi. Finally, when the I gains mastery over the physical body, when the most powerfully opposing forces of the physical body are also overcome, the human being bears within it the spirit human, (spirit body), or Atman. In transforming one's physical body into Atman or spirit body, one thus becomes 7-fold. Outwardly, the physical body appears as a physical body, but inwardly, it's completely controlled and permeated by the I. At this stage, the physical body is both physical and Atman. The ether body is both ether body and life spirit, or buddhi, and the astral body is both astral body and spirit self, or manas. The I has now become ruler over all other members. Thus, out of its own forces, humanity evolves to higher stages of development. People strive towards their own deification, as the friend and pupil of St. Paul, Dionysius the Areopagite, called it. But this is not the end of human development. Once human beings have reached the stage of complete mastery of the physical body, still higher stages of development await. The process continues higher and higher. We can look up to sublime beings who, dwelling in exalted spiritual heights, become even mightier. How do such beings become greater? At first, they need something, require something from the world. Later, they develop so that they can give something. The fundamental spirit and purpose of development is that one proceeds from taking to giving. We can find an analogy in human development between birth and death. Children are helpless and must accept help from individuals in their surroundings. But, gradually, they outgrow this helplessness and become helpers in their own circle. The same is true of the grand span of human development in the universe. Humanity was already present in its earlier physical form on ancient Saturn, where this being received only the first foundation of human nature. This continued during the Old Sun and Old Moon periods. On Earth, however, humanity was given the I. And now human beings are gradually preparing themselves so that the I can work within the astral, etheric, and physical bodies. In this way, we become beings who can give cosmically. As beings, we gradually grow into the cosmic and develop the capacity for universal giving. That is, we develop from taking to giving. You have an example of this in the beings we spoke of this morning, archangels or archangeloi. On the old sun, the archangels had already developed to where they could produce light in the universe. The course of development moves from taking to giving. This activity of giving, in fact, can assume considerable proportions. When some beings, for instance, merely give their thoughts, this still denotes a somewhat restricted activity of giving. For whoever gives thoughts, even if one has many thoughts, and goes away, leaves the situation as it was before. In a higher sense, nothing visible, nothing substantial has been produced. But then a time came when beings could give more than thoughts or the like. They were able to bestow far more. Indeed, they could give what spirits of personality needed on old Saturn, the substance of warmth fire. Who were the beings who'd reached such an exalted stage of development that they could let the warmth fire's substance on ancient Saturn stream from their own bodies? They were known as thrones. We can see how ancient Saturn was formed. From the periphery of the universe, thrones gathered into one point. Their activity could be compared on a larger scale to what the silkworm does in a lower realm when it spins silk threads out of its own body. Thrones spun the warmth substance and sacrificed it on the altar of ancient Saturn. We've seen that on ancient Saturn, spirits of personality gave only personality or I consciousness to warmth. But the warmth fire substance itself streams out of the universal, out of the cosmos, from high exalted spiritual beings, thrones. Now we know the origin of the eggs that we found on Saturn. They were spun from the bodies sacrificed by thrones. But the cooperation of spirits of personality and thrones alone does not account for the inner liveliness and activity on Saturn. Spirits of personality had the power to shape the warmth substance, but they could not achieve this by themselves. This inner liveliness and activity still required other beings, lower than thrones, but higher than spirits of personality or archai, to inhabit ancient Saturn. These beings had the task of helping the spirits of personality. We can form an image of the nature of this assistance when we remember that above us we have angels or angeloi, the archangels or archangeloi, then the primal beginnings, spirits of personality or archai. These beings belong to the hierarchy immediately above humanity. Thrones are not the next highest beings after spirits of personality. Between spirits of personality and thrones are the intermediary ranks. One of these, the exousiai, as Dionysius the Areopagite called them, or the powers, as they are called in English, is 1 degree higher than the rank of spirits of personality. On ancient Saturn, these exousiai had the same relationship to spirits of personality as the angels have to us. 1 stage higher, we have the beings we call mites, the dynamis. On ancient Saturn, dynamis had the same relationship to spirits of personality as the archangels have to us today. Still another stage higher than the mites or dynamis are the dominions, or krioteses. They had the same relationship to spirits of personality on ancient Saturn as the spirits of personality hold to us today. Only after we've reached the dominions or kriotetes do we come to thrones. On ancient Saturn, therefore, we have a progression of beings. Spirits of personality who awaken and bring about I consciousness, and thrones who stand 4 stages higher than spirits of personality and give forth the fire substance. Between them, so that life on Saturn may be ordered and guided, we have, from below upwards, powers, mites, and dominions, that is, exousiai, dynamis, and kriotetes. These, so to speak, are the inhabitants of ancient Saturn. In our characterization of evolution from ancient Saturn to old Sun, the beings just mentioned evolved 1 degree higher. Archangels went through their human stage. Outwardly, warmth is physically densified into gas. Old Sun is a gaseous body, and whereas ancient Saturn was a dark body of warmth, Sun begins to shine forth and alternates between sun days and sun nights. It's particularly important to note this alteration between sun days and sun nights, because a considerable difference exists between these two conditions in life on Old Sun. If nothing further had occurred on Old Sun, other than what I've described so far, archangels, human beings on the Old Sun would have rushed out with the light rays, spread into the universe during Sundays, and would have had to return to the sun during sun nights. There would have been a breathing in and breathing out of light. There also would have been creatures weaving in the light. But this was not the situation. Let me characterize the nature of archangels quite simply, almost trivially. They enjoyed floating out into the cosmos. They even preferred floating out and merging into the spirit of the universe, rather than contracting and drawing themselves back together, which seemed narrowing, an inferior state of existence. It suited them better to dwell in the light ether. But their existence in the light ether could not have extended beyond certain limits if something had not come to their assistance. Had these beings been totally dependent on themselves, they would have had no choice but to return to the sun during sun nights. Yet, this is not what they did. Increasingly, they prolonged their stay in the universe, remaining longer and longer in the spiritual world. What came to their assistance? Let's imagine a circle that represents the globe of Old Sun. Archangels sped outward in all directions from the globe, spread out spiritually into the cosmos. Beings from the cosmos came to help archangels in their outward movement, just as, on ancient Saturn, the fire element was previously brought from the cosmos by thrones, so now other beings, higher than thrones, came to meet archangels in their outward movement. These beings helped archangels to remain longer in the spiritual world than would otherwise have been possible. The beings who came to meet and receive archangels out of the spiritual expanse of space are called cherubim. The cherubim are especially sublime spiritual beings, for they have the capacity to receive archangels, so to speak, with open arms. As the archangels spread out, cherubim come to meet them out of the universe. Around the globe of the Old Sun, we have thus approaching hosts of cherubim. We could say that just as the earth is surrounded by atmosphere, so was the Old Sun surrounded by the realm of cherubim for the benefit of archangels. Archangels, as they went forth into cosmic space, beheld their mighty helpers. How did these great helpers meet them, and what was their appearance? Naturally, this can only be seen by looking with clairvoyant perception into the Akashic record. These great universal helpers appeared in quite definite etheric forms. Our ancestors, still conscious of these important facts through tradition, represented the cherubim as strangely winged beings with variously shaped heads: the winged lion, winged eagle, winged bull, and winged human. Indeed, at first the cherubim drew near from four sides. They approached in shapes that could be represented afterward, and thus become known as the forms of cherubim. In ancient schools of the first post-Atlantean initiates, cherubim, who approached the Old Sun from four sides, were given names from which the names bull, lion, eagle, human were derived later on. More will have to be said on this subject, but this evening we shall consider further the four types of cherubim who went out to meet archangels. Archangels, who dwelled as humans on Old Sun, beheld the four different types of cherubim approaching from four sides as they moved out into cosmic space. Because of this, archangels could remain in the spiritual realm around the Old Sun longer than otherwise would have been possible. The influence of cherubim on old archangels was most enlivening. Further, because cherubim drew closer to the Old Sun, they made their influence felt in yet another way. Influences are never one-sided. Imagine, for example, two people in a room. One wants the room quite heated warmly. The other does not share this preference, but because the other person must also be there, they must both experience the warmth. The same is true of cherubim who streamed in from universal space. Cherubim affected the beings of the ancient sun who had soared up to the light element, and they knew how to live in the light element in the manner described. But this process could only occur during a sun day, as light streamed out into cosmic space. Cherubim, however, were also in the heavens during sun nights when the light did not stream out. During these periods, the sun planet was darkened and there was only warm gas, no light. Currents of warm gases streamed inside the sun globe. Cherubim were all around it and sent their activity downward into the dark gas. Therefore, when cherubim could not influence the archangels in the normal way, they sent their activity into the dark smoke, the dark gas of the sun. During the period of ancient Saturn, influences were exercised on the warmth, but influences now streamed from the universe into the densified warmth and the gaseous body of the old sun. This accounts for the fact that the first seeds were established for what we call today the animal kingdom out of the sun mist on the old sun. Just as the first foundation of the human realm in the physical human body arose on ancient Saturn, so the first foundation of the animal kingdom was formed out of the smoke, out of the gas of the old sun. The earliest beginnings of the human body were formed out of the warmth of ancient Saturn. On old sun, the first outlines of smoke-like, independently moving, physical animal bodies were formed by the configuration of cherubim reflected in the sun gases. On one hand, therefore, the ranks of cherubim, that totality of higher beings who spread themselves out around the sun, received the approaching archangels with open arms. On the other hand, they also magically brought forth the first physical manifestation of the animal kingdom out of the sun's gas in the sun nights. The animal kingdom emerged in its first physical framework out of the sun mist. Our ancestors, who were familiar with these important facts of spiritual cosmology from the mysteries, thus called the beings who manifested their influences from various sides of the universal space on the old sun, the Zodiac, (animal circle). That is the original meaning of Zodiac. On ancient Saturn, then, the first beginnings of humanity were laid down. The substance that constitutes our physical body today was poured out, sacrificed by the thrones. On the old sun, the beginnings of animal kingdom arose. The first animal forms were conjured forth by the self-reflecting figures of the cherubim out of the gas generated from the densifying warmth substance. Thus, the first animals became the sun's reflections of the zodiac. There's a true inner relationship between the zodiac and the first animals on the old sun. Our present animals are caricatures of the beings who were in the process of becoming animals on the sun. Names were not given arbitrarily in ancient times. One must never presume that in those ancient times names were devised arbitrarily. What do astronomers do today who have the good fortune to discover a new star or planet in the chain of planetoids? They open a dictionary, choose among the Greek mythological names one that has not been appropriated, and give it to the newly discovered star. Names were given in this manner when the mystery still flourished, for a name expressed the true nature of the thing it named. It was filled with meaning. The shapes of our present animals, even if they are caricatures, were drawn from the periphery of the cosmos, from the forms of the zodiac that existed at that time. You may have noticed that I have written out here only 4 names of the zodiac. They represent the 4 principal expressions of the cherubim. But in reality, each of these cherubic beings has, to the right and to the left of it, a kind of follower or companion. Thus, seeing that each of the 4 forms of cherubim is supplied with 2 companions, we have 12 forces or powers in the sun's periphery that were already present in a rudimentary form on ancient Saturn. The 12 powers belonging to the realm of cherubim accomplished their task, their mission in the universe, as I have indicated. But how are these powers belonging to the realm of cherubim related to the usual names of the zodiac? We shall talk about this in the next few days, for there has been a change in the sequence of names. One generally begins with Ram, Aries, Bull, Taurus, Twins, Gemini, Crab, Cancer, and the Lion, Leo. Then comes the Virgin, Virgo, Scales, Libra. The eagle has had to take the name Scorpio for a definite reason, due to a later transformation. Then come the 2 companion signs, the Archer, Sagittarius, and Goat, Capricorn. The human is called Waterman, Aquarius, for a particular reason we shall come to later. Finally, we have the fishes, or Pisces. The true forms from which the zodiac originated appear only in the bull and lion. They appear less in the human, who is referred to exoterically as the waterman or Aquarius. In the coming days, we shall discuss why this transformation of the zodiac came about. We've seen how exalted spiritual beings, the exalted hierarchy of thrones, separated the fire matter out of their own substance on ancient Saturn, and how even higher beings, cherubim, were able to receive into themselves the light that arose from this fiery substance and to transfigure and ennoble it. But a corresponding compensation, a lowering process, must take place each time an uplifting process arises in the universe. For archangels to have the opportunity of extending their spiritual existence by day, cherubim had to continue their activity at night, and to produce, from the mist, smoke, and gas of the densified warmth substance, animal beings or forms that stand below the level of humanity. We've now set out the conceptual framework, according to primal cosmic wisdom, for showing how certain spiritual beings of the universe work together with our own planetary body, and how what comes before us as outwardly physical always leads back to spiritual beings. What's today known materially as the zodiac has its origin in the cherubims sending their influence down from the encircling cosmos to the old sun, that lets its forces stream forth into the universe as the power of light. Today, we traced one important concept pertaining to the zodiac. Tomorrow, we will move forward with our considerations. Gradually, we shall come to another characterization of the planetary bodies, and thereby throw increasing light on their relationship with the spiritual hierarchies. Lecture 5. Cosmic Evolution and the War in Heaven. April 14, 1909, evening. We've considered the working of higher spiritual beings in the cosmos by means of 2 examples, the development of ancient Saturn and the development of old Sun, which is the re-embodiment of Saturn. Today, we must penetrate into the spiritual realm of higher supersensible beings and consider their activity from yet another aspect. In the first half of these lectures, I referred to things that most of you are already familiar with. Besides assuming that there are listeners who have not yet heard some of this, I also thought it necessary to again lay certain foundations, because in this lecture cycle, we shall ascend high into the regions of spiritual life. You will gather from what has been said so far that the most diverse spiritual beings are active in the development of an evolving cosmic system. But what, in fact, is the nature of ancient Saturn? Let us try to gain an accurate conception of it. It has, of course, nothing to do with our present Saturn. Rather, you must imagine that everything belonging to the totality of our solar system was already present embryonically on ancient Saturn. This includes our Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. These bodies were within ancient Saturn and have developed out of it. Imagine a planetary body that has our Sun at its center and stretches so far into space as to include our present Saturn. Only after having done this would you imagine correctly the size of ancient Saturn compared to our present solar system. The whole of our present solar system developed from ancient Saturn. One might even compare it, though only approximately, with the whole of Kant-Laplace universal primeval mist out of which, according to many of our contemporaries, our solar system has been formed. However, the comparison is inadequate, because most people imagine some kind of gas as having been the starting point of our solar system. We've seen that it was not gas, but a warmth body. Ancient Saturn was really a gigantic body of warmth. Yesterday we mentioned that where ancient Saturn transformed itself into the later Sun, or Old Sun, cherubim worked into the universe from the periphery. You must now imagine that these cherubim, who were at work in the circumference of Old Sun, were already present around ancient Saturn, but had not yet been called to play their part. To put it trivially, although they were present at the periphery of ancient Saturn, they had not yet come to the point of accomplishing a high task. But other beings were also present in the environment of ancient Saturn, beings of a more elevated rank than the cherubim. These are the seraphim. Thrones come from the same realm. We've seen how the substance of thrones, who stand one level below cherubim, streams down, forming the warmth substance of Saturn. Therefore, we can imagine ancient Saturn as a gigantic globe of warmth, surrounded by choirs of extraordinarily exalted spiritual beings. In Christian esotericism, these are called thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. They are the dhyanic beings of Eastern wisdom. What is the origin of these choirs of exalted beings? Everything in the universe is in the process of development. Everything evolves. Therefore, we want to imagine where cherubim, seraphim, and thrones come from. It's best to begin with our own solar system and ask what it eventually will become. So let us briefly sketch the development of our solar system. The starting point was ancient Saturn. This transformed itself into Old Sun, which transformed itself into Old Moon. However, at the time of this transformation of Old Sun into Old Moon, we reach a particular evolutionary stage. Moon leaves the Sun, and thereby we have for the first time, in the instance of Old Moon, a cosmic body existing outside of the Sun. Because it had cast off its coarsest substance, Sun could now go through a higher stage of development. Then the whole system developed into the system of our present Earth. Our Earth came about when the Moon and the Earth, as the coarser substances and carriers of the coarser beings of the Sun, separated out of the Sun. But development goes on. Beings who must live their separate existence on Earth, those who have, so to speak, been cast off from the Sun, continue to develop their Sun singularity to even higher stages. Cut off though they are from the Sun, they continue to develop. They still have to go through the evolutionary stage of Jupiter. Then they must gradually mature so that they'll be able to reunite with the Sun. When the Venus stage of evolution is reached, then all beings who today surge and live on our Earth will be incorporated into the Sun again. The Sun itself will then have reached a higher stage of development because all beings that had formerly been cast off will have been redeemed. This is followed by the evolutionary state of Vulcan, the highest stage in the development of our system. The 7 stages in the development of our system are therefore Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. During the Vulcan stage, all beings who've evolved out of the small beginnings of Saturn will have been spiritualized in the highest degree. Together they'll have become not just Sun, but the over-Sun. Vulcan likewise will be more than Sun. It will have reached a maturity capable of sacrifice, the maturity necessary for self-dissolution. The next level of development for a system whose starting point is a sun arises in the sun, which is at first weak and has to throw off its planets so that it can develop further. The sun then grows stronger, reabsorbs its planets, and becomes a Vulcan. Then the whole is dissolved, and the Vulcan globe later becomes a hollow globe that is similar to the round of thrones, cherubim and seraphim. The sun will dissolve into the cosmos, sacrifice itself, send forth its being into the universe, and thus become a choir of beings like seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, who advance to new creative tasks in the universe. Why could thrones give forth their substance, which was needed by Saturn? They could do so because they'd prepared themselves in an earlier system through 7 conditions, such as those which our solar system is now passing. Before a system of thrones, cherubim, and seraphim comes about, it must first have been a solar system. This means that a sun must have reached the stage when it could reunite itself with its planets. Then it could become a periphery. The sun itself becomes a zodiac. What we have come to know as exalted beings in the zodiac are the remnants that have passed over to us from a previous solar system. What previously evolved within a solar system can now work creatively into cosmic space and give birth to a new solar system from its own forces. For us, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones represent the highest hierarchy among divine beings, because they've already accomplished their development as a solar system and have risen to an exalted rank of cosmic sacrificial service. As a result, these beings have come into the closest vicinity of the most exalted divinity we can speak of, the threefold divine power, or the Trinity. We must, therefore, picture the Godhead as beyond the seraphim. We find this threefold divinity among almost all peoples as Brahma, Siva, and Vishnu, and as the Father, Word, and Holy Spirit. The creative source of every new cosmic system also arises within this exalted Trinity. Looking back, we could say that before anything of ancient Saturn came into existence, the plan for it had to ripen within the Divine Trinity. But the Divine Trinity needs beings to execute its plan, and these beings must first prepare themselves for the task. Seraphim, cherubim, and thrones are those beings who are, so to speak, closest to the Godhead. In Western Christian esotericism, they're appropriately described as, quote, enjoying the unveiled countenance of the Godhead, end quote. Seraphim, cherubim, and thrones receive the plans of a new cosmic system from the Divine Trinity through whom they originated. You will readily understand why I express these things figuratively. We're forced to convey exalted events with human words that simply are not created for this purpose. Human language was not created to express the exalted activity that took place at the beginning of our solar system when, from the Holy Trinity, Seraphim received the highest plans that contained the whole future evolution of our solar system through Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. The name Seraphim, correctly understood in the ancient Hebrew esoteric sense, is always interpreted as referring to the beings who receive the highest ideas and aims of a cosmic system from the Trinity. Cherubim, belonging to the second rank of hierarchies, have the task of elaborating in wisdom the aims and ideas received from the gods. Cherubim are thus spirits of exalted wisdom, capable of transposing into workable plans what is indicated by the seraphim. Thrones, who are in the third hierarchical rank from the Holy Trinity, counting from above, have, figuratively speaking, the task of putting into practice the high cosmic thoughts that have been conceived in wisdom, thoughts received by the seraphim from the gods and pondered over by the cherubim. Beholding with the soul, we actually see how the first stage of realization of the divine plan is achieved by the thrones in the flowing down of the fire substance. Thrones appear to us as beings endowed with the power to transpose into a primary reality what has first been conceived by the cherubim. This occurs because thrones allowed their own substance of primeval cosmic fire to flow into the space allotted to the new cosmic system. We can picture it very clearly by saying that an ancient solar system disappeared, died away. The ranks of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones attained their highest perfection within this ancient system. According to indications of the majestic Trinity, they then selected a sphere within cosmic space. Here, they said, we can make a beginning. At this moment, seraphim received the aims of this new solar system, cherubim worked them out, and thrones gave forth primeval fire, their own substance, into the appointed sphere. Thus, we can grasp the origin of our solar system. Other beings, however, were also present in the former solar system of which ours is a successor. They're not as exalted as the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. These other beings remained at a lower stage and came over in a condition in which they still had to pass through further stages of development before they could be creatively active, before they could offer sacrifice. These are the beings of the second threefold hierarchy. We have just been considering the first threefold hierarchy. The name of the first beings of the second hierarchy are Kyriotetes, dominions or spirits of wisdom. They are followed by mites or dynamis or virtues. They're also called the spirits of movement. They are the second degree of the second hierarchy. The third rank consists of the exousiai, also called the powers or potentates by the teachers of the West. These are also known as spirits of form. As we glance back to ancient Saturn, let us ask where the beings of the second hierarchy were. We've seen that beings of the first hierarchy surrounded Saturn, but where were the dominions, mights, and powers? We shall find them within ancient Saturn. If thrones approached, so to speak, as far as the periphery of ancient Saturn, then dominions, mights, and powers were within its boundary. Thus, in ancient Saturn, within its mass, dominions, mights, and powers were at work. The threefold ranks of active spiritual beings were inside Saturn's substance. Let us now come to terms, at least to some extent, with the fantastic modern theory of the world's origin as formulated in the Kant-Laplace theory. This theory claims that a mass of mist was the starting point of our solar system. It then imagines that this huge mass of gas began to rotate, to whirl. The theory apparently finds it easy to account for the splitting off of outer planets during that rotation. At first, rings are formed and then contract. The sun remains in the center while the other planets rotate around it. The process is pictured mechanically. A nice school experiment is devised to show in miniature how such a solar system arose. One takes a vessel of water, throws in a large drop of oil, then cuts a piece of paper representing the equator and puts a pin into it from above. The drop of oil is then made to rotate. Small drops of oil split off and circle around it, and the teacher making the demonstration says to the pupils, who are often quite mature, "Now, here you have in miniature the formation of our solar system." And then the whole thing suddenly becomes obvious. For how could it be more obvious than to see with your own eyes how a solar system comes about? Why shouldn't one be convinced that once upon a time out there was a gigantic cosmic mist that rotated and the planets split from it to form miniature Mercuries and Saturns, just like small drops separating from the large drops of oil? Amazement is the only response to the naivete of those who, to make it as concrete as possible, demonstrate the Kant-Laplace theory in this way. The fact is, they've forgotten one important thing, which on other occasions is good to forget, but in this instance may not be forgotten. Those doing the demonstration have forgotten themselves, their own presence. After all, they set the thing in motion. Indeed, it's an incredible piece of naivete, but the simple-mindedness of our modern materialistic mythology is considerable. It's far greater, in fact, than that of any other mythology. This will be realized only in the future. So, we have someone who sets the whole thing in motion. Therefore, we shall have to presuppose, if one can think at all, if one has not forsaken all of the good spirits of logic, that spiritual powers were involved in the rotation of the cosmic globe. Aside from the terror of placing primeval gas at the beginning instead of primeval fire, it cannot be assumed that the primeval mass of gas began to whirl of its own accord. We should rather ask where were the spiritual forces that moved these masses, for us masses of primeval fire, so that something could happen within them. We've just spoken of these spiritual forces. Spiritual powers worked from the periphery and from within. Those who acquired their faculties in former cosmic systems worked from outside, while beings of lesser maturity worked from within. The latter brought about differentiation in the inner structures of warmth, as we've already seen. These beings were endowed with the highest intelligence and arranged everything that occurred there. What kind of task belongs to the first beings of the second hierarchy? Spirits of wisdom, Kyriotectes or dominions, receive what thrones bring down from the universe. They regulate it so that a harmonious relationship comes about between the separate cosmic body that is beginning, that is Saturn, and the rest of the universe. Everything within Saturn must be arranged so that it corresponds to what is outside. What seraphim, cherubim, and thrones bring down to Saturn from the hand of God must be regulated so that these commands and impulses are translated into reality. From the periphery of Saturn, through the intermediary of the highest hierarchy, Kyriotectes, or dominions, receive what is to be transformed and harmonized with Saturn's interior. A further transformation occurs through the mites, or spirits of motion, dynamis. Whereas dominions are concerned with the highest arrangements within Saturn, it's the mites who carry out their directives, as it were. Powers, on the other hand, ensure that what has been constructed according to the intentions of the universe should endure as long as is necessary without disappearing immediately. We shall refer to this more specifically later. For the moment, we only want to characterize the matter in broad terms. Spirits of form, powers, are the maintainers. In summary, we may say then that within Saturn, dominions are organizers, mites carry out directives, and powers preserve what has been formed by the mites. Today we shall not consider the workings of the next hierarchy, spirits of personality, spirits of fire, and angels. Let us rather, with the knowledge we've newly acquired, turn our attention to the passage of ancient Saturn to old Sun. The most important aspect of the process was described in the previous lecture. When ancient Saturn turned into old Sun, primeval fire was transformed into gas or air, so that old Sun consisted of residue of primeval fire. But primeval fire was intermingled with what had densified into gas or smoke. Two substances were present then: primeval fire, and a part of primeval fire that had been densified into gas, smoke, or air, whichever you wish to call it. That, in essence, was the situation of old Sun. As we shall see, things went a little differently for our Sun, which, in fact, developed through various stages up to the present into something different than old Sun. Although, of course, there are people who assert that the interior of our Sun merely consists of some kind of gas. If we look into the various theories of materialistic natural science, we certainly do find astonishing things. In a small popular book, much in demand because of its low price, we find the assertion that the Sun's interior is not solid but gaseous. But, incredibly as it may seem, this popular handbook states quite specifically that this gas has the consistency of honey or tar. Now, I will gladly grant a fool's paradise in which to move about in air made of honey to the individual who believes that, under certain conditions of pressure, a gas can look like honey or tar. But I would never wish that individual to move in air as thick as tar. Materialistic theories bring forth strange aberrations indeed. However, we're not speaking of our present sun, but of old sun that really consisted of primeval fire and of fire mist or fire air. You will find the expression fire mist in Faust, for Goethe was familiar with it. You'll also find it in theosophical literature. We must imagine old sun as consisting of a mixture of these two substances, but this did not happen of its own accord. Cosmic bodies do not simply condense. Spiritual beings must bring about densification. Beings who transfer the condensation of substance from ancient Saturn to old sun were Hierarchies, or dominions. Dominions working from outside compress the gigantic mass of Saturn so that it will become smaller. Dominions continued to exert pressure until old sun became a globe whose mass, if you place sun at its center, extended as far as Jupiter. Ancient Saturn was as large as a cosmic globe, having the sun at its center and extending as far as our Saturn. It was a mighty globe, as large as our entire solar system, and reaching out as far as the present orbit of the planet Saturn. Old Sun was a globe that extended as far as present Jupiter. That marks the boundary of Old Sun. One can imagine orbits of our planets as boundaries for the extension of former cosmic bodies. You see, we're gradually gaining a conception of nature of planetary bodies by tracing their origin back to the activity of hierarchies. Let us now continue. The next stage is, again, one of condensation. The third condition of our cosmic system is known as Old Moon. Those familiar with what can be learned from Akashic records know that the moon arose through a further condensation, as far as the watery state, of the substance of Old Sun. There was no solid earth on the old moon yet, but there were fire, air, and water. Old Moon introduced and regulated the watery element. It densified gas or air into a watery element. The second group of the second hierarchy, that is, beings known as mites or dynamis, brought this about. These beings also compressed the mass of Old Sun up to the boundary of present Mars, and Mars represents the boundary line for the size of Old Moon. If you imagine a sphere with the Sun at its center, extending to the orbit of present-day Mars, you have the size of Old Moon. We must now keep in mind that when Old Moon arose out of Saturn and Sun, something completely new occurred. A part of the dense substance was thrown out and two bodies came into being. One body took up the finer substance and beings. It became a more refined sun. The other body became a more dense moon. The third condition of our system developed in such a way that it remained a single planet only for a time. Then it threw off a planet that remained in its vicinity. At first, so long as it formed a single body, Moon extended to the orbit of present-day Mars. Then the Sun contracted and was circled by a body more or less along the orbit of present-day Mars. In other words, at the periphery of the original unified body. What brought about the division of two cosmic bodies? By what means did one cosmic body become two? It happened during the reign of mites or dynamis. Many of you will be familiar with the fact that a process occurs in the cosmos that's similar to the one we know in everyday human life. Wherever beings develop, there are always those who progress and others who remain where they are. As many a father knows who complains that his son at school languishes behind while others forge ahead. It's a matter of different rates of development. This is also true in the cosmos. At this point, then, when mites or dynamis had begun their task, an event occurred. We shall learn later why it took place. That is known in esotericism, as in all the mysteries, as the war in heaven. The teaching of the war in heaven forms an integral part of all mystery wisdom and contains primeval secrets concerning the origin of evil. At a certain time in Old Moon evolution, mites or dynamis were at different stages of maturity. Some longed to rise spiritually as high as possible. Others lagged behind, or had at least progressed at a normal stage of development. Thus, on Old Moon, there were mites or dynamis who had progressed far beyond their companions. As a result, the two classes of mites separated from one another. The more advanced drew out the sun, and the ones who stayed back formed the moon that revolved around it. This gives a sketchy description of the war in heaven, the splitting asunder of Old Moon that resulted in the accompanying planet coming under the rulership of mites who remained behind, while the old sun was under the authority of advanced mites. Something of the war in heaven rings through the opening lines of the Divine Gita, where symbolically at the beginning of the battle we find echoes of this mighty struggle. It was an immense battle indeed. From the time of the Hierarchies or dominions effected the establishment of Old Sun until the time of the creation of Old Moon, when mites or dynamis began their mission. A huge battle, a gigantic war in heaven, raged. The Hierarchies contracted the whole system to the boundary of present Jupiter. Then mites contracted the whole system to the boundary of present Mars. In the middle, between the two planetary boundaries in the heavens, was an enormous battlefield. Picture to yourselves this battlefield in the cosmos. It wasn't until the 19th century that the devastation produced by the war in heaven was discovered again with physical eyes, so to speak. Scattered between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter is a multitude of small planetoids. These are the wreckage of the battlefield in the war in heaven that was waged between 2 points of cosmic time. This was when our solar system was contracted first to Jupiter and then to Mars. Astronomers today, directing their telescopes towards the heavenly places, are still discovering planetoids, namely the wreckage on the great battlefield of the war in heaven between advanced mites and those less advanced that also brought about the severing of moon from its sun. Thus, when we consider the actions of divine beings, we see that external things appear as the expression, the outer physiognomy of divine spiritual beings. Lecture 6. Geocentricity and Heliocentricity in Cosmic Evolution. April 15, 1909. Evening. Yesterday, we saw how events in the cosmos are brought about by the beings above us in the spiritual world. At the close of the lecture, we drew attention to an especially significant event, the war in heaven, whose battlefield extended between Jupiter and Mars. Physical science today increasingly finds planetoids in that sphere. These are the quote-unquote corpses left behind on that cosmic battlefield. We shall return to this event. We shall also see that this event in heaven is reflected in certain events that occurred in the earth's development. In fact, we shall find a reflection of the war in heaven in the opening of the Bhagavad Gita. Today we shall first continue our observations by describing briefly other beings of spiritual hierarchies we referred to in passing yesterday. Beings that are closest to human beings as we ascend are known in Christian esotericism as angels, archangels, and prime powers or primal beginnings. They're also known as angeloi, archangeloi, and archai. In anthroposophical terminology, archangels are also known as fire spirits, primal beginnings as spirits of personality. Beings between us and spiritual beings referred to yesterday as reaching out to Jupiter, Mars, and so on are, of course, more closely connected to human life on Earth. Let us first consider angels or angeloi. They reached their human stage during the Old Moon period, and are at present developed only as far as we shall be developed during our Jupiter evolution. Hence, they are one stage above us. What's the task of these beings? To deal with this question, we shall have to consider the development of humanity on Earth. A human being develops from incarnation to incarnation. We can trace human evolution back through the ancient Atlantean period and earlier Lemurian times. Human evolution, in fact, began during the ancient Lemurian era. This development by means of successive incarnations will continue until almost the end of earthly evolution. At that time, other forms of human development will arise. Now, you know that eternal essence of our being, our individuality, endures from incarnation to incarnation. Most people, however, remain unconscious of having lived in a previous incarnation and do not remember what happened in a preceding embodiment. Only those who've developed a certain stage of clairvoyance are able to look back into previous incarnations. Since we cannot remember previous incarnations, however, what kind of continuity could exist between our incarnations if there were no being to link together our individual incarnations and guide our progressive development from one incarnation unto the next? We must presume, therefore, that for every human being who cannot remember, there's a being who is a higher level than humankind and leads this individual from one incarnation to the next. We should remember that these are not beings who order karma. They are simply guardian beings who preserve the memory of one incarnation until the next, as long as a person cannot do so. These beings are angels or angeloi. In each incarnation, each of us is an individuality, but a being watches over us who carries the consciousness of what has occurred in our lives from incarnation to incarnation. This explains why, at certain lower stages of initiation, a person, even though he or she does not yet know of former incarnations, has the possibility of asking his or her angel. This is absolutely within the bounds of possibility for certain lower levels of initiation. It's the task of the angels, therefore, to stand watch over all threads that an individual weaves from one incarnation to another. Now let's consider the next group of beings, known as archangels, archangeloi, fire spirits. These beings are not concerned with single individuals. Their task is more encompassing. They bring the life of the individual and life of broader groups of humanity, that is, people, races, and so on, into harmonious order. Within early evolution, they have the task of bringing the individual soul into relationship with what we call folk soul or race soul. For anyone who can penetrate spiritual knowledge, folk souls and race souls are quite different from what is generally understood by these terms today, especially by the abstract modern scientist. A certain number of people live in a particular area, for example, Germany, France, or Italy. Because our physical eyes perceive human beings as only so many outer physical forms, abstract thinkers merely conceive of the folk spirit or folk soul as the abstract sum total of so many people. For them, only the individual human being is real, not the folk soul or folk spirit. But for anyone who can look into the true workings of the spiritual world, a folk soul or folk spirit is a reality. A fire spirit or archangel manifests in a folk soul, governing the relationship between individual human beings and the whole of a people or race. Ascending one stage higher than archangels, we come to beings known as spirits of personality, primal beginnings, primal powers, archai. These are still higher beings who have an even more exalted task in the interrelatedness of human affairs. Essentially, they govern all interrelationships of the whole human species on Earth. They live in such a way that, from age to age, through the waves of time, they can, at any particular point in time, transform themselves and take on a different spiritual body. You're all familiar with something that for the abstract thinker of today's typical education is just an abstract idea, but is a reality for anyone who sees into spiritual reality. I mean the dreadful expression we use to refer to as zeitgeist. This expression refers to what constitutes the significance and mission of a given human epoch. Take, for example, the mission and significance of the first millennium following the Atlantean catastrophe. Such quote-unquote time spirits encompass something that goes beyond single peoples or races. The spirit of the age, or zeitgeist, is not restricted to a particular people. Its influence goes beyond the frontiers of any particular country. The true spirits of time, or spirit of an age, is the spirit body of an archai, primal beginning, or spirit of personality. Such archai, for example, are responsible for certain human individualities appearing on the earthly scene at the appointed times. You will readily understand that earthly tasks have to be accomplished largely by earthly individualities. Certain epoch-making personalities have to appear at particular times. Utter confusion would reign in earthly evolution if it were left to chance whether, for instance, a Luther or a Charlemagne were to appear arbitrarily in one era or another. Such appearances must be conceived of within the whole of human earthly evolution. The right souls must appear at a particular epoch within the overall significance of earthly evolution, as it were. This is regulated by the spirits of personality, or archai. Beyond the archai, we find the beings mentioned yesterday, the so-called powers or exousiai, also known as spirits of form. Here we come to tasks that reach beyond the earth. In human development, we've distinguished the evolutionary stages of Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. From all that occurs within the earth itself, we have seen how everything that happens to individual human beings on earth is regulated by angels. Archangels are responsible for the relation between individuals and groups. Spirits of personality, by contrast, are responsible for human evolution, as it extends from the Lemurian period to a future period when human beings will be so spiritualized that they will virtually no longer belong to Earth. But something else must be regulated too. Humanity must be guided from one planetary condition to another. There must be spiritual beings whose task, during the whole of earthly evolution, is to make sure that, when that phase comes to an end, humanity rightly passes over into a pralaya and finds its way to the next goal, that of Jupiter. This task belongs to the powers or spirits of form, the exousiai. They are spirits who ensure humanity's guidance from one planetary stage to another. Yesterday, we characterized their tasks from above downward. Now we shall do so from below upward. So let us acquaint ourselves with the cosmic position of these beings. In spiritual science, in what should be continued as anthroposophy today, indeed in what is known as mystery wisdom, beings of spiritual hierarchies have always been spoken of in the same way. Yesterday, we saw that the present Saturn represents the limit of workings of thrones. Jupiter represents the boundary of activity of dominions, and Mars is the former for the influence of mights, or dynamis, or virtues. Let us now characterize how the spheres of influence of these beings are distributed spatially in our solar system. Here we touch on something that, even for those of you who are prepared to a certain extent, will seem somewhat strange, although it absolutely corresponds with the truth. In school, we learn that, from very ancient times until Copernicus, a concept of the solar system existed, known as the Ptolemaic system. It's said that people then believed that Earth was at the center of our solar system, as indeed it appears to ordinary visual perception, and that planets rotated around the Earth. But since Copernicus, so it is said, we know at last what human beings formerly did not, that the sun is at the center and planets circle around it in their respective elliptical orbits. In fact, however, and this must be made clear, if one is to present the matter quote-unquote correctly and honestly, according to current understandings of that standard, the true description of what occurred is something quite different. One should say that, until the time of Copernicus, people knew only certain forms of movement in the heavens, and according to these, calculated how our solar system might be organized. What Copernicus then did was not to take a seat, so to speak, outside of the universe to observe how the sun was placed in the center of a circle or ellipse, and how the planets moved around it. Rather, Copernicus contrived a mathematical calculation, and this formula corresponded more closely to what one saw than the previous explanation. The Copernican world system is nothing but the result of thinking. Putting Ptolemy's view aside for the moment, let us place the Sun in the middle and calculate where the planets should be in relation to it. Let us then consider whether or not this corresponds to our immediate experience. Indeed, from mere physical observation, this experiment coincides completely with our experience. Various cosmic systems have been built upon this premise, including the Cantor-Laplace theory. But in the light of subsequent discoveries, we come to a position that, scientifically, is not quite honest. Later, as a result of purely physical observation, 2 planets, Uranus and Neptune, were added to the system. We shall speak of their significance for our solar system later. Indeed, in describing our solar system, one should point out that the appearance of Uranus and Neptune brings a considerable amount of confusion into the calculations. If one wishes to accept the Cantor-Laplace cosmic system, it follows that Uranus and Neptune should move with their corresponding moons, just as other moons rotate around other planets. But this is not the case. Among these outermost, more recently discovered planets, we have one that behaves in a singular way. If the Cantor-Laplace cosmic system were correct, we would have to imagine that, after all planets had split off, someone turned the axis about 90 degrees, because the courses of the outermost planets are different from the other planets. Neptune and Uranus differ considerably from the remaining planets of our solar system. We shall see their situation later. For the moment, we merely want to point out that the Copernican view is the result of calculations, that it's a hypothesis, an assumption made at a time when human insight into spiritual reality behind outer happenings had completely ebbed away. The Ptolemaic view, on the other hand, is not merely a physical system. It was derived from spiritual observation at a time when it was still known that planets represented boundaries of influence of higher beings. To characterize the realms of influence of these higher beings, our planetary solar system must be drawn very differently. I will now draw this planetary system as it was made clear in the mystery schools of Zoroaster. We could equally well draw from the other mysteries, but we have selected this particular system to bring out the characteristics of our solar system with its planets in relation to the spiritual beings active within it. In the Zoroastrian system, something was included that differed from our observation of the heavens. You're aware that, in the course of many years, one can observe a precession of the sun, apparent or otherwise, through the zodiac. It's usually stated, and quite correctly, that beginning approximately in the 8th century BC, the sun rose in the sign of the Ram, or Aries, at the spring equinox. Each year, however, the sun advanced a little further, so that in the course of long periods of time, the whole of the sign of Ram was traversed. Before 800 BC, the sun did not rise in Ram, but in the sign of the bull, or Taurus. This lasted about 2200 years, so that the sun had traversed the whole sign of the bull with its vernal point. Before this, the sun rose in the twins, or Gemini. That is, the sun rose in the twins before 800 plus approximately 2200 years BC. If, therefore, we look back to the 4th and 5th millennia BC, we find the vernal point in the sign of the twins. This was the period when mysteries of Zoroaster flourished. They flourished in the distant past when all appearances in the heavens were calculated in relation to the sign of the twins. So if we draw the zodiac as it was described yesterday, we would have to place the constellation of the twins here at the top. We would then have to draw what served as a boundary of the thrones' sphere of activity in immediate relation to the zodiac. That is, we must draw what made up the boundary of Saturn. After that, we must delimit the sphere of activity of those spiritual beings known as dominions, or spirits of wisdom, the outermost boundary of Jupiter. Next, we delimit the sphere of influence of mites, or spirits of movement. This is delineated by the boundary of Mars. We have seen that the battlefield left by the war in heaven is between these two. To differentiate correctly between the various realms of power, however, we must also draw the boundary line of the sun. Just as Mars marks the outer boundary of influence of mites, so the orbit of the Sun represents the frontier of authority of powers or spirits of form. Here, then, is the boundary marked out by Venus that represents the sphere of influence of the Archai. Next, we come to the realm marked out by Mercury. This is the sphere of influence of archangels, fire spirits. We are now coming quite close to Earth. We reach the realm of influence bounded by the Moon, therefore here we must draw the Earth. You must picture the Earth as the starting point, and around it a sphere of influence reaching the Moon. This is followed by a realm reaching up to Mercury, then one to Venus, and one to Sun. You may be astonished at the sequence of the planets as I've given it here. You might think that if the Earth is here and here the Sun, you would believe I should draw Mercury here near the Sun, and here Venus. This is, however, not right, because both planets were, with regard to their names, mixed up by later astronomy. What is called Mercury today was called in ancient teachings Venus, and the planet referred to as Venus today was, in all of the old teachings, called Mercury. Mark this well. One does not understand old writings and teachings if one applies what is said there about Venus and Mercury to what is meant today by the same names. What is said about Venus has to be applied to present-day Mercury, and what is said about Mercury to Venus, because both of these designations were mixed up later. At the time when one turned the world system around, when the Earth was stripped of her central position, one not only changed the perspective, but allowed Mercury and Venus to roll around each other in relation to the old designations. Now you can reconcile what's been drawn here with the physical planetary system. Here is Sun, and Venus revolves around it. Beyond that, Mercury revolves around the Sun. Then Earth with the Moon, and beyond that, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn revolve. You must imagine the physical movements in a way that each planet revolves around the Sun. But you can also think of an arrangement where the Earth is here and the other planets have revolved so that on their paths they are behind the Sun. If I wish to represent this diagrammatically, it would be as follows. First, we draw the physical system in the usual way. We place the Sun at one of the focal points and let Venus, Mercury, and Earth, with its moon, rotate around it. Here are Earth, Mercury, and Venus according to the old designation. Next is Mars, then after the planetoids Jupiter, and finally Saturn. You must imagine that Earth is here below. Then we have Mercury and Venus, and then Mars up there, and Jupiter, and so on. Now you have the Sun, Mercury, and present-day Venus here. The planets can take up a variety of positions in relation to one another, and there's no reason why they should not stand like this. It's plausible. We've drawn the current physical system. To do so, we have chosen a particular moment when the Earth, Mercury, and Venus are situated on one side of the Sun, and the other planets, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, are on the other. That is all we've done, nothing more. Here are Earth, Mercury, Venus, and on the other side of the Sun we find Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. It's simply a matter of changing perspective. This system is imaginable, but it's valid only for this particular constellation. This actually was the case at a time when twins were above Saturn. At that time, one could clearly observe clairvoyantly the spheres of influence of the spiritual hierarchies. Around Earth, one could behold the sphere of angels extending out to the moon. Truly, if we do not take the physical system as our basis, but this unique constellation, we then find around the Earth a round of angels extending to the moon. Beyond that, this sphere of archangels extending to Mercury, outward to Venus, the spirits of personality. Finally, powers, exousiae, or spirits of form extending to the Sun. Then, as I told you yesterday, we come to the sphere of the virtues, mites, and after that, spheres of dominions and thrones. When speaking about Copernican and Ptolemaic systems, we must be clear that the Ptolemaic system has preserved something of the constellation of the ruling spirits, and from that perspective, Earth must be taken as the starting point. A time will come when this cosmic system will again be correct, because humanity will again know of the existence of the spiritual world. It can be hoped that human beings will then be less fanatical than our contemporaries. The modern view holds that, before Copernicus, people had a primitive cosmic system, and since Copernicus, we know what is correct at last. Everything else is false. Today, people more or less think that, for example, because Copernican system is right, it will be taught into the infinite future, even after millions of years. Human beings have rarely been as superstitious as modern theoretical astronomers, and hardly ever was there such fanaticism as there is in this field. We may hope that future generations will be more tolerant and say that humanity was no longer conscious of the spiritual world after the 15th and 16th centuries, and further, that a spiritual world does indeed exist, and in the spirit world, one has other perspectives and must arrange heavenly bodies other than from simple physical observation. Previously, such vantage points were useful. Then a time came when the arrangement of heavenly bodies had to be established physically. People of the future will say it's understandable, and that after the 16th century the physical view was also correct. For a while, humankind had to ignore anything connected with the spiritual world, but then people began to think again in terms of a spiritual world, and return to the original spiritual viewpoint. One hopes that future generations will understand that astronomical mythology, as well as other forms of mythology, was once possible, and that they'll not regard our age with the same disdain that contemporary humanity in its superstition shows towards its ancestors. We see, therefore, that the Copernican system became a different one because mere physical perceptions were considered. Before then, remnants of spiritual perception remained in the Ptolemaic system. We can gain an idea of the working and weaving of spiritual beings in our cosmic and planetary system only by considering this other Ptolemaic system. Thus, we are true to the spiritual context when we say that angels have authority extending to the moon, archangels to Mercury, spirits of personality to Venus, powers to the sun, and mights to Mars. Then come the beings known as dominions, and finally, thrones. We merely have to draw other lines in the physical system to delimit the boundaries of spheres of influence of the various hierarchies. As far as the spiritual influences are concerned, Earth, not the Sun, is at the center of the cosmic system. The following, therefore, was maintained by people of all periods who placed emphasis on spiritual evolution. Though the Sun is a nobler heavenly body, and beings who are superior to humankind have developed there, nevertheless, in evolution, everything depends on human beings living on Earth. Furthermore, the Sun separated so that human beings could develop further in the right way. Had the Sun remained united with Earth, humankind could not have advanced at the right pace. This only became possible because the Sun withdrew, together with beings who could bear different conditions. The Earth was left to itself, so to speak, so that humanity could establish the appropriate tempo for its evolution. A cosmic system will assume this or that configuration according to its chosen starting point and perspective. If one asks where the center of our cosmic system is, viewed purely from the perspective of our physical senses, then the answer will be that the center is as found in the Copernican system. But if one inquires about the arrangement of our solar system in relation to the spheres of influence of the hierarchies, then the Earth must be at the center. In this case, we use other boundary lines because the planets are also something entirely different in this regard. They mark out the limits of realms of spheres of influence of each spiritual hierarchy. You will now understand the relationship between spatial distribution of the spheres of influence and what was said earlier about the task and mission of the various hierarchies. Beings closest to Earth who are active in its immediate vicinity as far as the moon are angels. From this realm, they guide the lives of individual human beings from incarnation to incarnation. But more is required to distribute the masses of people appropriately, to allot their tasks on Earth. A simple reflection will show that here, cooperation with the cosmos is necessary. Whether a group of people is endowed with this or that in its character does not depend on earthly but on cosmic context. Consider how the conditions of skin and hair in one race is different from those of another race. Cosmic conditions, which must be ordered out of heavenly space, affect these characteristics. That occurs out of a sphere of influence reaching to Mercury. In other words, to the boundary of influence of archangels. The guidance of the whole of earthly human evolution is effected from more distant heavenly spaces, extending as far as Venus. When the task of the earth itself needs to be directed and guided, this proceeds from the very center of the whole system. Humanity develops through Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. Powers or spirits of form are beings of the spiritual hierarchy who direct the mission of humanity from one planet to the next. They must operate from a specially selected position. Their sphere of influence extends as far as the sun. The sun was already a special body when it was next to the ancient moon. The sun is now again in close proximity to Earth. In the future, it will be near Jupiter. Its realm of influence extends beyond that of individual planets. Therefore, the existence of the sun is connected with those spiritual beings whose sphere of influence goes beyond that of individual planets. The sun is an extraordinary heavenly body, toward which each sphere of influence reaches and whose own sphere of influence reaches beyond those of the individual planets. That's to say that we find the external dwelling place of the hierarchies, their external sphere in space, not so much on the individual planets as within the orbits marked out by the planets as if they were boundaries. Imagine an entire sphere surrounding the Earth extending to the moon. This space is filled with angelic activity, while the sphere from Earth to Mercury is likewise filled with the workings of archangels, and so on. Thus, we are concerned with spheres in space, and the planets mark the boundaries for these realms of activity of higher beings. We find a continual progression of perfection from humankind outward. As human beings, we are chained to the earth. But our eternal part that passes from incarnation to incarnation is guided by beings not bound to earth, but who traverse the air sphere and what lies beyond, extending to the moon and so on. Humanity has been developing on earth since primeval times. Earthly human development is similar to the relationship between the small child and mature adult. The adult teaches the child. The same is true of the hierarchies in cosmic totality. Human beings bound to the earth can struggle through to the knowledge needed for their necessary destinies on earth only gradually. They must be taught by higher beings. But what must happen for this goal to be achieved? In the early phases of Earth's existence, beings not ordinarily bound to Earth had to descend from higher spheres. This actually occurred. Beings who needed only to live in the sphere surrounding Earth descended to impart to humanity what they already knew as older, more perfect members of the hierarchies. They did not have to incarnate into human bodies for their own evolution. They did not need that. Similarly, when adults teach children, they do not spend time with the alphabet for their own progress. It's to teach the child. So we look back at Atlantean and Lemurian times when beings descend out of the sphere around Earth, incarnate into human bodies, and become teachers of humanity. These are beings belonging to higher hierarchies of Mercury and Venus. Children of Venus and Mercury descended and became teachers of a youthful humankind. Thus, within this youthful human species in its early stage of development, there were human beings who represented Maya in their sojourn on Earth. Truly, such beings existed. Let us suppose, in order to characterize it more clearly, that a normally developed Lemurian human being had met such a being. Outwardly, this being did not appear particularly different from other human beings, but a spirit dwelt in that body whose realm reached up to Mercury or Venus. Thus, the outer appearance of such a human being represented Maya, an illusion. This being looked like other human beings, but was something entirely different, a child of Mercury or Venus. This phenomena occurred throughout the dawn of human evolution. Children of Mercury and Venus descended and sojourned among human beings, so that they also had, in an inner way, the character that Mercury and Venus beings have. These Venus beings are spirits of personality. Such beings wandered on Earth as human beings, who were narrowly limited human personalities externally, but guided humanity through their enormous power. Those were the forceful guiding relationships of the Lemurian times, when the children of Venus piloted the entire human species. Children of Mercury led portions of humanity and were as powerful as what we call today the race or folk spirits. Maya, or illusion, is not just in the world generally, but also in relation to human beings. People who stand before us can appear so that their appearance is true, so that what is external corresponds precisely to their souls. Or it could be Maya. Then, the person has a task that corresponds to the task of a child of Mercury or Venus. This is what is meant by saying that leading individuals of ancient times, as they walked the earth with their ordinary names, fundamentally represented Maya. That is what H.P. Blavatsky meant when she indicated that the Buddhas represented a Maya. You can find this expression in the Secret Doctrine. Such things are derived from teachings of holy mysteries. We need only understand them correctly. We must now raise the question, how does it come about that a child of Venus descends to Earth? How can a bodhisattva live on Earth? The being of a bodhisattva, being of a child of Mercury or Venus, forms an important chapter in the evolution of our Earth in relation to the cosmos itself. Tomorrow, therefore, we shall consider the nature of the children of Mercury and Venus, and of bodhisattvas and dhyani Buddhas. Lecture 7. The Constitution of Spiritual Beings and Humanity. April 16, 1909, evening. I'd like to begin by making an observation about the end of yesterday's lecture. I noticed that some of you attached a certain amount of importance to the fact that, in the blackboard sketch, each planet was in line with the sun, so that a kind of common conjunction was depicted. I want to emphasize that this is of absolutely no importance in relation to what we are considering now, though we shall need such concepts later. Nevertheless, it's important that we do not give ourselves over to erroneous ideas. To repeat, first, we draw the sun according to the Copernican system. Then Mercury, parentheses esoteric Venus, then Venus, parentheses esoteric Mercury, followed by Earth with its moon, then the orbits of Mars, Jupiter, and finally Saturn. This represents the Copernican cosmic system. Having done this, as I said yesterday, I would now like to place you before the system taught in a school of Zoroaster. You must not think, however, that Zoroaster personally taught it. I'm rather talking of elementary truths that were current in the schools of Zoroaster. The constellation of twins, Gemini, is thus at the top. Then we take those points on the line from Gemini to Sun. And, irrespective of whether there's such a conjunction or not, we connect the Sun with the constellation of twins. The position of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars does not matter. The purpose of this sketch is merely to show the orbits. They mark out the boundary of the various hierarchies. Now, to designate the realm of Saturn, we have to imagine the Earth, not the Sun, at the center. To do so, we must draw a circle with the Earth at the center. Actually, it's not really circular but egg-shaped. We proceed in a similar manner for the other heavenly bodies. Please discount aspects of secondary importance in this drawing and concentrate on what really matters. The aim here is to illustrate the corresponding figures for the realms of influence of respective hierarchies. Today, we shall consider in great detail the nature of the members of higher hierarchies immediately above humanity. The easiest way is to start with the human being. For only by becoming absolutely clear about what has repeatedly been said about the nature of the human being and human development can we rise to an understanding of the nature of the members of higher hierarchies. We know that human beings, inasmuch as they dwell and have developed on Earth, consist essentially of four constituent parts. These are physical, etheric, astral bodies, and the I. Let us depict these four members in a diagram. Let us represent the physical body with a larger circle, the etheric and astral bodies with smaller circles, and finally the I with the smallest circle. You know how human development proceeds. In the course of earthly development, the human being begins to work on the astral body through the I. In general, we can say that, to the extent that a human being works upon the astral body with the I, so that this molded part of the astral body has come under the authority of the I, it's called manas, or spirit self. Thus, manas, or spirit self, as has often been emphasized, is not to be regarded as something newly added to the human being. Rather, it's simply the transformed product of the astral body. What I'm describing here applies only to the human being. It's important that we don't simply extend generalizations without thinking, but realize that beings in the universe are very different from one another. Therefore, let us now draw the fifth member, the transformed astral body, or manas, as a special circle. It should really be drawn inside the astral body. Above it, we saw the transformed etheric body, because insofar as the etheric body has been transformed, we characterize it as buddhi, or life spirit. When the etheric body has been completely transformed, it's entirely buddhi. Similarly, if we consider the human being in its ultimate perfection, a stage that can be attained by evolution through Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan, the physical body is transformed into Atman. Thus, when human beings in the Vulcan stage have reached the highest goal of perfection, they can be represented diagrammatically as follows: Atman, Buddhi, Manas, I, astral, etheric, and physical bodies. What is most characteristic in this scheme is the fact that the seven members form a whole, that these seven principles interpenetrate one another. That is the most important aspect. But this is not the situation when we turn to members of the next hierarchy, angels. We can apply this diagram to the human being only, and not to any angelic beings. Angels have developed a physical body, an etheric body, and an astral body in such a way that these, in certain ways, form a totality. But we must draw the I, manas, buddhi, and atman of the angels as separate from the rest of their being. If you want to clarify an angel's nature, you must imagine the higher members, which the angels have and can develop, hovering in the spiritual world above that part existing physically. Actually, the angel has, however, only formed completely the manas member. Buddhi and Atman will be developed later. An angel, unlike a human being, does not have an accompanying I within an earthly body. Nor does an angel develop manas in the present stage of earthly development. That's why one would hardly think that the part of an angel present in the physical world belongs to a spiritual being. When one meets human beings, it's obvious that they carry their members within them. Everything is differentiated organically. But if you want to find an angel, you must remember that an angel's physical aspect here below is a reflection of the spiritual principles visible only in the supersensible world. You will find the physical bodies of angels in flowing water, in mist rising from evaporating bodies of water, and in the wind and lightning flashing through the air, as well as other occurrences of this kind. One of the first stumbling blocks for the human being is the firm conviction that a physical body must have a definite boundary. As human beings, we find it difficult to say no to ourselves. I stand in a rising or falling mist or before a spraying brook. I'm surrounded by the rushing, roaring wind. I see lightning flashing in the clouds. These are the revelations of angels. I need to see that beyond this physical manifestation, which is not as narrowly defined as the human one, is a manifestation of a spiritual body. As human beings, we develop all of the members of our being as self-enclosed entities. That's why we cannot imagine that a physical body can appear hazy and indistinct, that it may float and hover in the air, that it need not have definitely outlined contours. You must imagine, for example, that 80 angels may have the densest part of their physical nature in one stretch of water. We should not imagine that the physical body of an angel needs to be limited in any way. An angel can belong to a portion of water here. Far away is another segment. In short, we see that everything that surrounds us as water, air, and fire on earth must be so conceived as to contain the bodies of beings belonging to the hierarchy immediately above humanity. To behold the eye and manas of angelic beings, however, we need clairvoyant sight in the astral world. Angelic beings look down upon us from higher worlds. To find them, we must investigate the realm of the solar system that extends as far as the orbit of the moon. Matters are relatively simple with regard to angels. If, for example, we have the physical body of an angel down here in a sheet of water or something similar, and if we investigate this portion of water or gust of wind clairvoyantly, we discover within it an etheric body and an astral body. That is why we've drawn these three members so that they're connected with one another. Of course, what we find in rushing wind, in flowing or evaporating waters, is not just the material image seen by common perception. The etheric and astral bodies of angelic beings dwell in everything belonging to water, air, and fire in the most varied ways. But if you wish to find the soul spiritual nature of these angels as being, you must investigate the astral realm clairvoyantly. If we wish to consider archangels in the same way, the process is again different. Their astral body, as we've drawn it here, is not connected in any way with physical or etheric bodies. We must draw their lowest members as the physical and etheric bodies. These are separate from the principles that dwell above in higher worlds. To get a complete picture of archangels, we must look in two places. Their being is not like that of a human, where everything is united into one being. An archangel has a spiritual part above and a reflection of the spiritual down below. A physical body and an etheric body can be united only if the physical body consists of air and fire. For example, you could not sense an archangel's physical body in rushing, roaring water. You could only perceive it in wind and fire, and you would have to look for the archangel's spiritual counterpart, which is manifest in rushing wind and fire, clairvoyantly in the spiritual world. That part is not even united with the physical etheric body. We now come to beings we designate as archai, or primal beginnings, primal powers, or spirits of personality. Here below we can draw only the physical body. All the rest is above in the spiritual world. Such a physical body can live only in fire. Physical bodies of archai can be perceived only in flames of fire. When we see the flashing fire of lightning, we can say that there we have something of the body of archai, but above in the spiritual world. We can find clairvoyantly the spiritual counterpart that, in this case, is separate from the physical body. Indeed, clairvoyant faculty can investigate archai with comparative ease. These spirits of personality dwell in a realm extending to the astronomical Mercury, or esoteric Venus. Let us assume that someone has developed the capacity to observe what develops up there in the sphere of Mercury. Such a person could then behold the highly developed beings known as spirits of personality, archai. Suppose this person gazes clairvoyantly up to Venus to observe the gathering of spirits of personality, and then turns to the lightning flashing through the clouds. The person would see in the lightning reflections of the spirits of personality, because the lightning contains their physical bodies. Next, we reach the more exalted spiritual beings who extend their influence to the orbit of the sun. Powers, or exousiae, will concern us less today. It should only be pointed out that our Chi act through the instrument of Venus and Mercury beings, that is, through Venus beings who have their physical bodies in fire, and Mercury beings who have their physical bodies in fire and wind. You must imagine that, as the lower organs of influence, the beings who dwell in the sun make use of Venus spirits in flaming fire and of Mercury spirits in roaring wind. And God makes the flames of fire into his servants and the winds into his messengers. Sayings like this one in the Bible can be found in ancient religious documents. These are taken from spiritual facts and correspond to what can be observed with clairvoyant perception. We have thus seen that the three hierarchies immediately above us are closely connected with our own existence. Human beings are the beings they are, because, in some measure, they partake of the solidity of earth. This separates us from all other beings. It makes a human being into a self-contained entity composed of separate members. On Moon, a human being was still a being like others. There, the human being went through transformations that were very much like water masses in a constant state of flux. It was on Earth that, for the first time, so to speak, human beings were caught in their skins. They became self-contained beings consisting of a physical, etheric, astral body and an eye. This occurred only comparatively recently. If we go back to Atlantean times, we find in the first epoch of that time human beings who did not experience their eye fully within themselves. They were still waiting to receive their eye into themselves. If we are to go back still further in earthly development, we find human beings who, we may say, consisted initially only of physical, etheric, and astral bodies. If we go back to Lemurian times, we find that a human being has no more of a physical, etheric, and astral body on earth than the angels have. From this point on, with the growth of the eye from the Lemurian through the Atlantean epoch, the union of the different members begins. In Lemurian times, there were human beings on Earth who consisted of only physical, etheric, and astral bodies. These were not human beings in the present sense of the word, beings who could think and develop humanly as we understand it today. Then something remarkable happened on Earth. Human beings, who in Lemurian times sojourned on Earth and had only physical, etheric, and astral bodies, couldn't help themselves. They could not imagine their earthly existence and didn't know what they should do on Earth. Heavenly beings, inhabitants of Venus, now came down to those who lived on Earth, and because the inhabitants of Venus had an affinity with the physical body, they could radiate into and inspire the physical body of the first Earth dwellers. Thus we have some of Lemurian humanity who went among the masses of human beings in a very remarkable way. They had a physical body different from others. The physical body of such an exceptionally endowed human being was not ordinary, but was permeated, ensouled by a Venus spirit, a spirit of personality. Consequently, human beings who moved about in ancient Lemurian times, having a Venus spirit within the physical body, had a powerful impact on their entire surroundings. Outwardly, such Lemurians could not be distinguished fundamentally from their contemporaries, but because a spirit of personality was active in their physical bodies, these specially chosen individuals exerted a subtle yet powerful influence in the highest sense on their surroundings. They were objects of reverence, of awe, of obedience, unlike anything anywhere today. All of the migrations undertaken to populate the various regions of Earth were led by beings permeated with spirits of personality. Speech was unnecessary. There was no speech then, and no signs were necessary. The presence of such a personality was sufficient. If it was considered expedient to lead great masses of humanity from one place to another, masses of humankind followed without reflecting upon it. Reflection was also non-existent then, and developed only later. Thus, in ancient Lemurian times, spirits of personality came down to Earth as Venus spirits. These Venus messengers who had taken on human countenances on Earth, such countenances possible then, were of special significance for the whole structure of the universe. Cosmically, they reached as far as Venus, and their activities were of significance for the entire interrelatedness of the cosmic system. They could lead humanity from one place to another because they knew the broader context that can be understood when one is acquainted not just with the Earth herself, but also with its cosmic neighborhood. Human evolution continued, and it became necessary for archangels, Mercury spirits, to intervene in this development. It was now their turn to ensoul and enliven what could be found below on Earth. This occurred mainly during the Atlantean period. Archangels, spiritual beings from Mercury, descended, beings who could ensoul and spiritualize the physical and etheric bodies of certain human beings. So, we also find human beings among the Atlanteans who could not really be distinguished outwardly from others, but who were, in their physical and etheric bodies, ensouled by an archangel. Now, if you recall that yesterday it was said that archangels have the task of directing whole peoples, you will understand that individuals who carried on archangelic being within them could give to the whole Atlantean race of people the appropriate laws as inscribed in the heavenly world. When it was necessary to act more generally, the great leaders of ancient Lemurian times were ensouled by Venus spirits, those whose task it was in Atlantean times to direct smaller segments of humanity, the various peoples of Earth, who were ensouled by archangels. The priest kings of Atlantean times were really a Maya. They were not what they appeared to be outwardly. An archangel dwelled in their physical and etheric bodies, and this was the actual acting agent. We can go back into Atlantean times and search for the hidden centers of these leaders of humanity. They worked from hidden places where they investigated the mysteries of the universe. Although the word originated later, we may call what was investigated and ordered from those ancient Atlantean mystery centers oracles, quote-unquote. The term oracle is very appropriate for the teaching and governing centers of Atlantean humanity, which the archangels carried within themselves. From these centers, great teachers carried out their work so that they could draw other human beings to them and train them to become servants and priests in the oracles. It's important to know that in Atlantean times, human beings existed who were actually archangels, that is, in whose physical and etheric bodies an archangel was embodied. Clairvoyantly, one would have seen the physical body of such a being, and behind it, a gigantic figure rising above and losing itself in indefinite regions, the inspiring archangel. Such a personality was a twofold being, as if behind the physical human being, arising out of the indeterminate, was the archangel who inspired the person. At the death of such a being, the physical body was destroyed, according to Atlantean practice. The physical body, which had been inspired by the archangel, dissolved, but the etheric body did not dissolve. There's a spiritual economy that requires exceptions to what must generally be represented as spiritual scientific truth. We usually say, and in general it's correct, that when someone dies, the physical body is laid aside, and after a certain time, the etheric body likewise laid aside. Apart from an extract that remains, the etheric body dissolves. This, however, is only generally the case. There's an enormous difference between the etheric body of an initiate of Atlantean oracles, permeated by an archangel, and an ordinary etheric body. Such a valuable etheric body is not lost. It's preserved in the spiritual world. The 7 most important etheric bodies of the 7 great founders of the oracles were preserved by the mightiest leader of Atlantean oracles. These etheric bodies had been woven through by archangelic beings who at death had naturally returned to higher worlds. Something was preserved, not in boxes, of course, but according to spiritual law. The Atlantean initiate of the Sun Oracle is none other than the one often referred to as Manu, who led the remainder of the Atlantean population over to Asia in order to establish the post-Atlantean cultures there. He took a handful of people with him and led them across to Asia. Through generations he cultivated people, and, when the qualified seven had been produced and called to serve, he wove into their etheric bodies the 7 etheric bodies that had been permeated by archangels and preserved on ancient Atlantis. The 7 sent down by the powerful leader to found the first post-Atlantean culture were the 7 holy rishis of ancient Indian culture. They bore within their sheaths the etheric bodies of the great Atlantean leaders, who, in turn, had received from them archangels themselves. Thus past, present, and future work together. You would have found the 7 holy rishis to have been simple people, for their astral bodies and eyes had not reached the development of their etheric bodies. In the etheric body was woven their real capacity. Thus they had certain times when inspiration worked in their etheric bodies. Then they said things they could not have said out of themselves. What had been inspired through their etheric bodies flowed from their lips. They were simple people even by their own estimation. However, when they were inspired and their etheric body was active, they revealed the profoundest mysteries of our solar system and the whole universe. Even in post-Atlantean times, human beings had not advanced sufficiently to dispense with ensoulment from above. We've seen that this ensoulment took place in Lemurian times because a spirit of personality permeated the physical body. During the Atlantean period, physical and etheric bodies were ensouled by archangelic beings, while in post-Atlantean times, the great leaders of humanity were ensouled by angelic beings who had descended into their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. The mighty leaders of the first post-Atlantean periods had not just human physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Each leader was permeated by an angel. This enabled the leaders to look back into their former incarnations. The ordinary person is not able to do so because he's not yet developed his manas. He must first become an angel. These leaders, born of ordinary people, embodied in their physical, etheric, and astral bodies an angelic being who ensouled and penetrated them. This was, again, Maya, for they were something very different from what they appeared to represent on Earth. The principal leaders of humanity in ancient times were quite different from what they appeared to be. They were personalities in whom dwelt an angel, who inspired them with what they needed to be, the teachers and leaders of humankind. The great founders of religions and religious leaders were persons possessed by angelic beings. Angels spoke through them. Things in the world may be described as existing in a state of absolute regularity. Nevertheless, stages of development are constantly overlapping. What is described as a process of complete regularity does not actually function with complete regularity. What's been said is mainly valid. Namely, in Lemurian times, spirits of personality spoke through human beings. In Atlantean times, archangels. And in post-Atlantean periods, angels. But even in post-Atlantean times, we still find human beings whose physical bodies are permeated by spirits of personality. And although they live in post-Atlantean times, they're in the same position as those beings in Lemurian times through whom spirits of personality spoke. There can be human beings in the post-Atlantean era, therefore, who carry entirely the characteristics of the rest of the population, but who, because humankind also needs great leaders, still carry within them one of the spirits of personality and are the outward embodiment of such a spirit. Furthermore, in post-Atlantean periods, there were those who bore an archangel, a Mercury spirit, in their physical and etheric bodies. Finally, there was a third category of human beings who were ensouled and inspired by angelic beings in their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. They were, in fact, human beings through whom angels spoke. According to traditions of the East, such personalities among human beings received special names. Thus, those who outwardly appeared like human beings of the post-Atlantean period, though they bore a spirit of personality in their nature and were ensouled all the way into the physical body by such a spirit, were known in the teachings of the East as Dhyani Buddhas, a general term for human individuals who are ensouled even in the physical body by a spirit of personality. Personalities ensouled down to the etheric body by an archangel in post-Atlantean times are known as bodhisattvas. Those individuals whose physical, etheric, and astral bodies are ensouled by an angel are called Buddhas. Thus we have 3 degrees: Dhyani Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and the human Buddhas. That is the true teaching of the Buddhas relating to the various categories of Buddhahood. We have to consider this in connection with the manner in which the hierarchies manifest themselves. What we encounter is remarkable when we look back at earlier undeveloped humanity. Among these human beings we find some through whom the mighty hierarchies of the cosmos came to speak to the planets. The spirits of higher hierarchies, at work even before the creation of Earth, gradually emancipated planetary human beings according to the degree of their maturity. Here we gaze into the profound depths of wisdom. It's extraordinarily important that we discover how primeval universal wisdom was taught to humanity in ancient times. You will hear about the Buddhas. The East teaches of not just one but many Buddhas, among whom different degrees of perfection are represented. You should keep in mind that a Buddha sojourned on the earth, but behind the Buddha, so to speak, came a Bodhisattva and even a Dhyani Buddha. It could also occur in a particular instance that the Dhyani Buddha and Bodhisattva did not penetrate deeply enough to ensoul the physical body. Bodhisattva may only have ensouled the etheric body, so that we can imagine a being who could not penetrate deeply enough to ensoul and inspire the physical body, but only the etheric body. A higher being, such as a Bodhisattva, who was physically invisible since he appeared only in an etheric body, could inspire the human Buddha in a special way. So we might have a human Buddha inspired by an angelic being who could still receive the inspiration of an archangel into the etheric body. Here we gaze into the profound complexities of the human being, and this is very important. Some individuals of former ages can be understood only when we realize that they represent focal points for a number of beings who work and express themselves through humanity. For indeed, many periods do not possess enough great people who can be inspired by the spirits who have to be active. It's therefore often the case that various beings of higher hierarchies have only a single person on earth to ensoul. Sometimes, besides the inhabitants of Mercury, we have those of Mercury and Venus combined who speak to us through one person. Such concepts help us understand human evolution. We learn to recognize the true nature of personalities who, when we meet them in their physical form, merely represent Maya. Tomorrow, we shall concern ourselves with the origin of the various physical planets, which until now we've considered only as boundary markers. We shall gain an understanding of them as the dwelling places of spiritual beings. Lecture 8. Spiritual Hierarchies, the Zodiac, and the Human Being, April 17, 1909 evening. In our presentation of higher beings and their relation to our universe and solar system, we come today to the chapter that will be the most suspect to our contemporaries who receive their view of the world and their circumstances from ordinary popular scientific knowledge, because here we must touch on matters absolutely unimaginable to the modern scientist. It's not a matter of contradiction. Anyone firmly grounded in esotericism can survey the facts of modern science from this vantage point. You will not find any contradictions between what has been said here and facts of modern science. It's just that the harmony between the two is not easily established. But if you always have the patience to press forward, you will gradually see how individual facts unite to form the whole. Perhaps I should also mention that some of what has been dealt with in these lectures has been considered from a different standpoint in the lecture cycles held in Stuttgart and Leipzig. If you take them superficially, you can find some contradictions between this or that assertion. This is only because it's not my task in my lectures to speak about speculative theories, but about facts gained through clairvoyant consciousness, which appear differently when viewed from various aspects. To use a comparison, The picture of a tree drawn from one side will look very different when drawn from the other, and yet it's the one and same tree. The same is true of descriptions of spiritual facts when illuminated from different sides. Certainly, taking a few particular ideas as a starting point, it's easy to set up an abstract system. But we are working from the bottom up. The crowning achievements of this approach will be a harmonious unity of the whole. Above all, we must consider each assertion as to what sense and from which standpoint an assertion is made. For example, a popular scientific work states that air or gas on Jupiter must be as thick as tar or honey. From the viewpoint of spiritual science, it could be said that this is a grotesque notion, and the way I chose to express this emphasized the grotesqueness of the matter. Yet, from the modern scientific side, one could argue, don't you know that modern physics can produce liquid air as thick as honey or tar? Although this is a self-evident scientific fact, it's irrelevant to our considerations. What science calls air can be densified to such an extent that there's no doubt about it. But from the viewpoint of spiritual science, this is as valid as saying water can be turned into something as hard as stone, namely ice. Indeed, ice is water, but this is not the point. What matters is whether we learn to consider things in their various functions in a living way, or in the dead manner of modern science. It's obvious that ice is water, but what would be the response of someone who's used to driving a mill with water, if advised to use ice instead of water? The abstract concept that ice is water is irrelevant. What matters is that we've come to understand the universe in its dynamic activity. This requires perspectives very different from abstract notions of a purely material metamorphosis related to density. We could no more breathe air as thick as honey or tar than drive a watermill with ice. This distinction is important for spiritual scientific observation, for we do not observe orbs in the universe as they are typically regarded today, namely as some material lumps of a particular size that move around in cosmic space, which modern astronomical mythology views as simply material orbs. We observe them in their living soul spiritual state, that is, we observe them in their entirety. Thus, we must consider within this totality what we call, in a spiritual scientific sense, the creation of individual bodies of the universe. For our first example of the creation of a cosmic body, let us take Saturn, from which we know our evolution proceeded. To begin with, ancient Saturn was as large as our whole present solar system. What one calls old Saturn in its beginning stage was about as large as our solar system. But we should not simply imagine it as a material globe. You will remember that, on ancient Saturn, nothing existed yet of what we have today as the three physical states: solid, fluid, and gaseous. There was only warmth, or fire. Let us represent this primeval globe of warmth by a circle. You will remember we said that, at the point where the primeval globe of Saturn turns into the sun globe, those beings who form the zodiac appear surrounding the sun globe. I indicated, however, that the zodiac already surrounded ancient Saturn, though not as compactly as during the evolutionary stage of old Sun. Around ancient Saturn, therefore, we must picture the activity of thrones, cherubim, and seraphim, who spiritually represent the zodiac. The outer circle in this diagram represents the zodiac spiritually. You might ask, how does this agree with the modern view of the zodiac? It agrees completely with it, as we will demonstrate in the final lectures. You should picture the situation as follows. Imagine placing yourself at a particular point on the Saturn globe. If you now raise your hand and point upward with your finger, above this spot on Saturn you will find the region of certain thrones, cherubim and seraphim. If you move from there and indicate the area beyond, you will point out another region of thrones, cherubim and seraphim, because groups of these three beings form a circle around ancient Saturn. Suppose you then wanted to point in the direction of certain thrones, cherubim and seraphim. Remember, these beings are by no means the same, like a group of 12 identical soldiers. they differ considerably from one another. Each bears its individual stamp, so that depending on where one's attention is directed, one sees quite different beings. So, to point out a particular group of thrones, cherubim and seraphim, one denotes them as a particular constellation. The constellations are like signposts. In one direction over there are thrones, cherubim, and seraphim, known as Gemini and twins. Over there, Leo the lion, and so on. There are, so to speak, guideposts that indicate the direction where particular beings may be found. So we conceive of constellations as guideposts or boundaries between these regions of beings. Constellations of the zodiac are more than mere signposts, but we must make it clear that as a first stage, when we speak of the zodiac, we are referring to spiritual beings. Thrones are the first to exert their activity on the fiery form we call ancient Saturn. They've reached a stage of development that enables them to pour forth their own substance. They cause their warmth substance to seep into the mass of Saturn. That's how, as I've described a series of eggs, perhaps a strange word to use, yet they have this form, appear all around the structure. You might ask about the substance as such. Did a warmth substance already exist? What existed before can only be described as a neutral cosmic fire that was fundamentally one with universal space. In other words, to begin with, there was only space. This was marked out, so to speak, and now the warmth substance of ancient Saturn was made to trickle onto the surface. As soon as the warmth substance was poured into ancient Saturn, spiritual beings became active from two sides. We've mentioned previously that, here in the inner part of Saturn's space, we find powers or spirits of form, spirits of movement or mights, and dominions or spirits of wisdom. Powers, mights, and dominions are active from within. Cherubim, seraphim, and thrones work from outside, and as a result, a cooperation occurs between the beings working from the outside and those active within. In the first lecture, we said that one can distinguish inner soul fire, experienced inwardly as inner warmth and well-being, and outwardly perceptible fire. Between these two is a neutral warmth contained in the egg-shaped forms. Spread above them is soul warmth, as if streaming in from outside, but also holding itself back slightly. It's as if radiating soul warmth were held back because of the neutral fire within. The perceptible warmth is pushed back from within. Thus, what was previously delineated as a warmth egg is enclosed by two currents, namely an outer stream of soul warmth and an inner stream of warmth that would have been perceptible to outer senses. Only the inner part, therefore, is composed of physically perceptible heat. Now, because of the working together of outer and inner warmth, the Saturn eggs begin to rotate. Each single egg inscribes a full circle and comes, in turn, under the influence of various thrones, seraphim, and cherubim situated at the periphery. Then something strange occurs. On its journey, this egg finally arrives again at the point where it came into being originally. Parentheses, I am describing these facts according to spiritual scientific observation. When it reaches this point, it becomes stationary. It cannot go further and comes to a halt. Every egg is created at a particular point, travels around the circle, and is stopped at the point where it originated. This creation of eggs lasts only for a specific period of time. After this, no further warmth eggs come into existence. When all of these eggs have arrived and are stopped at a particular point, they fall on top of each other, forming a single egg. Thus, at their point of origin, the eggs halt and come to rest. Naturally, from this moment, after which no new eggs are formed, the eggs all gather together and cover themselves. A globe is thus created on the circumference, but naturally only over the course of time. This globe consists of the densest part of the fire substance, called Saturn in the narrower sense of the word, for it occupies the position of our present planet Saturn. As previous stages are in a certain sense repeated, so were whole processes repeated at the origin of our Earth. Our present Saturn came about in a similar way. It too was held back at a particular point, but because things shift for various reasons, it was not held back at the same point as in the case of ancient Saturn. However, the process of origin is the same. In this way, as a result of the working together of all cosmic powers belonging to the hierarchies, a small Saturn globe is born out of the mighty, voluminous original Saturn. Let us consider more closely the moment on ancient Saturn when all globes came to a standstill. The sages of primeval wisdom spoke of this moment as follows. The first foundation of human physical body was formed on ancient Saturn. This earliest foundation was formed only out of warmth, but within this warmth body all future organs were already present in seed form. At that point, where the initial movement again comes to rest, the seed is created for that organ in the human body, which, when the body is later set in motion, also ensures that all of the functions of the physical body may be brought to rest again. That is, the heart. Here, from the first impulse of movement, the germ of the heart appears, but it only comes into existence in its first manifestation, so that the movement will again be brought to rest at this point. Thus, the heart becomes that organ through which the entire physical body and all of its functions is brought to rest when the heart itself stops beating. In ancient languages, each member of the human body was identified with a very precise name. The heart was called the lion in the body. Thus the primeval world wisdom asked, in which zodiacal direction must one point to find the region where the first seed of the human heart was planted? They pointed upward and designated thrones, seraphim and cherubim, who worked on the heart, the zone of the lion. The human being projected elements of the body into the cosmos, and the region of the body one is used to identifying as inner manifestation of the lion was also identified outwardly as the region of the lion in the zodiac. This is how such matters relate to one another. All other aspects of the human being were also formed through the zodiac. The heart was formed out of the region of the lion. The rib cage, which is near the heart and must exist for its protection, is referred to in the human body as the breastplate. Naturally, it must have been formed in the region next to and preceding the lion, that is, before the completion of the heart. Another name for breastplate was assigned, and the descriptive element was sought in an animal, which by nature also has such armor, the crab. The breastplate that appears in the zodiac is called Cancer, because the crab embodies a natural protective shield. Hence this region was called Cancer and is to one side of the lion. Other regions of the zodiac were named according to the same principle. Indeed, names of various regions of the zodiac arose as a result of the human form being projected outward into the cosmos. It's not always easy to discover the original intention from the frequently distorted or misrepresented names, as you can see in an example such as Cancer. In several instances, the name has not been handed down correctly, and so one has to go back to the source to obtain a clear picture. For the moment, we shall not consider how Saturn disappears, how it's dissolved again. We want to discuss how evolution proceeds after a pralaya runs out. A new evolution begins. The first phase that occurs is exactly the same as what previously occurred on Saturn. After this, all of Saturn existence repeats itself. A second formation begins again from the center point. We come now to the next stage of evolution, which we usually designate as the development of Old Sun. Just as previously the thrones sacrificed themselves, we now have the sacrifice of another rank of spiritual hierarchies, dominions, or spirits of wisdom. Thrones are mightier beings. They were able to trickle forth physical and warmth substantiality, were able, out of their own bodies, to bring forth the substance of Saturn as we have described. Dominions or spirits of wisdom are able to sacrifice only an etheric body, which is thinner. The human being already possessed the foundations of a physical body. To this, dominions or spirits of wisdom now added an etheric body. This happened in a second circumference, as it were. I draw here a second circumference. This represents the original size of old Sun, shrunk in comparison to the former larger circumference. In this process of contracting, it has also become more dense. As a result, the possibility arises that inside old Sun, there's not only warmth substance, but densified warmth substance, a gaseous, airy substance. Now, out of the periphery of beings previously mentioned, thrones, together with dominions, begin to work. And within the circumference of the Sun, only powers and mights, or spirits of form and spirits of movement, remain. Other beings work from the periphery inwards. The following now occurs in a way similar to what occurred on ancient Saturn. Certain currents form, which were created by spirits at the periphery, thrones, and now work in cooperation with dominions. As a result, these currents are somewhat denser than those thrones alone had earlier activated. Inside, this mass contracts and one globe of mist after another is produced between the activity of the two currents. This globe is different from the Saturn globe in that Saturn, with all its beings, was composed only of warmth substance, and everything, so to speak, was austere in the space around it. But this globe is permeated by ether, an etheric bodily substance. Although the globe is only as dense as gas, it is interpenetrated by an ether body. As a result, the whole globe is a living being. It's inwardly alive. Saturn was an inwardly dynamic being, full of mobility, until it was brought to a standstill by the lion. But this globe that we call Jupiter is inwardly alive. We can call it Jupiter because the planet Jupiter, as seen in the heavens, is a repetition of a part that split off from old Sun. Thus, we have the old Sun. Globes around it are encircling, living globes, grand living beings. Instead of Leo, you must now think of another region of the zodiac, the region of the eagle, where these globes were originally created. In this region lies the original impulse that led to the creation of the sun globe, this living being in cosmic space. When this living globe has completed its journey along the entire circumference, it returns to the region of the eagle. But now something different happens. Whereas before each globe was infused at this point with life, it's now killed on its return by the same influence that originally called it to life. One globe after another is slain. When all have been killed and no further globes come into being, the existence of old Sun comes to an end. Life consists here of the creation of new globes. When they return to this place, they are killed by cosmic forces. The sting of death inflicted by the cosmos on life of the old Sun was experienced as the sting of the scorpion. So, because that region inflicts death, it's called the region of Scorpio, the scorpion. At this position may be seen the constellation of the eagle, which brings dead matter to life, and the constellation that sends forth the forces of death, Scorpio. Forces in the zodiac that brought to rest primordial life in the physical organization of the human being are in the region of Lion. The forces that have the capacity to destroy life as such are in the region of Scorpio. It remains for us to become acquainted with the context of conditions today, which are, of course, differently constituted, but can only happen gradually. A thick veil or Maya has been drawn over the original conditions. Let us proceed. We don't need to consider the next set of circumstances in such a thorough way, because the significance of these relationships and the entire process appears before us. The following, however, must be remembered. Basically, what kind of body is Saturn? It's a warmth body. When you look at Saturn, you would be very wrong if you assumed that Saturn is to be a body that can be compared with other planets such as Jupiter or Mars. What exists there is actually no more than an expanse of warmth. You only see it as you do because you can look at it through an expanse of light. You glimpse it through illuminated space. Visualize how an unilluminated object appears when seen through a light-filled space. It would appear bluish. You can observe this in the flame of a candle. The flame appears blue in the middle and is surrounded by a kind of radiance. If you look at darkness through illuminated space, it always appears blue. I'm very aware that I'm in danger of talking nonsense according to the modern mechanistic school of optics. The fact is, this nonsense is correct. Modern physics does not know why the expanse of the heavens looks blue. It appears blue to you because it is, in fact, dark black, and you see it through an illuminated space. Darkness seen through the light appears blue. This is why Saturn, when you observe it, also appears as a somewhat bluish cosmic body. Everything said here agrees with the facts of science, but not with the fanciful theories that have been contrived around them. It would lead too far astray if I explained to you, along the same lines, the cause of the rings of Saturn, because with each Saturn, one is concerned with the 3 layers of warmth: a neutral layer, a layer of soul warmth, and a physically perceptible warmth. When looking at these various layers through an illuminated space, the illusion of a gaseous globe arises, surrounded by a kind of dust ring. We are simply experiencing an optical phenomenon. Saturn is still today a heavenly body consisting only of warmth substance. These things can, of course, be said only in a context such as the current one. Otherwise, one could not understand them. Each Saturn must be addressed while recognizing that it's composed in essence of warmth substance. Everything regarding this Saturn is explained in this context. Every Jupiter, which is nothing more than a stage of solar existence, is a formation composed mainly of gas and warmth. So it is with today's Jupiter, which is a repetition of ancient Jupiter. Of course, the relationships within space and concerning movement change somewhat. The present Jupiter is not exactly the same position it was earlier, but basically it is. Let us now proceed and elucidate the Mars phenomenon in the same way. Mars originated as a result of the cooling of a gigantic globe into the fluid state, until it finally separated from the general misty, watery mass into a compressed globe of water. Again, this occurred because the watery globes that arose at the periphery were held back at a particular point. Just as the lion halted movement on Saturn, and Scorpio brought about death on Jupiter, so on Mars the watery globes are brought to rest. To be sure, the details about Mars are somewhat different than those of Jupiter and Saturn. Mars today is a repetition of Old Moon. Old Moon reached as far as the present position of Mars. Mars is the other piece of Old Moon. One piece is the present moon, which is Dross. The living remnant, which represents the other pole, remained with the present Mars in the course of the repetition. In this sense, Mars is the 3rd condition of our planetary evolution, and it corresponds to the stage of Old Moon. Mars is essentially a water body. During the period of Old Moon, or Old Mars if you prefer, human beings received their astral body, or in other words, the first form of consciousness. The human body at that time consisted of a watery Mars or moon substance. Just as the human body today is composed of earthly substances, so the human body at that time consisted of fire, air, and water. According to the densest substance they contained, human beings of that period could be termed water beings. The human being became a water being above all because the astral body had been implanted into the being. This human being was not yet an I being. It was a human being endowed with an astral body. This occurred after an impulse was given at a particular point, moved around the course of the circle, and came back to the same point from which it first set forth. This point became the region in the zodiac known as Waterman, or Aquarius. Here, the significance of the zodiacal sign of Waterman can be found, for there humankind received consciousness on Old Moon, or Old Mars, after having completed a single circuit. We come now to Earth, which represents the 4th stage of development. The 3 earlier stages are repeated. Saturn is formed, Sun is formed, and leaves Jupiter behind, which is a repetition of Sun. Moon is formed and leaves Mars behind. And finally the Earth emerges, as I have described it, severed from Sun with the part that separated as lunar dross. You know that the eye first began in the time of ancient Lemuria, when the present moon separated from Earth. That could happen only because, once again, an impulse came from the periphery that resulted in the completion of one rotation. Sufficient maturity had been attained in order to receive the first beginnings of the eye. This happened during ancient Lemuria. For this, we point to the position in the zodiac referred to today as the bull or Taurus. When this designation was created, humankind could still experience the reality of this name very clearly and concretely. In its most essential manifestation, the name originated in the secret doctrine of the Egyptians and Chaldeans. We can find its origins there, and a consciousness of the correct meaning of the word only exists today within the true mystery teachings. The very first stirring or tendency towards the I am is expressed in speech, in sound. All sound formation is connected in a certain way with the forces of procreation. This should not be touched on here, but it's familiar to every esotericist. The breaking of the voice at puberty, for example, is connected in a definite way with the powers of propagation. There's a hidden relationship between them. Everything related to this human capacity and activity was summed up by ancient consciousness as the bull nature of human being. From that capacity arose the name of this particular zodiacal sign, which has the same meaning for Earth that the lion has for Saturn, that Scorpio has for Jupiter, and that Waterman has for Mars. As the Egyptian period approached, so too came the third post-Atlantean culture. First came the ancient Indian, second was ancient Persian, and third was the Egyptian cultural epoch. These periods of civilization represent stages of repetition of the development of Earth as a whole. The Lemurian era was the third period of the Earth's development. Egyptian mystery teachings repeat, therefore, essentially a spiritual reflection of what occurred in Lemurian times. What happened in Lemurian times was best known to the priests of Egyptian mysteries, for these occurrences were reflected in the particular culture of Egypt. That is why Egyptian civilization felt a particular kinship with the constellation of the bull and with the cult of the bull in general. So now you will understand that it's by no means easy to describe the real processes that led to the origin of our heavenly bodies and what occurred in relation to them. How does a heavenly body originate? Our Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and so on originated thus. First, sheaths formed themselves. One after the other was destroyed in turn, and when the process of calling into life concluded, the global formations that had previously shaped the sheaths coalesced to form a single creation of circumference. Celestial bodies such as Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars came about because, originally, a type of sheath existed. The heavenly bodies densified into a creation, and that one globe was laid on top of another, so as to become visible in cosmic space. Here you have nothing of a mechanical process or the dreary theories of Kant-Laplace. Rather, here you have a living picture of how, as a result of the spiritual workings of the hierarchies, heavenly bodies such as Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars originated. Lecture 9. Evolution and the Cosmic Human Body. April 18, 1909, morning. Questions naturally arise following a talk like the one given yesterday. Also, if it's the first time one has heard such a presentation of broad cosmic truths, some things may not be understood. I emphasized yesterday, and I ask that you always remember, that what I'm describing here is not based on speculation or theory. It arises out of the real facts we call the Akashic Chronicle. Such facts can be put together into a kind of system only later. A question that might have arisen for some people should be anticipated here today. What is the status of the finished planets? Yesterday, from a certain perspective, we described the genesis of a planet to the point when it becomes an individual, visible planet. But now someone might say, yes, but were the planets we see in the heavens not in existence before the moment described yesterday? The answer is no, they were not. We must be clear about the following. When the moment I spoke of yesterday was reached, a new epoch began. Assume, for example, that we want to describe the origin of a planet, not as it occurred at the time of ancient Saturn, when only Saturn existed, but as it occurred at the creation of Earth. First, we have the repetition of the Saturn stage of development. Then the stages of Sun and Moon are repeated. The development of the Earth likewise begins with the formation of a tremendous warmth or fire body, just as I described concerning Saturn. Now, the time came when, at a certain moment, under the influences of the zodiacal region of Lion, this great revolving globe of fire divided itself off. That is, this single Saturn, what we call Saturn today, reached its peak at the moment of its separation. Thus the individual planet came into being. You should not imagine, however, that the calming influences exerted through the Lion stopped Saturn's motion completely. Saturn became a being that absorbed everything previously distributed in its periphery. This occurred through the influences of the Lion. But now the large globe from which Saturn severed itself contracted, yet continued to exist as a smaller globe. Although the whole structure withdrew inwardly, Saturn nonetheless preserved some of its original motion. This was after a calming influence had been exerted and Saturn's movements inwardly came to rest. Previously, it used its own momentum, because by necessity, so to speak, it had to keep moving as if swimming within the globe. Now that the globe had been withdrawn from it, however, a self-impelled motion continued, even though the inner movement had been broken. This self-impelled capacity to move after the first impetus was given is the current motion, the current rotation of Saturn. A similar process occurred in the case of Jupiter, for as Earth began to form, what has been described had already happened. Differentiation took place in the globe, which had begun to contract inwardly. Under the sign of Scorpio, the slaying of the individual globes occurred. These globes interpenetrated one another and, as a result, each began its own inner life. After Jupiter, as a mighty life being had, as it were, been slain, the life of the several beings on the planet began. As the globe contracted again, Jupiter, finding within itself the impetus to do so, continued to move independently. What we observe as the present motion of Saturn, Jupiter, and so forth is a consequence. It began as the formative process I described yesterday was being concluded. Another difficulty appears to have risen, because I've referred to Jupiter as the second planet and Mars as the third to detach themselves, whereas chronologically I mentioned first a Saturn stage of evolution, followed by Sun and Moon evolutions. This is totally justified. Our current planets arose during the recapitulation that occurred during the fourth stage of evolution, that is, during the development of Earth. In the beginning, when Saturn was formed, only Saturn actually existed. When the Sun stage of development occurred, conditions in this second body that had formed require us to speak of a Sun. But when this Sun development advanced beyond the Saturn stage, the entire evolutionary process of Sun ended. So when we look back on these first planetary developments of our Earth, we must be aware that they'd also been completed. This is not true of the development of Earth proper. First, Saturn came into being. Then the Sun arose, albeit as recapitulation. But the process advanced inwardly. It was not completed. Jupiter is left behind as the remnant of the recapitulation of Sun development. This is what we have to remember. Then, Moon's stage of development is repeated on Earth. If we look back on this process of development as a whole, this Moon stage was brought to a definite conclusion at that time. But the moon period within Earth development does not represent a conclusion. It continues, and Mars is left behind during recapitulation. The current planets that are visible to us in the heavens must be considered to have originated during the time we call the fourth stage of development, the time of earthly evolution, according to our Akashic Chronicle system. We have considered these things. It's impossible, however, to speak of the entire universe and mention every aspect of it. You may have noticed that first a kind of globe existed. I spoke, for instance, about Saturn, about a globe of fire or a large kind of fiery egg, and after that we spoke of a rotating motion. Indeed, we can think of a kind of egg or globe, and while each such globe, corresponding to the most primal condition of Saturn, rotates, increasingly a kind of belt is formed. It does not surround the whole of the egg. It's more like a broad band. Within this belt, various forms assemble that were created around the globe. This belt formation represents a general cosmic law. You can see that the law, under which everything moves toward a concentration, refers to a kind of equator or belt and is manifest in the cosmos as far as you can survey. The Milky Way, for example, owes its existence to it. When you see the Milky Way as an outermost belt surrounding cosmic space with stars sparsely distributed in between, it's the result of the law that causes things to be gathered together into a belt as soon as rotation begins. Because of this, our cosmic system is lentil-shaped. It's not spherical as is usually presumed, but lentil-shaped, and at the broad equator, the belt draws together. You must also imagine such a band forming at the origin of a planet. To draw these stages schematically, take an egg and possibly with red color, paint such a band around it. The whole egg must not be colored red, only the belt. The bodies selected to form a planet now assemble along this band. Here, one would have to draw a point where everything comes together. Thus, we see that the configuration, the distribution of the stars, as set in space around us, is the result of the activity of spiritual beings or hierarchies. For when we speak about contraction of great masses, we must be conscious that this contraction does not occur by itself, but through the activity of beings we have described as the higher hierarchies. To sum up, then, we can say that during the period when ancient Saturn, that is, when the grand fire globe from which our whole solar system issued, was formed, spirits of personality were going through their human stage of existence. During the formation of the sun, archangels or fire spirits went through their human existence. During the development of moon, angels went through their human existence. And on Earth, humanity now experiences its human stage. Yet it's also true that the human being was involved in all that previously occurred. What we call the physical body today received its first beginnings during the earliest phase of the formation of Saturn. The physical body was not yet permeated by an etheric or astral body then, but the physical body was already predisposed. Once it had achieved the transformations that it would later experience, to become the bearer of the spiritual earthly human being of today. Very slowly, step by step, the human physical body was prepared during the development of ancient Saturn. Member by member, the parts of the human body came into being as ancient Saturn formed, passing through each sign of the Zodiac. During the time when Saturn was in the sign of Lion, the outline of the heart was formed. The beginnings of the rib cage came about as Saturn passed through the sign of the Crab. The predisposition to symmetry in the human physical form, the fact that two sides of the body are alike, occurred when Saturn was in the sign of the Twins. In this way, we can describe the origins of every part of the human body. Looking up to the constellations where the Ram is found, we could say, the foundations for the upper part of the head were established for the first time when ancient Saturn was under the sign of the Ram. The foundations of our speech organs were laid down when Saturn was in the sign of the Bull. If you now imagine the human being divided according to its various physical components, you will glimpse the creative forces in the zodiac that gave rise to each part of the human being. In ancient mysteries, the zodiac was represented pictorially, much as we have it here on the ceiling of this hall. Indeed, by chance, but there is no chance, we're all in a hall where the ceiling is decorated with the zodiac. Formerly, the zodiac was not depicted in terms of respective animal forms. Rather, the various parts or members of the human being were assigned to their respective regions. The head was assigned to the sign of Ram, the larynx to the bull, arms to the symmetry of the twins, the rib cage to Cancer, the heart to the lion, and so on down to the lower part of the legs assigned to watermen, and the feet to the fishes. Imagine the zodiac as the form of a human being inscribed in the cosmos. There you have what created the original forms for the members of the human physical body out of the cosmos, out of the corresponding powers of the hierarchies of thrones, seraphim, and cherubim. This form is the great cosmic human being who strides forward in the wisdom literature of myths of the world, after which each individual human being has been patterned and created in the most varied manifestations. Think, for example, of the giant emir spread out in the cosmos, for the microcosmic human being was formed from the emir, the giant. Everywhere you find the great macrocosmic human, the creator, who represents outwardly what the human being contains inwardly. A profound truth lies at the basis of such pictures, a truth that, depending on the clairvoyant capacity of the various peoples, comes more or less perfectly to light. It also shines through in the wisdom that found external expression in the Old Testament. It illumines the wisdom that, as the esoteric teaching of ancient Hebrews, creates the foundation for the wisdom of the Old Testament in the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalah. The macrocosmic human is none other than the human beings we have seen inscribed in the constellations of the cosmos. We only have to form concepts about this in the right way. What I have unfolded for you now, culminating in the instruction about the macrocosmic human being, are teachings containing the deepest secrets of the universe that will gradually flow into humankind's general education. Humankind is still far removed from understanding these teachings today, and if a conventional scholar listened to these lectures, the person would probably consider this audience as something other than a sensible group of people. Human beings are far removed from understanding these things today, but we are beginning an age when facts found to contradict the fantastic theories of modern science will urge people to seek the way to these encompassing truths of primeval wisdom. The mystery about the process of conception, for example, about which there is much childish speculation today, will not be unraveled until the teaching of the macrocosmic human is applied to it. Precisely what a real mystery is, and above all, what cannot be investigated by instruments and tools, will be illumined to the very minutest point of investigation. How small is the cell where conception takes place when compared to the cosmos? But only the mysteries of great cosmos will solve the riddle of what is taking place in the smallest cell. Nothing else has the capacity to unravel the secrets of the processes within the cell. The contributions of exoteric scientific research to the problem of conception are by no means worthless, yet they strike one as a mere child's play compared to the great mystery involved. This can only be solved when one understands how the answer to what happens at a particular point can be found only in the periphery. For this reason, ancient mystery teachers said, "If you seek to understand the center, investigate the circumference, for only there will you find the answer." Here is the essential part of understanding. You can grasp the point, what is at the center, only when you have understood the periphery or circumference. If you recall that individual heavenly bodies remain in motion even after they've reached their own completion, so to speak, then you will also understand what is meant by karma of these cosmic bodies. From the moment when a planet itself has come to completion, beings who belong to it must consider its dissolution, that is, its disappearance from cosmic environment. For example, to describe the development of ancient Saturn, we must say to ourselves, until the contraction of the whole globe of warmth, the process of the Saturn phase of development is an ascending one, or if you will, a descending one, in that it's a process of densification. But, speaking of the first Saturn stage of development, once Saturn begins to rotate on its own, the globe is completed. Everything having to do with it has been accomplished. The fact that, in the process of dissolution, spirits involved must take into account the forces that were active in building it up, that is karma. It's an inescapable factor. Things have to be dissolved in accordance with how they have been built up. The karma of the first half of evolution fulfills itself in the second. What was built up in the course of the first half of evolution is step by step dismantled in the second. The cosmic process of becoming is the creation of karma. And the passing away of worlds, in the broadest sense of the word, is nothing other than suffering under karma and the dissolution of karma related to it. That is so for every planet, in all aspects, great and small. For each planet faithfully mirrors back the conditions of the formation of its karma. The same process can be observed in a people or nation. Imagine a people striving in its youth and full of activity and energy. Imagine this people in successive ages bringing forward various elements of culture and civilization. At a certain point, a zenith is reached, but also a certain amount of karma, a karma of a nation, has been accumulated. Just as karma has been accumulated during the development of Saturn, and one must consider what has come into being, so a people also collects karma during the period of its cultural growth. This is karma at its peak, at its strongest, when a nation has given forth its original and most elemental forces. We've seen that during every period there are guiding beings. We've seen in the case of Earth how higher spiritual beings, angels, archangels, and archai, descended, and where humanity could not progress on its own, these higher beings guided humankind to a higher stage. These are the spiritual beings of hierarchies who reached their maturity in earlier times. Once a particular stage has been attained, and once beings who descended from heavenly heights to lead a nation have achieved their goal, other spiritual beings must take on the guidance of the nation. For a people to rise beyond its zenith, leading personalities must, of their own free will, allow themselves to become bearers of higher spiritual beings. Only in this way can a nation progress to certain stages beyond what was originally intended. But then, something further must occur. Namely, beings who descend to guide a culture beyond a certain point in its development must take the accumulated karma of that nation upon themselves. This is the important law of taking on karma of nations or races. After a certain point in time, leading personalities must bear within themselves, must take on, the karma of nations or races. Personalities such as Hermes took the karma inherent in their people, the accumulated karma, upon themselves. These things are reflections of great cosmic processes on individual planets. We have still other such reflected images. We've seen that thrones reach their position only because they could make the step from the created to creator. The capacity to serve was transformed into a capacity to give. At some time in another cosmic system, thrones developed to the point where they could stream forth their substance. Bringing and offering sacrifices indicates a higher stage of development than storing up what is present in the cosmos for oneself. This again occurs in a reflected form in the case of humanity. Look back spiritually through Atlantean and Lemurian times, and then look forward. Human beings received their physical, etheric, and astral bodies. They receive the I. The I then begins the process of transforming other members. The transformation of the astral body into manas, etheric body into buddhi, physical body into atman, that is, into spirit self, life spirit, and spirit body. In every stage, primal wisdom has taught the following. People transform their astral bodies so that, to begin with at least, a part of the old astrality remains, and the other part becomes manas. In time, however, they will transform their astral bodies completely. The astral body will then be fully permeated by the activity of the I. Take a person who has not yet reached this stage of development when the astral body is completely permeated by the activity of the I. This, with few exceptions, is actually the situation for the vast majority of human beings today. What we've already transformed accompanies us through all of eternity. The portion we have not yet transformed, and in which the I has had no part, separates itself like an astral sheath as the human being passes through Kamaloka. It dissolves in the astral world, but not without causing considerable damage if the astral body encompassed bad appetites and passions. So, we could say that human development consists of leaving less and less of oneself behind in the astral world. Let's follow this process through. A human being dies. Shortly after death, the etheric body is released, but a remnant remains behind. The person goes through Kamaloka, and the untransformed sheath is detached. The transformed part is carried in the I through all eternity and is brought back in the new incarnation. The more perfected a person is, the less he or she will leave behind in the astral world in the form of remnants. Finally, one reaches the stage where none of the astral body remains at Kamaloka. That is, the human being has come so far that such a person cannot harm anyone living on earth because of untransformed remnants left in Kamaloka. Such a human being then also has the possibility of seeing into spiritual worlds, for it's not possible to reach this condition without also having achieved a certain level of clairvoyance in the astral. The whole of the astral body is spiritualized at this point. It has become spirit self. This means that the whole astral body is then taken along. Previously, the untransformed portion had to be left behind. Now, the entire astral body can be taken into the entire subsequent time. At the moment, the astral body has progressed so that it's completely transformed. The new form of the astral body, the spirit self, stamps itself into the etheric body so that it receives an imprint of the transformed astral body. It need not yet have been completely transformed itself, but what has been worked through in the astral body is imprinted into the etheric body. Briefly, we have described a particularly exalted being who has progressed to the most eminent degree, in that the being has developed the whole of spirit self. Such a being is named Nirmanakaya in Eastern wisdom, for the being's astral body, the astral kaya, has reached the stage where no remnants are left behind. Let us proceed. As human beings, we can continue to work further and further. Ultimately, we can also refashion our etheric and physical bodies. What happens when the etheric and physical bodies are transformed so that they come under our own mastery? Once the etheric body has been transformed, so that one has not only achieved spirit self in one's astral body, but one has also gradually developed life spirit or buddhi in one's etheric body, and once the life spirit is imprinted in the physical body, then the next higher stage of development has been reached. This is a kind of intermediary stage. Through this intermediary stage, one reaches the point where one no longer needs to leave any part of his etheric body behind. Such an etheric body transformed into life spirit or buddhi continues to exist for all time in the same form. Through such influences, we shall become more and more capable of attaining mastery over our astral and etheric bodies. Such mastery will also enable us, in a certain respect, to direct the astral and etheric bodies. One who has not yet brought the astral body under the mastery of the I will naturally have to wait until this stage is reached. But those who've attained mastery over their astral and etheric bodies can dispose of them freely. They can say, because of what I have been able to experience with my I in many incarnations, which has taught me how to transform my astral and etheric bodies, I have gained the ability, when returning to Earth, to fashion new astral and etheric bodies as perfect as the etheric and astral substance out of which they are fashioned. As a result, such individuals can sacrifice their own astral and etheric bodies, transferring them to others. There are individuals who have achieved mastery in their etheric and astral bodies, who've learned to reconstruct them, and thereby have become capable of sacrificing their etheric and astral bodies. When they want to return to Earth, they construct a new astral body and a new etheric body from available material. What they've achieved in perfection, however, is passed on to others who have certain tasks to accomplish in the world. Thus, the astral and etheric bodies of earlier individuals are interwoven and assimilated into the astral and etheric bodies of later individuals. When that occurs, those of a former time not only have effect from where they are currently, they also work directly into the future through those who carry a portion of the astral and etheric bodies of earlier personalities within their being. Zoroaster, for example, who could manage his astral body, which he later passed on to Hermes, could say, "I live, but I shall not only be effective as the outer person I am now, I will also permeate the astral body of Egyptian Hermes, who will be the founder of Egyptian cultural epoch." Such a person possesses a body, a kaya, that works not only at the place where one is, but also into the future, proclaiming the law for future development. Law that reaches into the future is called dharma. Such a body is therefore termed a dharmakaya. Such expressions are common in Eastern teaching, and here you will have the true explanation of it as it's always been given in primeval wisdom. In surveying the many things we've considered during these days, a question may well arise in our minds as to what humanity really is. We've called the human being a particular stage of development. We've seen that spirits of personality were human beings on ancient Saturn. Even thrones must have been human once. And we've discovered that humanity continues to develop, that it will evolve further into higher forms of being. We've come to know the first stages of this development in angels and archangels, and we've seen how such beings are able to sacrifice a part of themselves. We've seen the beginnings of sacrifice in thrones, who are beings who possess it to the highest degree. We see the first gleam of creative activities in the leaders of people and races, who knew how to refashion their own bodies so that something streamed forth from them. Just as thrones streamed their being forth, so, to a different degree, the Nirmanakayas let their own bodies stream into the future for the benefit of individuals who would appear later, and could not have reached a particular point of development had they not assimilated what streamed from beings who lived before them. Thus, the idea of development moves from the point where one takes to the point where one streams out or creates. The concept of the creator arises before our spiritual eye, and we may say that every being evolves from creature to creator. Archangels achieved humanhood on Old Sun, spirits of personality on ancient Saturn, angels on Old Moon, and human beings on Earth. So it will continue. There will always be beings developing into human beings. But does this process continue endlessly? Is it merely an eternal succession of cycles such as that of Sun, which repeats what occurred on Saturn? Spirits of fire, for example, develop one cycle later than spirits of personality. But is it really for beings who start as helpless creatures to develop so that they too can bring a sacrifice? No, that's not the case, most definitely not. Is humanity of spirits of personality on Saturn the same as that of archangels on Sun, and of angels on Mars or Old Moon, and of humanity here on Earth? If we take, for instance, the nature of angels, do we see only in them our own future image as it will be on Jupiter? Do we only see in spirits of fire an image of what we ourselves shall become on Venus? Is there really evidence to say the following? We here on Earth shall reach higher stages of development. We too shall advance with the hierarchies. Yet the beings we shall become in the future already exist now, and our own stage previously was achieved by other beings in earlier times. Fundamental questions such as these must arise for those who let these lectures work on them impartially. If we are indeed merely dealing with an ever-recurring humanity, then we are identical with the spirits of personality on ancient Saturn, archangels on Old Sun, and angels on Mars or Old Moon. It may be important to us, but for the gods, it would only involve an increase of creatures. No very appreciable progress could thereby have been achieved. It's another matter, however, if human beings, by developing their humanity on earth, thereby evolve into beings able to contribute something that angels, archangels, and spirits of personality cannot. Has the whole of creation learned something by creating human beings after archangels and angels? Has creation advanced? Is it feasible that because humanity has agreed to descend further, it thereby has the prospect to ascend even higher? This is the question that logically follows. We shall devote the final lecture to considering humanity's significance in the cosmos and our relationship to higher hierarchies. That is, what will ultimately become of humankind in the ranks of the hierarchies? Lecture 10. Christ. April 18, 1909, evening. Apart from questions raised at the end of the last lecture, there would be much to add to our present theme, but it's impossible in 10 lectures to exhaust a consideration of the universe. Therefore, allow me, before I deal with our main question, to make some remarks that, in a certain sense, will relate to our concluding observations. The first observation that I have to make is difficult, indeed hardly understandable at all for modern consciousness, but it's good if one is aware of it. It relates to the question of how planetary structures, once they've appeared, disappear again. From a spiritual point of view, it's clear how the course of development occurs. Beings ascend to higher stages, and as they advance, they have to leave their previous places of activity. That is, they must leave their former dwelling places that enabled them, for a period, to develop certain faculties they would not otherwise have been able to acquire. When, in the course of evolution, that time we called Old Lemurian period drew near, humanity had come so far in its development that it had recapitulated all that could be achieved through the stages of Saturn, Sun, and Moon. Then humanity appeared in the environment of earthly evolution, which had just been made ready for our further development. We developed through Lemurian and Atlantean times into our own period. And, moving from incarnation to incarnation, we will develop further in the future. Then, after a time, humanity will have to leave the earth again. Earth will have nothing further to give humanity, for it will not be able to offer further possibilities of development. You could imagine that after the departure of humanity, our earth would become a desolate ruin. You could compare it with a city that had been deserted by its inhabitants. You know what such a city looks like after only a short period of time, how it gradually turns into a mound of earth. Seeing ancient cities taken over by the forces of nature gives us a graphic picture of the process. So it is today in reality. But this will not be true for the future of the earth. The following observation can guide you towards an answer to the following questions. How will it be in the future of our earth? What is the significance for the development of earth of such persons as Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, or any of the other great geniuses of this field or that field? What does it mean for earthly development that Raphael or Michelangelo produced wonderful works of art that are still enjoyed by thousands and thousands of people to this very day? Some of you may have felt a certain sadness on seeing Leonardo's Last Supper in Milan, and you may have wondered how much longer this magnificent work will last. We should remember that Goethe, on his first Italian journey, still beheld the work in its full glory, and that we can no longer see in that state. From Goethe's time until today, the fate of this work of art within its outward material environment is such that it now calls forth feelings of sadness in us. And for people who will live as long after us as we live after Goethe, the work will no longer be in existence. So it is with everything that human beings have created and embodied in physical matter on earth. The same is also true for earth herself, and even for the creation of human thoughts. Imagine that period of time when human beings will ascend, spiritualized into higher spheres. Thoughts, in the present sense of the word, I'm not referring at all to scientific thoughts, for in 300 or 400 years they will no longer have any significance. But human thoughts, as produced by the brain and meaningful on earth, have no significance for higher worlds. They are only significant on Earth. But humanity will have left Earth. What will happen then to everything that we've created on Earth in the course of centuries and millennia? What must first of all be considered from a spiritual perspective is the evolution of the individual. Leonardo da Vinci has risen higher by means of what he accomplished. That constitutes his ascent. We must ask ourselves, are great thoughts, great impulses that great creators imprinted on the substance of Earth, of any significance for the future of Earth? Will the future reduce Earth to dust, and will everything that men and women have made out of Earth disappear when the planet no longer exists? You admire Cologne Cathedral. Certainly, in a relatively short time, not one stone will rest upon another. Does this mean it's of no significance for Earth as a whole that human beings embodied the idea of Cologne Cathedral in stone? We are not now considering what a human being takes with him from Earth. We are looking at Earth herself. A planet actually becomes smaller and smaller in the course of its development. It contracts. That's the destiny of the material part of a planet, but it's not the whole story. It is, so to speak, only the part that can be observed by means of physical eyes and instruments. There's also an evolution of matter that proceeds beyond what can so be observed. I now want to consider the evolution of matter beyond this point, and thereby I come to what I previously described as difficult, indeed almost incomprehensible, to contemporary understanding. Earth is constantly contracting. Matter is being pressed from all sides into the center. Now I can say, and naturally with full awareness, that there's a law of conservation of force, but I must also say in full awareness that there's another fact known to every occultist, that matter presses increasingly into the center and remarkably disappears into the middle point. Imagine a piece of matter pressed more and more into the central point where it disappears. It's not being pushed through the other side. At the center, it actually disappears into nothingness. In other words, eventually Earth, as its material aspect presses into the middle point, will disappear into the center. But that's not all. As much as disappears at the center, so much reappears at the periphery. It reappears at the extremity. Matter disappears at one point in space, the center, and reappears at another, the circumference. Everything that disappears into the center emerges again at the periphery. Everything has been worked into this matter. Beings who were at work on other planets impressed everything into matter. Naturally, the matter is not in its present form, but in a form that it received by means of this process of transformation. So you will see Cologne Cathedral, whose material particles disappeared into the middle point, reappearing from the other side. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is lost of what has been accomplished on a planet. It comes back from the other side. All that came to us during the earliest phase of earthly development before Saturn was thus transferred outside, beyond the Zodiac. In primeval wisdom, this is called the crystal heaven. It's where the deeds of beings belonging to a previous evolution were deposited. They formed the basis on which new beings could become creative. As I said before, it's difficult to understand these things with contemporary understanding, because we're accustomed to considering only the material aspect. We are not used to acknowledging that matter can disappear from one position in three-dimensional space and come back again somewhere else after it's gone through another dimension. As long as you remain in your thinking in the context of three-dimensional space, you cannot grasp it, for this phenomenon goes beyond three-dimensional space. Thus, it cannot be seen again until it re-enters three-dimensional space from the other side. In the intervening period, it's in another dimension. This is something that we must understand, for aspects of cosmic creation are bound together in the most complex manner. Something in one place is connected in a complicated way to something else found in an entirely different place in three-dimensional space. The formation of our planets began with ancient Saturn. That is how it really began. Then the formation continued until Jupiter. As the whole creation began on Jupiter, as you know, all beings of the periphery also participated in the process. But just as beings within worked to set out planetary systems and continue their own development, so too the outlying beings worked inward from the periphery. As certain beings from the center withdrew outwards, those beings who were out in cosmic space did the same. Certain ones on the periphery also withdrew. As Jupiter itself contracted, beings who had withdrawn compressed to form Uranus. Similarly, during the development of Mars, beings who'd withdrawn contracted to form Neptune. The names Uranus and Neptune are of course no longer chosen in the same way that ancients chose appropriate names for these things, although there still remains something significant in the name Uranus. It was given at a time when one still had an inkling of the process of giving the right name. Therefore, everything lying beyond our own planetary system was designated collectively with the name Uranus. Thus we see that both planets, which our modern astronomy places on par with the other planets, actually stand on quite a different basis, and in fact have nothing especially to do with the formation of our world. They represent worlds that came about because beings who still had something to do with us during the ancient Saturn period withdrew and established their dwelling place beyond the periphery of the universe. Many facts can be deduced from this, for example, that these planets have retrograding moons and so on. We have now surveyed in rough outline the process through which our solar system came into being, and we have raised the question, what position does the human being have in relation to the beings of the higher hierarchies, who are actually our human ancestors? We can begin with the most exalted, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Indeed, in characterizing their nature, we can arrive at a good idea of the human being. Once we go beyond the seraphim, we enter into the region of the Holy Trinity. That is what seraphim, cherubim, and thrones have that is extraordinary, beyond what other beings in the universe have. They enjoy what is called the immediate gaze of the Godhead. They are endowed from the beginning with what human beings must gradually seek over the course of their development. As human beings, we say, to attain higher and higher powers of cognition, will, and so on, we must begin where we are today. If we do this, we shall draw nearer and nearer to the Godhead, who will be increasingly present with us. Thus we must develop ourselves towards what is still veiled from us. We must draw towards divinity. Such is the difference between seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, on the one hand, and humanity on the other. From the beginning of their development, these highest beings of spiritual hierarchies were immediately present with the Godhead, the divine Trinity. From the very beginning, they enjoyed being within sight of the divine. For seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, the condition that human beings ought to progress toward existed from the very beginning. It's extremely important to recognize that from the time of their origin, these beings beheld God, and that as long as they live, they will always behold God. They accomplish everything through gazing upon God, and God works through them. They could not do otherwise than act as they do. It would be impossible for them to do otherwise. The sight of God is such a powerful force and has such an influence upon them that they accomplish what the Godhead ordains with unerring certainty and immediate impulse. Nothing resembling deliberation or judgment exists in the sphere of these beings. There is only the beholding of Godhead's commands in order to receive the immediate impulse to do what they have beheld. They see the Godhead in its original true form, as it really is. They consider themselves simply as those who fulfill the will and wisdom of the divine. Such is the situation of the highest hierarchy. Descending to the next hierarchy, to beings called dominions, mights, and powers, or spirits of wisdom, movement, and form, we must say that they no longer have the immediate gaze of the Godhead. They no longer see God in his immediate form, as he is, but they see God's manifestation, as God reveals himself, if I may put it so, through his countenance. It's clear to them that the countenance is the Godhead. Like seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, They also receive a direct impulse to carry out manifestations of the Godhead. The impulse is not quite as powerful, but it is nevertheless still direct. It would be impossible for seraphim, cherubim, and thrones to say that they would not do what they discern as ordained by the Godhead. It would be equally out of the question for dominions, mights, and powers to do what was not willed by the Godhead itself. For the evolution of the world to advance, however, something very extraordinary had to intervene. We are now introducing a subject that's always been difficult to understand, even for those who've advanced to a certain degree of mystery wisdom. In ancient mysteries, one sought to make it comprehensible in the following way. At a particular stage of initiation into ancient mysteries, the neophyte was led into the presence of hostile powers who had a cruel and horrible appearance, and who performed the most dreadful acts before the eyes of the neophyte. Those who did these things were none other than masked priests, masked sages. To bring about the necessary temptations, priests disguised themselves in ghastly demonic forms, as dreadful beings, performing the most horrible acts that one could possibly imagine. Why was this done? Why did the initiate, the priest, bring before the neophyte the guise of the wrongdoer, the mask of evil? To show the neophyte how far development could err from the right path. The neophyte was supposed to have the illusion of standing face to face with evil. Only when the unmasking occurred did the neophyte see the truth. The illusion was removed. Only then did the neophyte know that this scene was a means of creating a trial or test. To strengthen and arm the neophyte against it, evil was presented in its most hideous forms by priests who, of course, did not err. This was merely a reflection of something that actually took place in cosmic evolution. During the period between Jupiter and Mars' stages of development, if I may express it somewhat trivially, a host of beings from the sphere of dynamis, or mights, were countermanded. Instead of acting as progressive influences, they were placed in the course of development to cause obstacles. We've come to know this as the war in heaven. Actions of these adversely commanded mights, to coin a phrase, were thrown across the path of development, for the ruling cosmic powers of the hierarchies said to themselves that, if the path were smooth, what was intended to come into existence could never arise. Something greater must arise. Now suppose that you have to push a cart, and because you push it forward, your powers of strength develop to a certain extent. If you loaded the cart with heavy freight, you would have to push harder, but you would also develop greater strength. Suppose that the Godhead had permeated cosmic evolution to take its course up to and beyond the Jupiter stage. Humankind could have certainly developed well, but could become even stronger if obstacles were put in its path. For the good of humanity, therefore, certain mights had to receive adverse commands. They were not evil to begin with. One need not regard them as evil forces. Rather, one could say that they sacrificed themselves in order to place an obstacle in the path of development. These mights may, therefore, be called gods of hindrance or gods of impediment in the broadest sense of the word. These are gods of obstructions or hindrances that have been placed along the path of development. And ever since that moment, the possibility was created for everything that was to be accomplished in the future. These countermanded dynamis were not yet evil in themselves. On the contrary, by running up against normal courses of development, they were the great promoters of evolution. Nevertheless, they were the originators of evil, because out of the storms they produced, evil gradually rose. The course of development for the adversely commanded mights took a very different form from that of their fellows. The effect of their activity was very different, and as a result, during the development of the moon, these mights became the tempters of beings we call angels. During the evolutionary stage of the moon, angels were passing through their human phase. There were angel humans on the moon who witnessed the effect of these obstacles on the course of development. They said to themselves, "We can now allow ourselves to assail these hindrances. We can plunge into the stream of the moon's development. But we prefer to abstain. We do not want to plunge in, but choose to remain above with the good gods." These angel beings at a particular point during the course of the moon stage of development tore themselves away from mites who, down below, had introduced obstacles into the development of moon. But there were other angel humans on the moon who said, "We will not follow our fellows, because if we did, the pattern of development would be turned around and nothing new would happen." Indeed, just because hindrances were present from the development of the moon stage on, something new was introduced. There were beings who said, "We wish to have absolutely nothing to do with what is happening down here. We remain with mites who do not wish to be touched by the lesser." These beings withdrew from the moon mass during the development of Old Moon and became followers of everything that occurred in the sun. They wanted nothing to do with what happened on Moon, which had been cast aside because hindrances were present. Others who plunged down, however, had to take into their bodily nature everything they had received of the existing developmental hindrances of Moon. They had to harden themselves more than otherwise would have been the case. Their bodily sheaths became denser than they would have been, and they bore the consequence of the actions of mites in their bodies. We should remember, however, that the deeds of mites or dynamis were well founded within the divine cosmic plan. A further consequence of all this was that when the development of Moon passed over into that of Earth, the whole process was, in a certain way, repeated. Those beings who hurled themselves into the full tide of the Moon development lagged behind those who would have nothing to do with it. Still, others remained even further behind because they were attracted by the retrograde development. All of this, therefore, led to the presence of two sorts of angel humans during the development of the Earth. Some angel humans were those who had gone ahead, and some were those who stayed behind. Advanced human angels now set to work on humanity in the Lemurian time, as humankind became mature enough to receive the seed of the human eye. They gave human beings the option, so to speak, of ascending immediately into spiritual worlds and having no more to do with what had mingled with the course of cosmic evolution since the moon phase of development. Beings who stayed behind, whom we call Luciferic beings, went to work on the human astral body. They could not reach the eye, and injected the results of the war in heaven into the astral body. As mites were countermanded into participation in the war in heaven and became gods of hindrance, the consequences of their actions crept into the human astral body, where they had a different and greater significance. For there they represented the possibility of error and possibility of evil. Human beings were thus given the possibility of error and evil, but at the same time they also received the capacity to rise above error and evil by their own strength. Consider that beings such as mites or dynamis, belonging to the second hierarchy, did not have the possibility at all of becoming evil themselves. They had to be adversely commanded. Only beings of the third hierarchy, angels, who are closest to human beings, could follow or not follow the hindering mites. Those who did not succumb are represented in pictures depicting victories fought out in the heavens. They're supposed to express what came to pass during the moon stage of development, when human beings had advanced to the incarnation of the astral body, that is, to the human-animal stage. Angel beings who remained pure, as it were, tore themselves away from the course of moon development. They escaped what was taking place below on Moon. This picture is represented in many different forms before our souls. Originally, we find it depicted in the battle between Michael and the dragon. We also find it expressed with great clarity in pictures of the Mithraic bull. But the objects of such representations was not to say that these angel beings have forsaken their duty. They were intended to depict an ideal for the future. These beings, it was said, preferred to ascend into spiritual worlds. You, on the other hand, have descended, along with other fellow beings who followed the powers of hindrance. It's now up to you to work through what you've taken in and carry it upward into the spiritual world. On the upward path, you are called on to become a Michael and a conqueror of the bull. A symbol such as this must be interpreted in the twofold way. So we see that humanity received the possibility of reaching its goal by its own powers, something that even Seraphim cannot attain through their own endeavors, only because mites were given adverse orders. That's the most significant fact. Seraphim, cherubim, and thrones cannot do anything but follow the immediate impulses given to them by the Godhead. Dominions, indeed the whole of the second hierarchy, must do likewise. Only among the ranks of mites were some commanded adversely. They could do nothing other than follow the orders of the Godhead when they threw themselves across the path of development. Even in causing what could be called sources of evil, they merely performed the will of the Godhead. By making themselves servants of evil, mites accomplished the will of the Godhead, who wished to strengthen good by means of the detour through evil. Let us now descend to beings called powers or exousiae. They likewise could not have become wicked by themselves, and the same applies to spirits of personality, archai, and fire spirits, archangels. For when the latter passed through their human stage on sun, mites had not yet been adversely commanded, and there was not yet any possibility of becoming evil. The first to have this possibility of becoming evil were angels, because this possibility existed only since the moon stage of development. The war in heaven took place during the transition from sun to moon. A number of angels rejected this possibility, refused to be seduced, so to speak, by powers destined to introduce hindrances. They remained true to their former nature, so that we have, down to angels, and also among some of the angels, beings of higher hierarchies who cannot do anything but follow the divine will. This is most important. We now come to two categories of beings. First, there are those angels who hurled themselves into what mites had brought about during the war in heaven. These are beings who, on account of their later deeds, are called Luciferic beings. They went on to work on the human astral body during earthly evolution and introduced the possibility of evil, but also the possibility of developing oneself through one's own free activity. Thus, in the whole range of hierarchies, it's only among a portion of angels and among human beings that we find the possibility of freedom. The possibility of freedom begins with the ranks of angels, but it's fully developed only in humanity. When humanity came down to earth, human beings first had to fall prey to the mighty power of Luciferic hosts. These hosts permeated the human astral body with their powers, so that the eye became enmeshed in this field of forces. During the Lemurian and Atlantean periods, and also subsequently, we find the eye wrapped in a cloud caused by Lucifer's influences. The human being was saved from being overpowered by these debilitating forces only because earlier beings, angels who remained above, and archangels, overshadowed the person and incarnated in the individuals chosen to guide humanity. This continued until the time when something remarkable happened. A being, who'd been previously always united with the sun's existence, advanced so far that he could not only penetrate the human being's physical, etheric, and astral bodies, as previously had been the situation with higher beings, but could also permeate the human being as far as the eye. You will recall that I described how higher beings descended during former times and ensouled human physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Now, at a special moment in time, an individual arose who'd been chosen to receive the most exalted being into himself, a being who'd been united with our sun's existence and who now worked inspiringly into the eye, even down into the forces of the eye. The eye expresses itself through blood. Just as blood in its material substance is the expression of eye, so the warmth of fire of blood, which is the remnant of the Saturn fire, is the expression of the eye in the elements. This being expressed itself in the physical in a twofold way. In the element of fire, the being proclaimed himself to Moses in the burning bush and in the lightning on Mount Sinai. One and the same being could penetrate the human eye and speak to Moses from the burning bush and from the lightning and thunder on Mount Sinai. This being prepared his advent and then appeared in a blood-permeated body, that of Jesus of Nazareth. This sun being entered into an earthly individuality. Because the human eye will be filled and saturated more and more by the power that then penetrated it, This I will become more and more capable of overcoming, through its own forces, all influences that have the capacity to pull it down. For this being who penetrated the human eye is of a different nature from those other beings who formerly descended to earth and ensouled the physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Let us consider ancient holy rishis. As we've seen, the spirit of a high being lived in the etheric bodies, because holy rishis had inherited the etheric body from the great Atlantean ancestors in whom the exalted being had lived. It was passed on to them. But rishis could not comprehend with their eye and astral bodies what streamed through the inspiration of their etheric bodies. And so it went epoch to epoch. Human beings received inspiration. They've always experienced something like a force within them when they were inspired. Inspiration was something they captured, as it were, with a force. The individual withdrew somewhat from ordinary human capacity to manage on one's own. So that one could improve, could advance, the person had to be inspired by a more perfect being. This was the situation for all founders of religions. Beings who had been exalted above the war in heaven were infused into religious founders. So human beings were not left to depend just on their own resources. In Christ, however, a being of very different nature appeared. He was a being who did absolutely nothing, who exerted not the slightest compulsion to bring people to him. This is the main point. If you consider the propagation of Christianity, you will find living evidence that during his lifetime, Christ did not do what occurred in spreading Christianity. Consider the founders of religions of ancient times. They are the great teachers of humanity. From a certain moment in their development, they begin to instruct, and their teachings work on human beings with an overwhelming power. Now consider Christ. Does Christ actually work through his teachings? Anyone who thinks that the main contribution of Christ lies in his teaching does not really understand Christ. At least in the first instance, Christ did not work through his teaching, but through what he did. And the greatest deed of Christ was that the deed ended with his death. It was, in fact, his death. That is the most important point. Christ worked through a deed. And when knowledge of this action began to spread through the world, he was no longer physically present. That is a fundamental difference between the efficacy of Christ and that of other great founders of religions. This difference is hardly understood at all, but it's the most important one. All teachings of Christianity, everything that is preached in Christianity, you can describe and you can find in other religious systems. This cannot be denied. It can certainly be said that the essence of Christian teaching is also contained in other systems. But has Christianity been effective through the contents of its reaching? Did the person who did the most in spreading Christianity rely on its teaching? Consider Apostle Paul. Did he allow himself to be transformed from Saul to Paul by what is written in the Gospels? Paul persecuted followers of Christ Jesus until the one who died on the cross appeared to him out of the clouds. That is, until Paul had his own personal, supersensible experience of the fact that Christ lives. The effect of that death, the efficacy of that act, became the quickening impulse for Paul, and that is what matters. Other religious systems work through their teachings, and teachings are the same as those found in Christianity. But in Christianity, it's not a question of teachings. What matters is the deed that took place. The act of Christ only works on a person when one decides to allow it to have an effect. That is, when the deed is united with the absolutely free nature of the individual I. It's not enough for Christ to be present in the human astral body. To be truly understood, Christ must be present in the I. And the I must freely resolve to receive Christ. That's the point. But as a result of the I uniting itself with Christ, this human I acquires within itself a reality, a divine power, not just a teaching. Therefore, it can be demonstrated 100 times that teachings of Christianity may already be found here or there, but that's not the point. The essential aspect of Christianity is the act that can only be made one's own through a voluntary ascent into higher worlds. Human beings receive the power of Christ because they willingly accept it, and no one can receive it who does not voluntarily accept it. This has become possible for the human being only since Christ became human on earth, since he was called on to become a human being on earth. Fallen angels, who came to live on earth as Luciferic beings, are in a different position. Indeed, they should have become human on Old Moon, but they remained behind in their development. As a result, they can penetrate the astral body, but they cannot gain access to the eye. They are in an unusual situation, which we can only represent graphically, even if that seems pedantic. Let's assume, leaving aside the etheric and physical bodies, that the astral body of the human being during Lemurian development is represented by this circle. The eye would then be encased within this astral body because it has gradually entered into the astral body. What happens next? During the Lemurian epoch, Luciferic forces crept into the astral body from all sides and penetrated human beings with their activities. In human beings, these are expressed as lower passions. The possibility for human beings to succumb to error and evil is embedded in the astral body. Luciferic spirits introduced that possibility into us. If they had not, we would never have had the possibility of erring or of doing evil. Instead, we would have been lifted up to a region where we would have received the eye untouched by hindering influences. This is the situation. But great leaders of humanity protected human beings so that we should not sink too low. Then the Christ event occurred. Let us take a human being who has voluntarily received Christ. Of course, Christianity is only at its beginning, but let us take an ideal situation. A human eye, in complete free will, has allowed the power of Christ to flow in. When the eye has advanced so far that it's permeated by Christ, then the power of Christ irradiates the astral body and streams into the actions of Luciferic powers that had been injected into it. And what will happen in the future? Because with Christ's help, and only with his help, we can extinguish those qualities in us that stem from Lucifer. At the same time, we can also gradually release Luciferic powers. The time will come when Luciferic powers, which had to sink to a lower stage of evolution for the sake of human freedom, and therefore could not experience the power of Christ on earth, will experience the power of Christ through human beings, and so will be redeemed. Human beings will redeem Lucifer if they receive Christ power in the appropriate way. As a result, human beings will grow stronger than they would have been otherwise. Imagine if human beings had not received Luciferic forces. Christ's power would have streamed forth, but would not have encountered any Luciferic obstacles. It would have been impossible for us to progress in goodness, truth, and wisdom to the degree we now can, and we have to overcome these countervailing forces. The human being is one of the hierarchies, but distinct from others. Human beings are different from seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, mights, powers, spirits of personality, fire spirits, and from some angels as well. Looking into the future, a human being can say, I am called to seek the impulse for my actions in the deepest recesses of my own inner being, not out of contemplation of the Godhead, as the seraphim do, for instance, but out of my own inner being. Christ is a God who does not work in such a way that his impulses have to be followed. One follows Christ out of understanding and freedom. Christ is the God who never seeks to hinder the free individual development of the eye in this or that direction. Christ could say in the profoundest sense, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." And beings of the next hierarchy, who had the possibility of doing evil, Luciferic beings, will again be redeemed and freed through the power of human beings. Thus we see that cosmic development does not simply repeat itself. New factors enter in. A human stage, such as that experienced by human beings, was not to be found previously among angels, archangels, or primal beginnings. Humanity has a completely new mission to fulfill in the world, the mission we have just characterized. Humanity descended into the earthly world in order to accomplish this mission. Christ came into the world as the free helper of humanity, not as a God working from above, but as the firstborn among many. Only in this way can we grasp the full dignity and importance of humankind among the members of the hierarchies. Looking up to exalted nature and glory of higher hierarchies, we can say to ourselves, however mighty, wise, and good these higher hierarchies may be, and hence unable to err from the true path, it is humanity's great mission to bring freedom into the world, and along with freedom, what we call, in the truest sense of the word, love. For without freedom, love is impossible. Beings who absolutely must obey a particular impulse merely do so. But for those who can do otherwise, there's only one power that enables them to do so, and that is love. Freedom and love are two poles that belong together. If love is to enter our cosmos, it can do so only through freedom. That is, through Lucifer and the one who conquers Lucifer, the one who is also the Redeemer of human beings, Christ. This is why the earth is the cosmos of love and freedom, and it's important that, without wishing to tempt human beings away from humility, we should learn to familiarize ourselves with the sequence of hierarchies as this has always been known in the esotericism of the West. Seraphim, cherubim, and thrones obey the direct impulses transmitted under the gaze of the Godhead. Dominions, mights, and powers are still so closely bound up with higher powers that they have to receive countermands so that the development of humanity can move forward. Even archangels and spirits of personality cannot err. They cannot sink into evil of their own free resolve. Hierarchies immediately above humanity were called messengers and arch-messengers to indicate that they were not accomplishing their own tasks, but merely fulfilling orders received from above. But humanity is a hierarchy that is gradually maturing so that it will carry out its own tasks. Throughout the development of Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan, human beings will mature gradually towards the accomplishment of their own impulses. Even if this goal is still distant today, in time humanity will attain it. So what are hierarchies? We begin with seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. They exercise their authority by carrying out the impulse received from the gods. Then come mights, who owe their strength to what is received from above, and the same is true of powers. Were they to become evil, they could only do so as a result of a decision of the divine world. And now we come to spirits of personality and arch-messengers and messengers, who descend to the immediate proximity of humanity. How should humanity be integrated into the ranks of the hierarchies? After angels and archangels, messengers and arch-messengers, we must place among the hierarchical ranks those who we call spirits of freedom or spirits of love. Counting from above downward, this is the 10th hierarchy. This 10th hierarchy, although still in the process of development, nevertheless belongs to the spiritual hierarchies. It's not just a matter of repetition in the universe. Each time a cycle has been completed, a new element is introduced into cosmic evolution. And the integration of this new element is always the task of the hierarchy that is at its human stage of development. In these lectures, we've endeavored to fathom the meaning and significance of humanity by considering the significance of our cosmos. Today, to some extent at least, we've raised the spiritual question of the significance of the human being. And we've tried to establish the significance of human beings to the point at the center of the universe, according to the teachings of the mysteries. In so doing, we try to solve the riddle of the center, the human being, from the periphery, the riddle of the point from the perspective of the circumference. In doing so, we place our knowledge within the sphere of reality. This is the essential point, that true spiritual scientific knowledge is also real concrete knowledge. In other words, spiritual scientific knowledge itself directly produces a picture of the cosmos and the spiritual hierarchies. We are at the center of our universe. Everything around us loses its significance because we have to acknowledge that the outer, supersensible world cannot solve the riddles that confront us. It's as if everything were concentrated at a single point, but just as everything compresses together, the solution of the cosmic riddle comes back from the periphery as powerfully real as matter itself, which is a reflection and image of the spiritual. Matter gathers itself together, disappears at the center, and reappears at the periphery. That is reality. Our knowledge is real when it steps in front of our eyes as the structure and process of the entire cosmos. Such knowledge is no longer a form of speculation, a weaving of fanciful theory, for such knowledge is born out of the cosmos. This is the feeling we should develop. Wisdom must become an ideal for us, born out of the periphery of the cosmos and capable of filling us with great strength, with the strength that enables us to fulfill our own destiny and to achieve our own cosmic ideal. With this strength, we shall also be able to realize the human ideal that awaits us in the future.